Meeting for the Plaquemines Parish Council as sole governing authority of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District is called to order at 1:20. We'll all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Lepine.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Machine is open for roll call.
We don't do it.
Which way we point today? Greg's doing it. Over here.
I'm on. Let the record reflect there are 8 council members present, and Mr. Hinckley will not be attending today. There is no executive session. Item 3, status report by Port Executive Director.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Port Council, I'm Sandy Sanders. I'm the Executive Director of Port Plaquemines, and I'd like to share 5 points with you on this report. First of all, John Pennis is not here today. His wife had surgery this past week, and I'm here to report that it was very successful. He told me the next morning that she told him she was hungry, and she started getting upset with him, so he said he's ready to come back to work. So, but thank the Lord that she's okay. Second of all, one of my initiatives here at the port is what I call a rebranding of the port. I believe this is important. It's an effort how others see the port, but more importantly, how the port sees itself. We're leaving no stone unturned. We're looking at everything from the port logo to the stationery to looking at the mission statement and the vision statement of the port. It is a total rebranding of the port, and I will keep you abreast of how we're coming along with that exercise and that initiative. Third, I've been on a mission since I've been here to meet with all the stakeholders along the river. Parish President, Mr. Nungesser, gave me the idea. He called it an advisory committee. I've kind of morphed it into what I call the Ambassadors Club. But it's all the folks that make a living here on this river. And if we are the Port Authority, we ought to be the gooey stuff in the oatmeal that makes sure all those folks have a single voice. I've started this with the bar pilots, some of the steamship lines, with the rail folks. But it's one thing to go to Congress on a standalone basis and ask for federal funding versus when you go there, you have the likes of a Kinder Morgan, a Phillips, the railroad standing shoulder to shoulder with you. So there's a lot of oomph that we're not taking advantage of by not combining all these folks. So my idea is to start this Ambassadors Association of the Port. It'll be good to coalesce, to share ideas, to get feedback from those people that we serve because we are their Port Authority. I was directed by the Port Chairman at our last meeting to go one-on-one with all the council members, giving them a up-to-date information on a possible land purchase by the port. I have met with 8 of them. I had to reschedule one. I will be rescheduling with him tomorrow morning. So he's the last one, Mr. Chairman, on that directive. And lastly, you will be, 2 ordinances will be coming up. These deal with security. They're grants. And I just want to let the board know that these grants are 100% federal funded. I'm prepared to discuss them when they do come up. Sir, subject to your questions or observations, that concludes the Executive Director's report.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Warren Lawrence at 120 Timber Canal Lane, Myrtle Grove. Commend the new port director, but I would suggest to him that in the fairness that the Ambassadors Club includes citizens, not only the people who use the port, but the people who sponsor the port. There's a lot of citizens that things are done along that port that they're not taking in and advised, given the information was coming down the pipe. That includes the railroad. And, you know, if he's going to have an ambassadors club, I think he should include some of the people who live along those company lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Anyone else? Move to item 4. There are no bids and advertisements. Item 5, introduction of resolutions and ordinances. Mr. Griffin. I have two. An ordinance authorizing and directing Maynard Sanders, Executive Director of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District, to negotiate and enter into a purchase agreement on behalf of Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District for the acquisition of certain land which is owned by CLL Limited Partnership, and a resolution indicating the intention of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District, State of Louisiana, to proceed with the issuance of its limited tax revenue bonds in one or more series in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $13,200,000, employing bond counsel, financial advisor, and placement agent underwriter, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Anyone else? Move to item 6, ordinances and resolutions on second reading and final passage. Item A will be withdrawn. Item B, an ordinance authorizing the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to accept funds from Port Security Grant Program number EMW 2011 PUK 00163 for software and systems maintenance and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Marinovich. Any questions from the council? Our executive director is here for any specific questions. Good? Audience? Machine is open. And the ordinance is approved 8-0. Move to item 6C, an ordinance to amend and as amended, readopt Plaquemines Parish Code of Ordinances, Section 218, Chapter 2, Rule 19A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer. Seconded by Mr. Marinovich. During the last month, the council decided to move the port meeting to the beginning of the evening in order to get the information taken out and port personnel could leave rather than having to stay for the whole meeting. What came about was we realized that we weren't doing a prayer. And it's our feeling that when we start any meeting, that we should have a prayer. In order to do that during the port meeting, we added a prayer into our rules. And the other thing was the correct title of Port Executive Director was added. So those two items would kind of clean up what we do at the beginning of our meetings. And if there's any questions from anyone or any objections to any of this, I'd like to hear them now. Anyone in the audience? Machine is open. And the ordinance is approved 8-0. Item 6D will be withdrawn. Item 6E, an ordinance authorizing the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to accept funds from Port Security Grant Program number EMW 2011 PUK 063 for the purchase of 2 new fire rescue vessels and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer, and Mr. Lapine will second. Yeah. Any questions from anyone? I know I missed you twice, man. Anything? Anyone? Audience? Machine is open. Any ordinance is approved, 8-0. We'll move to item 8, approval of the August 22nd, 2013 minutes. I move that we approve the minutes. Second by anyone? Second by Mr. Marinovich. Approval of the minutes. Machine is open. Minutes are approved, 8-0. Item 7 is new business. If there's no business, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Marinovich, motion to adjourn, seconded by Mr. Lapine. Machine is open.
Mr. Turner.
And this board meeting is concluded at 1:32. Mr. Marinovich?
I'd like to welcome everybody to our council meeting, first of September. Start off with a roll call. Machine is open. Smaller. Let the record reflect that 8 members are present. Mr. Hinckley will be absent today. If y'all would stand for a prayer. We take this moment to acknowledge Almighty God and thank Him for our bountiful blessings, especially for this parish's natural resources. We give thanks to God for our brave and courageous men and women in our military who daily risk their lives to protect our precious freedom, and we pray for our world leaders to know how to obtain world peace. We also pray that this government body, comprised of both council and administration, will always serve our parish with honesty, humility, and equality to all. And as this government body gathers here today, we pray for the wisdom to know right from wrong and the courage to do that which is right. We'd also like to pray for the victims of the 9/11, which, as you well know, was the anniversary yesterday. And I'd also like to pass, would like to pass our condolences on to Mr. P.J. Hahn, whose mother passed away this week. And with that, amen. Let's move to item 4A1. I have a proclamation declaring September 12, 2013 is Rosemary Seuss Day in Plaquemines Parish. I'll like to go to your offering. I'll second. Do you want me to read this? We would ask for a unanimous second. On an oral vote, we have an unanimous second. Dr. Good, you want to read this? Or?
You can read. Proclamation declaring September 12, 2013 as Rosemary Seuss Day in the parish of Plaquemines. Whereas after receiving her bachelor's degree in business administration from Belmont Abbey, Rosemary Seuss began her career with the YMCA 16 years ago in North Carolina as a group exercise instructor and personal trainer. And whereas from there, Rosemary expanded her service to the YMCA by becoming an organization leader wherein she began conducting operations and management duties. And whereas 3 years ago, Rosemary came to Louisiana, where she began spearheading fundraising efforts and collection of contributions essential to the opening of the Belchase YMCA. Whereas Rosemary was the first executive director of the Belchase YMCA, and currently she oversees the 4 YMCA facilities in Plaquemines Parish as district manager. After 4 years of hard work and dedication to the YMCA centers of Plaquemines Parish, it is time for Rosemary to leave our parish and continue her dedication to and hard work in another community. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council, represented by its duly authorized chairman, Byron T. Marinovich, and by concurrence of the parish president, Billy Nungesser, representing the Plaquemines Parish government, it hereby declares September 12, 2013, as Rosemary Seuss Day in the parish of Plaquemines, and extends its gratitude and well wishes to Rosemary Seuss for her hard work and dedication to this great parish. I'll offer for a vote.
Do we have a unanimous second again?
Yeah. The proclamation is approved 8-0. Rosemary, are you in the audience by any stretch of the imagination? Would you please come forward? Rosemary, having worked with you from day one, I want to extend my gratitude on behalf of everyone in this parish for what you've done to take our fledgling YMCA and bring it to a world-class operation it is today. We are going to miss you, but I know that the groundwork that you've laid is just a stepping stone for someone else to come in and continue your hard work. I will ask any council member to make any comments, and then I would like to hear from you, and no crying. Any council members? Mr. Lepine?
Rosemary, I'd like to thank you because personally I hate the Y. I don't hate the Y. I hate working out, and I'm there 4 mornings of it. Ex-Leo and but it is a joy to see your face and to see the people that you employ that are outstanding individuals, and it's because of you who have brought those people in. And I want to thank you for what you've done for the Y, and continued success throughout your life.
Anyone else? Mr. Nungesser?
I too want to thank you, the great job you and all the staff is doing with the Y, and you will be sorely missed, so thank you so much.
Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, Mr. O'Meara, I'd just like to thank you for your participation and cooperation with the Y on the East Bank, because during our opportunity, we had the opportunity to work together, you've been very responsive in taking care of the needs of individuals on the East Bank. So for that, I say thank you and keep up the good work.
Anyone else? Anyone in the audience before you have your moment? Ms. Banter?
Dr. Gui, do we need to make a motion that Ms. Lepine moves the candy for me whenever they work out as often from his right hand there?
As you know, I'm chairman of the board of the 4 Southern YMCAs, and when Rosemary came on board, you know, she was a stranger, and you know how we are with strangers, but she fit in with our family perfectly, and she's been a pleasure to work with. She's even got me introduced into the New Orleans YMCA, and I hitch a ride with her because I don't always cross the bridge by myself. So she's been a godsend to me, and she's helped our Ys tremendously, and so I appreciate you doing this dedication to her. So thank you and good luck. We hate to lose you, but I totally understand. You're welcome.
I guess you're on. Anyone else?
I am extremely humbled by this, and it's a wonderful, wonderful gesture. I first and foremost, give glory to God for giving me the wherewithal and the health and the energy to come to the community and have the opportunity to serve and build and grow with all of you. And it is certainly a concerted effort. Couldn't have done it without the support of you, of the community, and of staff. You know, the YMCA mission is to put all Christian principles into practice through programs that build healthy spirit, mind, and body for all. And to have the opportunity to relay that, communicate that, live that, and grow that in Plaquemines Parish has just been a tremendous experience for me. And I am, again, just in the spirit of this, I thank you. I thank you for the support, and I'm excited to see with what's in place, you guys moving forward to develop and grow the community as you've done up to this point. So thank you so much.
Rosemary.
Just a reminder keeps me honest, you know, for all the stuff that we were supposed to get that we didn't get, such as our tennis court, you know, FEMA money being shifted elsewhere. So when I want to give in, this just reminds me, it angers me, keeps me in check.
Let's go ahead and go to, let's go to item 1B, status report by the parish president. Mr. Nungesser, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd pass these out. I'm passing out to y'all a outlay of the LAMP program. As you had heard that Plaquemines Parish and 4 other parishes were selected to relook at the flood maps. Part of that was initiated by the parish council's plan of having a berm project that was acknowledged by FEMA in a letter from Craig Fugate. When they came in with the new flood maps and we showed them that letter, they kind of took a step back and said, "Where'd you get this letter?" So that letter says that FEMA will recognize our berms as flood protection. This flood elevation maps did not. So that's why we believe they initiated this and we were selected. Over the next 6 months to a year, we will take all of the coastal projects and everything else that wasn't considered in the flood maps into account. So it will absolutely lower the flood elevation in many, if not all, of the areas of the parish, and in some areas a great deal. But in the initial meeting for this plan, the most important thing that we learned, they will only take into account what's out there. And we've got a lot of projects going on, some 28 projects, pumping sediment, all over the parish. But the most important part of this meeting we have these burn projects under design, and we hope to start pumping early next year, or get the permit early next year to start the project in Venice coming north. What about those projects? And the LAMP project, the LAMP does allow us for any coastal projects or flood projects that are under design to submit that information before the end of this program is concluded. And by submitting that, when that project, be it a levee, the berms, a coastal project, when that project is complete, we submit that to FEMA, and we automatically will reap the benefits of the new elevation, lower insurance, better maps for that area. That's huge. And today on the agenda, the council will be asked to fund a little money. We started 5 of the reaches to fund the rest of the reaches, so we get them all under, start the permitting process. Both sides of the river certified to lower storm surge 5 feet parish-wide. We believe in several reaches that 5 feet, we'll have to do a little work with a mat and lift the Mississippi River levees, but it means that 100-year protection is achievable in a lot of areas in this parish, and possibly all areas. So we're going to move quickly to start that process of the permitting process for all the reaches, and towards the end of this project, we will submit those reaches, any levees that aren't complete, all the design that we have, and they will take that into their final report, so when those projects are complete, we will get credit for them. PJ couldn't be here today to talk about those reaches. Billy Gus is here to answer any questions when that comes up. PJ's mother passed away, and he had to go back to Texas for the funeral. Also, we received word yesterday that the Corps will grant us our request to build the levees for the 34 miles. Now, the Jesuit Bend levee's already out under construction, but the rest of that levee, they will allow us to build it to the old criteria. Less of a slope, built to the way all the other levees are in Plaquemines. That is a home run for Plaquemines Parish. That means we now have enough money. It won't end at Lake Hermitage. It will bridge the full gap all the way to Diamond, so we will have federal levees all the way to Venice on the west bank of Plaquemines Parish. So we're real excited. That will be made, I guess we just did make it public, but we will receive a letter from the Corps in the next 2 weeks acknowledging that decision, but we got a call yesterday. The East Bank levees are back under construction. In 3 to 4 months, the new cement bridge will be constructed and finished, and immediately after that bridge is constructed, we will go out for bid for the additional reaches all at one time to shorten that time frame of finishing that levee on the East Bank of Plaquemines. The Wilkinson Canal Pump Station, that contract was let, and that pump station is under construction. And we had some monies that had to be spent. I think Benny Puckett's here to speak about that when he comes up on the agenda. But the only pump station that is not in the Corps plan or is not in our plans is the Point Celeste pump station that the new levee will be going. So we believe that will qualify for some of this grant money. And so we've asked for that. The only thing else I have, Mr. Chairman, on the agenda that I would like to cover is we will be handed the keys in the next few days, for Port Ease. It is a gorgeous facility, and the fishermen and charter fishermen are chomping at the bits to get this facility up and running. So I urge you to pass the nonprofit, the board, so we can start getting a team put together to get that facility up and running and promote the tourism and fishing in the parish. Also, myself and Stan was able to attend a tourism summit in Baton Rouge put on by the Lieutenant Governor recently, and real excited about some of the things with the ecotourism and realizing the importance of the coastal Louisiana, and even forming with our neighboring parishes a coastal coalition to promote the fishing and tourism along the coast. So a lot of good things happening. And, Mr. Chairman, if anyone has any questions about the Port Ease project, I know it's up late in the agenda, and I have to go to another meeting. I'd be glad to answer those now. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nungesser, my one question about the Port East thing, and I might have a concern about, did we set the same standards for the nonprofit that we did for the RFQs or RFPs that we sent out? Or we have two different sets of standards?
Well, no, it's not a set of standards. The nonprofit will have a cooperative endeavor agreement to operate it, and y'all will appoint the board. So essentially, it's a wash-through, and your attorneys can correct me. We will, as we do with United Way, with the YMCA, the parish will assume the insurance, and that facility, under the grant, and I don't have all the information, but some of the facilities, lift stations, things in the parish that are uninsurable, based on a criteria, we submit to the insurance commissioner for a waiver, and that way it'll still be covered in the event of a storm by FEMA. And this is one of those facilities that we will submit for the waiver because of where it's located, because it's almost uninsurable by a private company or someone, and that's why we didn't receive any bids to operate it. Also, the nonprofit will be allowed to accept donations to promote fishing tournaments and things of that nature that will help bring business into the parish. So I think your lawyers and the parish attorneys have been working on that nonprofit and making sure it's all follows all the proper channels. But we're really 6 months behind the gun on getting this thing going. If we started today, it's going to be a tight delivery to get all the things in there we need to get it up for the fishing season. And we get calls every day about leasing the slips and when it's going to be open. But we'll make sure it's done by the letter of the law with your attorneys and our attorneys to make sure, we do everything above board.
I guess my main concern is not that we're not trying to do anything above board. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't set the standards too high on the RFP process to where nobody would bid on it, and then we're back to a nonprofit, and we're already putting in insurance. We're giving them $50,000 today, and I just have a little concern with that.
Here's the thing. If we allow a private industry, company, or person to take over a parish facility, there are guidelines that they have to insure it, have liability insurance. And the reason we came up with the nonprofit is we looked at other marinas and other operations that will run for parishes or counties across the coast, and it's the best, cheapest, best way to make it work.
Other than the insurance, did you see any other things that we changed from the RFP?
The insurance, no. Obviously, the liability would be on the parish, because it's a parish-owned facility. Y'all would appoint the board. They would be audited.
We didn't set any higher standards for anything else that you've seen in the RFP process that we're not requiring out of the nonprofit?
No.
I'm good.
Oh, one other thing, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you got a chance to get this. There is money available for soft seconds. I think there's some flyers available that allows people to be first-time home buyers here in the parish. It's a great program that's available to a lot of people that would qualify, and I just wanted to bring your attention to it. I believe we have this on the website. If we don't, I'll make sure it's put there. And I'm sure there's some flyers here today. If anyone knows anyone that may qualify for this money, it's an opportunity for people to become first-time home buyers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nungesser. Mr. Henry?
Arthur Henry. Mr. Nungesser, as a citizen of the parish, lifelong citizen, and I respect you. I respect you to the highest. But in your projects, your projects, I'm not going to agree with some of them. But what's the status on this courthouse? It just seems like the administration is dragging your foot here, man. We got the money. What's the status? The people it's in limbo. Let us know what's happening, man. We don't discuss this. I don't get you here to talk about it, but
Mr. Henry.
I'm here today. I need to see what's up with that.
Would you like an answer?
No, he the president. He needs to answer.
Okay. We put it out for bid, professional
Yeah, we did.
service. We do that for 30, 45 days. The packages came in. The council expressed an interest to sit on the selection committee. Mr. Griffin and Mr. Marinovich are going to be on a selection committee to narrow those firms down. They will then ask those firms to come in and make a presentation to the full council, and I believe the other elected officials, that judges, to look at what they are presenting, and then a final selection will be made. That's the process, and we're
I
moving
understand
forward.
the process, but process also, to me, I've been around there a long time. When something want to get done quick, it gets done quick, fast, in a hurry. But when it don't want to get done, it gets dragged on forever, seem like. This is a long process here. Hey, we need to speed this process up. Hey, we've been in Plaquemines all our life. Puntler has been the capital of Plaquemines. We have no capital of Plaquemines. The courthouse been down ever since it burned down, and it seems like there's no initiative or no rush to get this done. We need a capital here. It failed. Belchase can't be the capital. It failed. I live in Belchase. I love Belchase. But hey, it failed. Let's get it back in Puntler. Let's do what we got to do. Let's get this ball rolling. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be always on you about it. I'm going to be on you about it.
Virgie Uncle, East Bank resident. I didn't know the topic of the courthouse was coming up at this moment, so since Mr. Henry brought it up, Mr. Nungesser, I would like to address something about it. We, the East Bank members, asked about a meeting in reference to the courthouse. We asked Councilman Griffin to meet with the residents, and there was a refusal of that. You know, he did not want to meet, and we just would like to ask him what was the reason for not meeting with the residents. Do you have a specific reason why you did not want to meet with us?
Mr. Griffin. Point of order. You want to call a point of order? Huh?
Well,
So as I said, Mr. Henry was the one who brought up the courthouse. I thought he was, so since the topic is up, maybe we could discuss it.
Let me just say this about that issue. I did meet with 3 gentlemen.
Beg your pardon?
Hold up. I did meet with 3 gentlemen. One was your son, and our warden, Mr. Tennyson, and Mr. Joy Frederick.
Yeah,
I explained my situation at that time, and that's all I have to say until I get it on the agenda.
Oh, that's all you have to say? Because Auburn is here, and I know you met with my son, who could not give me any information of what was talked about, and he could not be here. And also Joe Frederick, I know you met with Joe also. So you say you're gonna hold this for a while?
Yeah.
So you will speak on it today, right? Am I right?
Beg your pardon?
You will speak on it today?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay.
Not today, it's not on the agenda. It is not on the agenda for today. So I guess we good?
Mr. Chairman,
Done?
Mr. Nungesser, concerning Port Eads, you said we've sent out requests for proposals and we've received them back?
we received none back.
Okay, I misunderstood you then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The insurance requirement, based on what legal was telling me because of the value of that facility, made it almost, you know, we thought that going in, what we would have to require someone to carry, the numbers just, it's almost impossible to make a profit, because we would have to make sure the parish's investment there was covered. And what we were put together, we didn't, you know, it was a long shot that we would get someone that would be willing to take on that expense with, you know, it being a seasonal facility.
So the request for proposal, just what was it for?
It was to operate the facility like it was under contract, to see if anyone had an interest in operating that facility as a marina to support economic development, tourism, and fishing industry in Plaquemines Parish.
And you mentioned something about a nonprofit organization that we would get to appoint members to?
Well, what we did way back when we made that recommendation to council, and they said, well, no, we want to go out for proposal, so we did that first. We held up on that. The reason we looked at some of the other entities that operate for municipalities, and, you know, the benefit to the parish of having that facility, having boats here from all over the world fish out of Plaquemines Parish, it's an asset and it's a value to the parish. Will it make money without donations from, you know, businesses and people to sponsor tournaments? You know, I think a break even is more like it if we're lucky. So to have a nonprofit operate it, people that are familiar with that business, and hopefully we'll get some of the marina people and fishing people passionate about making it work and help oversee that operations. That was the plan.
Okay, when you said that we would be able to appoint, the council would be able to appoint members to the nonprofit, that leads me to believe that a nonprofit has already been chosen or already exists?
No, we would form, and we asked, I believe your attorneys were working on it, to form a nonprofit that would have a cooperative endeavor agreement with the parish to operate Port East for the benefit of tourism, economic development, to benefit Plaquemines Parish.
So this nonprofit does not exist today?
No, I believe they were working on the paperwork to get the paperwork in line. Should you all support this, to get it done, file the paperwork, appoint the board members, and move forward to, and then they would hire the company.
Excuse me.
But at this time, a nonprofit does not exist, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me 1 second. I just want to mention also, that's one of the things we'll be discussing when we go into executive session.
Okay.
It's on the agenda for today.
Reverend Tyrone Edwards, you know I'm from the best bank, so I don't have to say that. But what I'm trying to understand with this nonprofit, because we had this on the council agenda several times before, Mr. Nungesser, so the nonprofit organization, they will control who get a lease on the property and would deal with all the lease and everything that, so they would manage the whole project in itself, because that's what's confusing to me.
Well, I think the board would be appointed by the council and take direction from the council. I would suspect they would go out and solicit people. We've got a list of people that have been calling about leasing slips out there. It's a seasonal thing. And then, of course, I believe, I forget the name of the organization that used to lease one of the camps, and they would come up with, their mission would be to rent that facility, lease the slips, lease out bed space to best benefit Plaquemines Parish tourism industry. So I don't know the best mechanism for doing that, but I think if we appoint people that have that experience, we would get a good group of people from Plaquemines that would put that plan together. I'm not the guy to do that.
What I'm trying to find out, what is the benefit for nonprofit organizations being on it? Are they just, whether the parish government oversee it, if a nonprofit organization is on that, do they receive money from it? I mean, who controls the funds?
The money would go into the nonprofit to operate the marina. Obviously, if it made a profit, council would have the ability to take that money for other things if they need it. But the reason for the nonprofit and looking across the coast at operating facilities that, you know, aren't a good business per se for making money, is the nonprofit allows you to take donations for tournaments and events down there to promote the parish. That's the mechanism behind the nonprofit to operate it. It also gives you the ability to have the people sitting on that board that have knowledge of how to make that work.
My last question, I guess for me to understand it, could you give me a name of, you say there's some other parishes where nonprofit is running, you know, marinas or something like Podi's, that maybe, you know, I can find out from them how they operate? Because you're saying there were some other people
You know,
saying was doing that.
I'll tell you who brought it to my attention. Mike Butler, Renee Cross, Jimmy Huff, and several of the other guys that fish down there. They came from them saying that's the way, it's the only way to make Port Eves work. It's not going to be a profitable thing for the parish, but if we form a board, nonprofit, they've been involved in the partnerships that have promoted tournaments across the Gulf Coast, and that's how they work.
And so they're saying that in other areas, they're seeing that work. And I was
Yes.
just finding, what are those other areas so we can, talk to them?
And
see
Mr.
how it
Edwards, since we talked about this over a year ago, I've asked if there's any other ideas or better options. I'm all ears, but we're running out of time because we're going to be handed the keys, and the place is going to get vandalized, and we need to, you know, we don't want to miss another fishing season. And we have not purchased anything from the list of monies available from FEMA for inside, because we wanted that group to make sure it's done, that money spent in the best way to promote and make that facility work. And I don't have any expertise in that, and I don't think, and I know no one on my staff does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Audrey South on Harrington, Louisiana. Mr. Nungesser, my question would be, how would that board be comprised? Will each councilman be allowed to recommend a name, or just how will the board be comprised?
Well, that's for this council to decide. I recommended a board of 5 or 7 people, just so you didn't have so many people, but it's up, you could do one from each district, you could do one at large from the parish president, whatever y'all would decide the best makeup would be. That's for the council to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Rodriguez, 143 Reynolds Lane, East Point, Lahash. I have one question for Mr. Maranovich. You said that the courthouse isn't on the agenda today, correct?
Correct?
How do we get it on the agenda?
What do you want to put on the agenda?
I want to bring up, when is this thing going to be built?
Would you like, I know Mr. Henry didn't want to hear what I had to say, but I'm going to tell you what I had. Me and Mr. Nungesser had a little disagreement about this, but I've spoken to most of the elected officials, and something we're looking at right now that I'm going to propose is, we've got a very, very short committee right now with me and Mr. Griffin and two members that Mr. Nungesser's mentioned. And what I'm going to offer, and I'm going to send out this week that we've been working on, is probably having all the stakeholders involved, which would be the 9 council members and some of the parish-wide elected officials, looking at the RFQ process. We have 17 people that have come in and put, offered their services. And what we'll probably do is have them pick, maybe say top 5, and then forward all this to the parish president's office, let him see what we've got, have them tabulate the results, see what cream rises to the top, which companies this would be for A&E, actually architectural engineering, and go from there. We haven't worked the complete process out, but it's something we plan on doing today, in the next couple of days, and getting this done, and get started on going ahead and getting somebody to design the courthouse. So we are actually making some movement. This is not something we plan on waiting on for months and months. I didn't want to make a big general announcement because we haven't worked out all the details yet, but that is something we are working on right now, and I've been very busy with the past couple of weeks.
So it will be brought up at a future meeting?
What do you want brought up?
Well, just discussion, what we planning on doing.
What we're
about
doing
it.
right now is we're in the RFQ process. We have 17 companies that came in and gave us, options that, they want to come in and do the work for us. XYZ, architectural engineer, and whoever they may be. There's 17 different companies. The only thing we have to do is go through the process and pick those companies. Mr. Nungesser proposed a way of doing it. It wasn't a bad idea, but I'm looking at something to maybe expand it and have all input from all the stakeholders. And either way, we're going to have this resolved within the next couple of weeks. Now, if we go with the idea that I have, Mr. Nungesser still has the option to come in and differ with his opinion and offer both of them, and we'll pick a company, and they'll start designing immediately. I have no reason not to. And once that's designed, then we'd have to go out for, once we have something designed of what we're going to build, what it's going to look like, how much square footage, the whole thing, then we'll obviously go into a build phase then, and we'll have to go out for proposals on that.
Okay?
So we are taking action on it. It's not something we hadn't made a general announcement because we haven't worked out all the details yet, but the RFQ process is over with.
Yeah, because at the Martin Luther King celebration, our councilman told us the groundbreaking would be in September. And here September is about halfway through. Isn't that right, Mr. Griffin?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Benny Roussel, 1012 Epsilon Street. The items on the courthouse issue, there are two items today on the agenda, S&T, which moves a total of $3.6 million from the courthouse funds to other projects. So is my understanding that when those two items come up today, that they'll either be deferred or that there will be discussion allowing the public to enter comments on the courthouse, since it's taking money directly away from the courthouse?
Good, huh? Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
So I think the correct answer for the people that are here for the courthouse issue is that it is on the agenda today and that they can speak on it.
But not at this time.
But they will be able to. Second comment.
Yeah, Mr. Griffin, you plan on bringing these items up today? Or those two items, what the courthouse money, the $3.6 million? Yes.
Thank you. And the second comment I have is that if you're going to enter into this nonprofit group to run the Port Eads facility, I would ask you to be very cautious and not have any conflicts with the individuals that you put on the board that are already in business that would be competing with this facility or have conflicts in that area. And from the names that I've heard, it seems to me that there would be conflicts with some of those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Warren Lawrence, on the Port Eads, I just have one question, was for the public that's not been here their whole lives. How was it operated before? This is not a new facility. Was it just operated by the parish, or did we have a contract with someone? How did it get to this point that now it's going to be a nonprofit to operate it? Port Eads has been there. How did it operate in the past?
I need to answer that.
I will. I'll answer you, Mr. Lawrence. As an individual who is a lifelong person that fished there, it has been done both ways. For many years after Hurricane Camille, when Port Eads was rebuilt after Hurricane Camille, it was actually run by the Plaquemines Parish government. The government hired people to live and work there. And I would say at some point, along about 1975 or 76, that wasn't working out. They were having trouble keeping people that wanted to live down there and run the marina. I mean, as you can imagine, it's some 30 miles from Venice. The only way to access it is by boat or helicopter or airplane. So it was very, very difficult. And like all of the other parish boat harbors, it was not a profitable business for the parish to be in. It lost money. So at some point along about 75, 76, give or take a year, they went to a process whereby they leased it to a private individual who ran it. And I can't answer to the success or failure of the marina at that time, but it was not a good deal. It was not run very professionally. So it's been done both ways. The parish has had people on staff to live there and run it, and it has been leased to a private individual.
Benny Russelli, and I'd like to make a clarification, and that is that the slips were always leased by the parish, and that the fuel dock was leased to an individual, and the camp was leased to the Big Game Fishing Club, which I assume is the same
group that you're talking about giving it to now. So there's a hybrid of operations the way it operated. And again, I made the comment last time is that if you have a security issue, you put the Port Authority down there, which is an ideal location, and you don't have to go through this.
Mr. Chairman, I just make one comment.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's y'all's decision who you put on the board. I don't think, and I am in favor of seeing the marina operators from Venice because they know the people down there that can work and who can do the job, and they know those operations, and we get their expertise at no cost if they would be willing to serve. And I don't believe there is any conflict of interest. Anybody that leases a slip at Port Eves does not say, well, I'm going to go to Venice or Port Eves. They keep their boat in Venice, and when they go in fishing, they stay out in Port Eves for 3 days a week fishing. They have a slip at both or another marina. Nobody keeps their boat at Port Eves, and I've talked to everybody that was on that list. There's no competition, and you absolutely fuel up in Venice, but when you're out fishing, you go in because of fuel, because of the cost of getting fuel to Port Eves is a lot more expensive at Port Eves. So the refueling at Port Eves, rather than run further upriver, is a lot more expensive. So what it does is it brings boats from Florida, even up the East Coast. We've got one boat from Australia that wants to slip there because they're on the fish. Their boat time from the coast of Florida is several hours. If they can spend a week out there at Port Eves, they're on the fish in a lot shorter time, burning less fuel. So the reason the two marinas, if it was competition, they would be calling me every week saying we want to get it open. It is a magnet for fishing vessels from all over the coast and all over the world because the ability to fish within an hour as opposed to 3 to 6 hours from other marinas. So it's an asset and a team effort to make it work. So I disagree with that, but that'll be y'all's decision.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Nungesser. Let me see your agenda real quick. Let's move to item 2, bids and advertisements. Here it is, I'm sorry. Thanks for that.
Good afternoon. I'm Brenda Stanifer, Plaquemines Parish Purchasing Agent. I have a resolution authorizing acceptance of bids for the disposal of scrap metal for a period of 2 years. After due
Brenda.
bids were received. I'm sorry? It's on.
We
Can
can't
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, we can.
After due advertisements, bids were received August 27, 2013 from the following: All Scrap Metals of Kenner, Uptown Recycling of New Orleans, Environmental Operators of Belchase. Mr. Byron Williams, Director of Public Service, recommends the acceptance of the high bidder of Uptown Recycling.
And Ms. Brenda, I noticed they were the high bidder, so I'm going to make a motion and we accept this bid. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Gui. Any comment or question? Hearing none, the machine is open. Mr. Gui. The bid is accepted, 8-0. Continue, Ms. Stanifer.
Okay, I have a resolution authorizing acceptance of bids for furnishing water meters with flange-to-flange direct read for a period of 1 year for use by the Water Department. After due advertisements, bids were received September 3rd, 2013 from the following: Colbert Supply of Harvey, Louisiana Utilities of Metairie, HD Supply Waterworks of Metairie, Zener Performance of Addison, Texas. Mr. Byron Williams, Director of Public Service, recommends the acceptance of the low bid of Zener Performances.
I'll second. And I also noticed this was just a little bit, about $315, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open. Bid is accepted, 8-0. Continue, Ms. Brenda.
I have a resolution authorizing acceptance of bids for furnishing chemicals for a period of 1 year for use by the Water Sewer Department. After due advertisements, bids were received September 3rd, 2013, from Paladon of Georgia, Brentag Southwest of Texas, and DPC of Reserve, Louisiana. Mr. Byron Williams, Director of Public Service, recommends the acceptance of the low bid of Paladon for item number 1, the low bid of Brentag Southwest for items number 2, and the low bid of DPC for items numbers 3 and 4.
Thank you, Ms. Brando. Make a motion. Second by Dr. Gouy. Any comment or question? Machine's open. Bid is accepted, 8-0. Continue, Ms. Brando.
A resolution authorizing the acceptance of bids for furnishing recreation equipment for 1 year for use by the Recreation Department. After due advertisements, bids were received September 3rd, 2013, as follows. Staples Sporting Goods of Gretna, BSN of Texas, Smith Sporting Goods of Slidell, S&S Worldwide of Connecticut, Rydell Sports of Texas, Bill Fritz of North Carolina, Pyramid School Products of Florida, and Aluminum Athletic Equipment of Pennsylvania. Mr. Corey Bowie of the Recreation Department and Mr. Byron Williams, Director of Public Service, recommends the acceptance of the overall low bid of Staples Sporting Goods and the overall low bid of Smith Sporting Goods for the items detailed within.
Thank you, Ms. Brando. I'll make a motion to accept the bid. Seconded by Mr. Lapine. Any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open. The bid is accepted, 8-0. You have one more phone, Ms. Brando?
One more, I've been busy. A resolution authorizing acceptance of bids for furnishing generators for a period of 1 year. After due advertisement, bids were received September 3rd, 2013, as follows. American Generators of Miami, Florida, Taylor Power of Geismar, 4D Solution of Mississippi, NREC of Belchase, Orco Power Systems of Baton Rouge, Louisiana Cat of Reserve, and Regan Power of Harvey, Louisiana. Mr. Byron Williams, Director of Public Service, recommends acceptance of the low bid for items number 2 and 9, and the overall low bid of Taylor Power Systems for items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
I'll make a motion, we accept them. Second. Second, Mr. Edgecombe. Do you have any comment or question about these? Mr. Arthur?
What type of generators are these?
These are different size generators, 55 kW all the way up to 600 kWs.
I thought they were small ones, okay.
No, sir.
Okay.
Any other comment or question? Hearing none, the machine is open. And the bid is accepted, 8-0. Ms. Brenda, I'd like to commend you on, I know we had an issue last year about the fencing, and I really appreciate the fact that y'all have taken the extra time to go out and accept different bids from different people on different items, which lowers the cost of the parish, and I appreciate your diligence in this matter. Okay, with that, we will move to...
Mr. Chairman, any objection to moving to 7C? Got a lady in the audience that has an agenda item, but there's a discussion on 7C.
Let's see, what is it? Let's just move to item 7C.
I'm going to read it.
Sorry, you got this one?
All right, we'll move to item 7C. Discussion regarding the St. Thomas Lane in Port Sulphur. Councilman Turner?
Ms. Phyllis, would you come to the podium? Just a brief explanation. What we have is down St. Thomas Lane, and just to let you know what that is,
As you're traveling south, on the left is St. Joseph Lane, to the right is St. Thomas Lane. Many of you might know we used to call it the Flamingo Lane, and right across the street you had St. Joseph Church, but the lane is St. Thomas. And Miss Phyllis lives at the end of that lane. If you recall, back in 2007, we passed legislation to put in a water line because after Katrina, they only put 1 meter junction at the head of the lane, and the residents were told that they would have to run their water line in a ditch, and if you lived on the opposite side of the street, that you were to dig a trench under the road. And so we've had a couple of people actually cut a trench through the road just to get service. And when we first brought it up, it passed. Then after it passed, there was a push, and then there was an attempt to cancel it. So it remained, and we were able to get the water line in. But where Miss Phyllis lives, the very end of that street, I'm going to guess maybe about 100 feet, was never completed. The entire road was never completed. So what they're faced with is a constant mess, and legislation 600 is to deal with the appropriation for St. Thomas Lane, but Ms. Phyllis requested that she would be on the agenda, so I'd like to give her an opportunity to speak and shed some light on her situation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, again, my name is Phyllis Anderson, and I do reside down St. Thomas Lane. And as Councilman Turner was stating, the road only comes halfway. There are major potholes in it, and where I stay, which is towards the end, on rainy days, I don't get garbage picked up because they don't want to drive through the slop. Mail is never delivered to my house because they don't want to drive through the slop. I sometimes my own self have to park in my neighbor's yard just so I can walk to my own. Right now, if you were to drive down this lane, you can't even find a fire hydrant because it's hidden behind bushes. At night, if you were to come for an emergency, you wouldn't find anything because there are no street lights. And I would just like some attention to be addressed to this because I actually purchased my property in 2000 and have been fighting for the road to be finished since then.
Let me ask you a question. Mr. Turner, do we not have something on the agenda today about extending the lane? I think one of the ordinances you have. Do we not have something on the agenda already today?
Yes, that's what I was saying. So I wanted
Just
to
wanted
have
her
a
to make it-
discussion,
understand.
and then I'm going to want to move to 600 for the
Well,
actual,
I've got so many things before we do that, but go ahead and let her finish if you will.
for the actual funding of the project.
Okay, and that was basically, my main concern, the completing of the road, getting the fire hydrant, because you can't find the fire hydrant, and there are no street lights. So right now, if there's something happened at my home this night, the fire department wouldn't be able to find a fire hydrant. If it was a wet, rainy night, they wouldn't be able to come to my yard to put out a fire, because that's the condition of where you have to get to my home.
Yes, ma'am. Like I mentioned to Mr. Turner, I believe he has something on the agenda today to address the road. We have no mention of fire hydrants or lights yet, but he does have the road project done, and that might get the other things moved forward for you also at a later date.
Okay.
Okay?
So, Ms. Phyllis, what's going to happen, the administration, they're listening in. They're going to check into the situation with the fire hydrant, making sure that the fire trucks would have access to it. And I'm not sure how soon we're going to move to the agenda item, but I'm requesting $250,000 to finish that project. And we'll see if the council approves it. Hopefully they will.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You good, Mr. Turner? Okay, let's move to item 3B, and liquor licenses.
Negative.
PB?
It's not.
Liquor license. None? Okay, I have one from... I have a 3-day liquor permit and also permission to use Fort Jackson for the 2013 Orange Festival on December 6th, 7th, and 8th to receive, delivery, and sell liquor beer on those respective days. Ms. Turner? Liquor license, Ms. Cooper. Okay, this only one have, I'll make a motion. Second by Mr. Griffin. Do you have any question or comment about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open. And the license and permission is granted. Anything? let's move to, okay, we're going to move to item 6KK, a resolution authorizing and approving a one-time partial variance to the permitting guidelines of the Plaquemines Parish Bar Pit Ordinance Number 12-238 for application only to the bar pit, commonly referred to and known as Plaquemines Dirt and Clay. Do we have an address on this one? Kim, where's your changes? Changes. Okay. Okay, it located at 2222 Highway 23, Point LaHash, Louisiana. And also, I'm going to offer this with changes in subsection B, between property and Plaquemines Dirt and Clay. We're going to add, and said cause of action arises out of the ordinances and permit variances set forth in the resolution and permit variance agreement. And with that, I'll offer and ask for a second. Huh? Yes, sir, 6KK. I'll
Where's
offer and
that
ask for a
change?
second. Huh?
You offer it with the change, where's the change?
The change I just read to you.
And I'm asking where, I didn't hear it, so I'm asking
Oh,
where.
no, I'm sorry, in subsection B, between property and Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, it's not numbered, Mr. Turner, but it's 5 lines down into the paragraph. Found it?
And what are you inserting there?
Again, and said cause of action arises out of the ordinance and permit variances set forth in the resolution and permit variance agreement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rathburn.
I'll offer and ask for a second.
What's that change?
Second one, Mr. Griffin.
What's the purpose?
We've had some, without making a lot of comment on this, we've had some issues in the past. The company claiming they were grandfathered in. We've been going back and forth about fencing requirements. Mr. Rathburn could probably answer more questions than I can. Basically, the only variances that we're really giving here that I can see is they're not going to be fencing the water side of the property, and one side of the property is already dug with another adjoining pit operator. The other thing we'll be exempting is the backfill requirements for work that's going to be done on not just the levee work, but also on federal, state, and local land projects. I did make it clear with the attorney this morning that I do fully intend to go after them. If I catch any dirt coming off the property, it's not going to be backfilled to be used for any kind of private or residential work. And he said he completely understood that. Yes, we also have a blank at the top on the preamble. It'll be the same thing at it's 22-220, is that a 6? I'm sorry, it's 2022 Highway 23, West Point LaHash. That'll go into the preamble. Do we have any comment or question about this one?
I just have one comment. A borrow pit should always be backfilled.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Ms. Cooper?
Okay, so they're applying for their permits now, and they want a variance. And explain that to me again. They don't want to fence this borrow pit in?
No, ma'am. What we did was, we're going to give them a variance, so they're not, yeah, let Ken address this. He can probably explain it a little better than me. But from what I understand, we're not fencing in the water side of the property, okay? And we're not fencing between the adjoining pit operator. We'll be fencing the highway and any sides that anybody would have public access to by land.
Okay, and I have another question. Backfill requirements. They want us to give them a variance where they don't have to fill in this property after they're finished with the borrow pit? Is that it?
Wait, that's a two-part question, Ms. Cooper. If you don't mind me breaking it down,
Okay.
I'll do so. Their legal position, and that's what we're talking about, the avoidance of litigation in this matter, because as you know, the Plaquemines Dirt and Clay issue is slightly different than some of the other ones that we're talking about because they've been operating quite a while. With regards to the dugout area, that they had at the time we passed this most recent ordinance. Let's call that the first of this year. It was actually about the third that it became final, but that the most recent borrow pit ordinance, their position is threefold. One, that they have, and I'll use the loose term, grandfathered in with regards to the hole they have there already. It's a non-conforming use and again, this isn't necessarily my opinion. This is the argument that's been going back and forth amongst legal, and ultimately, I need to say at first that I have concluded that our chances of winning that litigation are about 50-50, and we're not going to find out the answer as to whether they are right, meaning Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, or what I believe is the right interpretation without spending about $250,000. That's what it's going to cost to litigate this for a 50-50 proposition. Now, returning to what you were asking. So what they are saying is that since they are grandfathered in with the existing size of the dugout area, not the currently undug part that will be dug, because the Corps, as you know, has approved or I think you know, has certified a larger area than they have actually dug out so far. And those undug out areas will go to Plaquemines Parish public projects, whether levees or perhaps highways, if that becomes available, if Highway 23 or whatever. But it will have to remain as a public project in Plaquemines Parish in order for them to avoid the backfill requirement. There are a couple of other items, like Mr. Marinovich said about fencing, since, as you probably know, on the back levee, that's water, so what they have proposed is to put an area that would block off any side access. The whole purpose of the statute was to keep young teenagers or whatever from four-wheeling and falling off into a pit or whatever. So that acts as a natural barrier, and there would not be a fencing requirement for that or any canal work that is, I believe it's 8 feet, at least 8 feet wide or 4 feet deep already. All that said, once they start expanding beyond their current, what I call the footprint, once they start expanding, they do have the ordinance requirement of bonding, of dedicating those soils to those public projects I've already mentioned, of collecting the 3 cents per ton charge for road charge that we put in the ordinance, and those types of issues.
And actually getting a permit.
Right, and they're going to get a permit. If this resolution passes, they're going to have a permit that they've got up here that would say that the permit is circumscribed and related to the agreement that is part of the resolution. There was an agreement that I had the secretary email to all of you guys a couple of days ago, I believe, for your review. And that's really, the agreement, better than anything, spells out by reference to the ordinance what the terms of the compromise and the variance is for between Plaquemines Dirt and Clay.
And also, grandfathered in, if they weren't permitted before today, if it gets passed, how can a company be grandfathered in to any of our rules or ordinances or laws when they weren't a legal permit holder to start with? What gives them the right for a variance? And wait, I have one more question. Any other borrow pits that came before this council, did we give any other ones a variance that they don't have to fill their borrow pits?
Wait, okay, which question do you want me to, I've
Well,
got two
you
now.
don't have to answer the first
Oh,
thing, because the
okay.
first thing, I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I know if I don't have a permit to do business in this parish, and I come after the fact that we changed these rules, how am I going to get grandfathered in when I didn't have my business before you changed these rules? You don't have to talk on that. I know that's a legal issue.
Okay.
I want to know if any other borrow pit owners came before this council, and did we give them a variance that they did not have to fill their borrow pits again when they're finished because they're doing work on our levees? Did we do that to any of them?
After we pass,
let me-
after we
there-
pass the ordinance, Mr. Small, is what you're asking, just to clarify it?
Did any other borrow pit owner come before this council since we changed our borrow pit laws
Okay.
and asked for a variance? Did we give anybody else a variance that they don't have to fill their pits?
Well, and it's timely that you would ask that. Okay, the ordinance was passed right at 7 months ago, maybe 8 now. There is another one that is going to be introduced today for that kind of consideration. There has to be a first one that's seeking a variance. So if you're asking if there's been any other, no. Is this the first one? Yes, it is the first one. It's not the last one that is seeking it.
Because I clearly remember people coming before this council to get borrow pit permits, and this council asking them, do you intend to backfill? The answer was yes, we approved it.
Wait,
Now,
with
unless-
Plaquemines Dirt and Clay?
No, not with Plaquemines
Oh,
Dirt, but I don't care if this is Plaquemines Dirt or Clay or Joe Blow Incorporated that's getting a permit. I want to know the legalities. If we give them a variance, who's going to come next and want a variance? Or who that we already approved is going to want a variance?
There is, as I have noted for you, there is already, as you know, there is federal litigation going on right now wherein the Plaquemines Parish government is named as a defendant by a borrow pit operator, claiming that they do not have to fulfill the current ordinance because the previous ordinance where they did get their permit was unconstitutional. That's their legal position.
But they were a permit holder already when we changed the rules,
I
correct?
apologize.
Were they a permit holder already when we changed the ordinances for the borrow pits? That person that you're talking about now?
Yes,
Or did
and-
they come after the fact and want to be grandfathered in?
No, they're not wanting to be grandfathered in, but they are wanting a variance. They did get their permit. They got it before the latest change to the ordinance, meaning they got their permit before 7, 8 months ago. And they are seeking a variance. That isn't the one up
On
for
here
vote right
today?
now. I apologize.
It's on, somebody else has an ordinance in here
It's going to be an
today?
introduction, Ms. Marlin.
So it's an introduction?
I apologize.
Okay, all right, you've answered my question, thank you.
Okay.
Let me chime in. Let me make sure I'm understanding. So are you saying that this company already received the permit?
No, sir.
Wait, no, I was being asked separate questions, Mr. Turner. Ms. Cooper was asking me about, was there anyone else that we have granted and has sought a variance?
Gotcha.
And all I was trying to make her, I was trying to advise her of, is that although this is the first request, this is not the last, and there's one that's about to come up and be requested. So no, I am not trying to say that Plaquemines Dirt and Clay did have a permit, but Plaquemines Dirt and Clay's position has been they didn't need to have a permit.
And that is currently being litigated, correct?
No, it's the other one that they're, with the Citrus Lands litigation right now, which is owned by a different entity than that owned by Plaquemines Dirt and Clay. That Plaquemines Dirt and Clay at present is not in litigation. What I was suggesting to the council is they need to consider whether or not they want to get into a $250,000 piece of litigation with Plaquemines Dirt and Clay over these issues.
Okay. My understanding as it stands right now, that there is already enough dirt designated by the Corps as far as what's needed for the levees. And if I understood Mr. Nungesser correctly, that the cost now is going to be able to cover the entire, with the new standard, is going to be able to cover the entire unfederalized area. When we passed the last back ordinance, borrow pit ordinance, we did so with the idea that we didn't have enough dirt in order to do the job, and we needed to pass this ordinance, and we only did it for a designated area, right? So we selected an area, the area that's been selected, the citrus land area, where Plaquemines Dirt and Clay is on one boundary and traveling north, we excluded them from the ordinance in that if they use it for the federalized levy or the public levy system, then they wouldn't have to backfill. The whole issue, we went round and round, was about backfilling. Is that correct? The issue was backfilling.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the compromise, which I didn't agree with, but the compromise was done so that we would have enough dirt in order to be able to complete the project. Now, my sources are telling me that the amount of dirt that's needed, the borrow pits that had already been approved, has enough dirt. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's another borrow pit that they're going to be asking for across from Ironton and Myrtle Grove. And if we already have enough dirt, if Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, if we already have enough dirt, then why give anybody a variance unless they backfill? Why give a variance?
Okay.
I'm saying there's no need to give a variance. And
I was waiting for you.
Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, if Plaquemines Dirt and Clay feels that they have a case, if they feel they're grandfathered in, let them do what they have to do. But for us to let them sue us, because that's what you were insinuating, that they would end up taking us to court and sue us, and we have a 50-50 chance. What I'm saying, take the 50-50 chance, because we get nothing out of this. There is no, when there's a compromise, there's a win-win. So the only win that you're saying is that the fact that we wouldn't have to go to court. What other win is there?
Okay, may I?
In a compromise, yes. Now listen.
Okay. You said a couple of things. One, you said you've been advised, you have a source that says
Yes.
we have enough dirt.
Yes.
What I would ask first is, I haven't seen that, and I've been watching this fairly carefully.
And Ken,
Mr.
let
Turner.
me weigh in here real quick. I talked to Blair Rittman this morning, and even though I've got an introduction today to do a borrow pit moratorium, we may have to hang on to this for a little while, because I'm finding out there may be some additional levy areas or some areas that we'll be going up higher on, and that might not be the case. That 32 million yards might not be the cap.
And one other point I might add is this. I would be willing to assume that your source that is counting these yards of what is available has counted Plaquemine Dirt and Clay's soils as part of its calculation to say we've got enough dirt. So the very entity we're talking about perhaps not providing a variance to, I believe is part of the soils you are counting as saying we've got enough to backfill, to fulfill our need for the levies. And without that, we don't have enough for sure, and I just have to, in addition to that, question the source, because everything I've looked at thus far has indicated we don't have enough, particularly unless we are willing to wait years and years and years to get this done, because it's not so much the dirt that's in the ground, it's the processing that takes the longest bit of time. And if we're going to meet the Corps' needs, I think more pits and more soil coming out is better. But that goes more to the moratorium that I believe that you may be introducing.
The issue is the backfill. So more pits without backfilling, it's not better.
Well, I thought the issue was levees, and that's why I'm trying to say that the more soil available for levees is better. I thought the issue of backfilling had already been addressed in our initial ordinance that we passed, where we said we wouldn't require the backfilling as long as the soils were going for the levees.
But the issue is there's enough soil available for the levees, and the ordinance that we've passed was based on, I think, maybe digging 30 feet, 35 feet, and when the Corps stated that they had enough soil, that was based on, I believe, on 20 feet. And so it's almost double the amount that they thought they had, if not double, at least 50% more. What I'm saying is, I don't see the need for us to issue a variance. One, this company, my understanding is that they haven't just been using the dirt for levees, and therefore, with our ordinance in place saying that if you're not going to use it for levees, then you're to backfill. That is the current ordinance today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they have not, so they have continued to dig without any expectation of backfilling. I don't see the need for us. There is no compromise if there's not a mutual gain on both parties. For there to be a gain just on one party, and the only gain is that we don't go to court, that's not a gain.
That is not the only gain, though.
Again,
what's
because
the
you
other
also fall in the fold of being permitted.
Any additional soils outside of the current footprint that they have are going to go to levies and public projects.
That's the law anyway.
I'm sorry?
But that's the law anyway.
Well,
The law is levies only.
that's part of the argument, whether they are subject to the current ordinance. I understand, but that's a big assumption to say right now that they are subject to what the law is right now. That's their whole argument, Mr. Turner. It's not just a fact of, oh, we're going to go to litigation if you don't agree with this. They do have an argument, and that's where the 50-50 comes in. Are we right in our interpretation saying they are subject to that, or are they correct in their interpretation that says they are not subject to the current ordinance?
And
Hey,
so by,
excuse me, can I let Ms. Cooper just weigh in 1 second?
one last comment.
Well, you can-
Go ahead.
But by granting it, I'm saying there's no real compromise there. There's no win for us.
Look,
You say the only win is that they would be following our ordinance.
Mr. Turner, I mean, I think that when we first adopted this borrow pit ordinance, I think I shared with everybody on that council that there was going to be litigation involved with it. And I disagree with Mr. Rathborn with regards to the percentages. I've studied this thing hard, and I don't have a dog in this hunt, but I think that if this thing is litigated, we're going to lose, and it's going to cost us a ton of money, and we're going to be subjected to damages. So I think that this is a compromise where we come out and we win on this compromise.
Ms. Cooper, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I will respectfully disagree with the conclusion, but the point is there is a risk.
Thank you, sir.
In the permit variance agreement, E, it says, "To the extent that Plaquemines Clay and Dirt remains compliant with the terms of this agreement, the entire 570-acre Plaquemines Dirt and Clay operation shall be exempt from any backfill requirements." I just feel that the last 6 years we've been working on this borrow pit ordinance, and we finally got it where we want all borrow pits in this parish to backfill. We don't want holes in this parish, open holes, because of safety, because of environmental issues. And now, with this one variance, we're going to be defeating our purpose on finally getting our borrow pit issue regulated the way we want it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, but can I just explain the difference in the variance so we understand where we're at? We're not going to be arguing this grandfathering without a permit anymore. They will have to fall under all permit requirements. The variances we give, correct me if I'm wrong, the variance we're giving is they're not fencing the back part of the property where the water is. That's one variance. Second would be we're giving them a variance to not fence between the other property owner who's already digging a hole. The other one is we're not giving a variance not to backfill at all. The variance is we're adding the addition of public road projects, I believe was the only thing for state and local road projects. And there is no other variance. They are not allowed to take dirt and sell it to Marinovich subdivision or Ms. Cooper to build a hotel on or anything else, because if we catch them doing that, that will have to be backfilled. They're not exempt from backfill at that point. Am I correct?
Well, Mr. Marinovich, let me read you E again. "To the extent that Plaquemines Parish Dirt and Clay remains compliant with the terms of this agreement, the entire 570-acre Plaquemines Clay and Dirt operation shall be exempt from any backfill requirement."
Yes, ma'am, but let me finish
I
reading.
couldn't hardly hear what you were
Upon
saying about
violation of
roads.
Wait, let me finish. Let me read the whole thing. Upon violation of terms agreed to herein, Plaquemines Dirt and Clay shall be held liable under and required to completely comply with all the mandates of ordinance number 12-238.
The current ordinance, Ms. Cooper, is not that everybody, I know you said we've been working for 6 years to make, we don't want a bunch of holes, and we've been wanting to have everybody backfill, but that was the argument when the prior ordinance that is now passed was presented by Mr. Turner, and I believe you, but that one failed because, in fact, pursuant to the current ordinance, if you do dedicate your soils to the levee, let's use I call it the WIN, that's the most recent permitted one that I recall, where the winds came in, and if, in fact, they sell all their dirts to the levee, there's going to be holes there. They're not going to have to backfill.
That's why I was asking you about somebody that came before us before. Didn't they come before us and only a percentage of their borrow pit
Who?
is not required the winds? Is that the one? I remember somebody coming in here and because it was levee work or something? Am I wrong?
I don't
wrong?
I apologize.
I don't believe we gave a variance at all.
They didn't have to fill the whole thing?
I think that they're saying the winds came in and fulfilled all of the permit requirements, and they were granted a permit, so they do not have to backfill so long as all the soil that they sell goes to the levees.
Why? Because we gave them a variance, and if that's
No,
how the current
no.
law, if that's how the current law stands, why do we have to put this variance in here?
Because they have already dug some soils that had not been permitted, okay? They already had the winds didn't have a hole in the ground that had been operating. The Plaquemines Dirt and Clay has one in the ground and has said their position has been that they are a non-conforming use and therefore not subject to the current ordinance.
Okay, I'm finished.
Mr. Rathburn, we'll be passing something that we won't be able to enforce. Let me paint a picture. You've got one pit right here, right, that we're saying that you can free will it, you can use it as you see fit because you're grandfathered in. And then right here, we've got another pit that we're saying, well, you have to use this just for levees. The truck's coming out of one gate. How will you be able to police that?
Because part of the agreement requires, if you look at the agreement, that they have to present us with a survey to tell us how much soil remains to be dug out of the currently existing pit. And then you can just do as you would any other inspection. You can account for how much was sold out of there, and to the extent that it exceeds what was in the currently existing hole, it better have gone to the levees and to the public projects.
Well, if you want to check the sources, you can check the sources. I'll get you the information. So if we've reached a point where we've already designated enough soil, even if they're included, right, because they're not following the ordinance anyway. And so what you're telling me is if they're going to continue to dig in their current footprint, then there's no gain to us. But if we pass a moratorium on new pits or expansion until we make a determination as to whether or not we have enough soil, then there's no loss.
What basis?
They have the same argument. They can argue that all day. They can go to court, do whatever they want. But if
I'm willing to address this about the moratorium if you like.
Let me make one other comment on the moratorium, then I'll address
Okay.
it. If we make a changes, when we passed the first moratorium, it was because we were evaluating the ordinance. Is that correct?
Could you
That's
repeat?
correct.
I apologize. Could you repeat that?
When we passed the first moratorium concerning the borrow pit ordinance, we did so because we were in an evaluation process. We were evaluating the current ordinance as to how we were going to make changes to it.
That's accurate.
Right. And so, the fact that we would be evaluating our ordinance, the same scenario as we did before, to make changes to it, a moratorium is then valid. We're not doing it to stop competition. Right now, we've got a 30-foot, I think 30 or 35-foot depth that we can go to. If we want to reevaluate that and say we want it to be 20, or we want to use what the Corps was using as a standard, we have every right to do that, and it's not based on competition. So on what grounds would we not be able to hold a moratorium?
Okay.
If we evaluating the ordinance.
Wait.
I'm listening.
Okay. If I will address the moratorium issue then. The issue is as follows, and I say this respectfully. I have yet to see a single scintilla of scientific, factual, expert, any consultant claim that we have enough soil to fill the levees. Now, if that exists, I would ask you to please forward it to me, and then that might make me have a more informed decision for such a moratorium. Absent that, it appears that the moratorium is being exercised only to protect the people that currently have a permit without allowing other people that want to compete and sell dirt cheaper and let our levies go further to do so.
But let me correct you on that. And if I'm wrong, if I'm not making a correct assessment, then you let me know. We have that relationship where I can receive it. But here's where I'm saying you're wrong on that. I'm saying you're wrong because the purpose of the moratorium would be to evaluate, not to prohibit competition, but to evaluate what we currently have in place, the same process that we used before. I'm challenging that. I think we should change the depth. That's just one item. So if there are other items that I'd like to see changed in it, that's part of that evaluation process. Are you saying we do not have a right to have a moratorium? Let's say we don't have enough dirt. There's nothing that bars us from having a moratorium to evaluate the legislation we have in place. Forget the availability of dirt.
Excuse me, Mayor, I think we're straying off course here, gentlemen. We're not discussing a moratorium right now.
But can you answer that question?
I'd rather wait till we get to that subject. We're not on a moratorium
But
right
we
now.
won't be on a moratorium because the moratorium is an introduction. So if he doesn't answer it now, think about it.
Please go ahead, Ken.
Okay. I certainly understand your position, but I guess what I would say is I would distinguish the initial moratorium that we went with the one that is currently being considered, because the factual basis and the reasoning for the moratorium the first time around was, in fact, we wanted to pass an ordinance that we were confident that was constitutional because we had just extricated ourselves from some pretty nasty litigation. And and I'm just telling you, that's why the moratorium was put in place, so that at that time, I wasn't able to prepare a comprehensive ordinance in time to make sure that it was completely constitutional. And therefore, I was the one that had asked that I be given a little more time, and the council in its wisdom decided, hey, if we're going to do that, let's just do a moratorium on further permitting. The current moratorium, as I understand it, is because someone is assuming that there is enough soil to go around.
No, forget that.
Okay.
I'm going to be introducing a moratorium, or Mr. Marinovich can introduce it. We all have a copy of it.
Sitting here.
The purpose for me introducing it is, whether we have enough dirt or not, is to reevaluate the standards that we've put in place.
Okay.
And for that reason, we have every right to do so. Wouldn't you say so?
But let's do this, y'all. I'm going to call a point of order here. I think we're straying from the subject on this one.
I'm good.
You good right now? Come on up, Reverend. Eddie, you can come next if you want.
I would agree with Mr. Turner. I would agree with that.
Hang on a second, please.
I'd agree.
You
Mr.
know,
Palazzo.
we came to this council 6 years ago when the bar pit was built next to our house. And the thing that I'm concerned about is that when I hear the council, you're the council attorney, right? All right. When I hear the council attorney, which I would believe would be my attorney, you know, I'm disheartened. You know, I just been dealing with a code upon attorney for the last month with some friends of mine, and it's like you get what you pay for. But I would believe that if I hear a council member, a lawyer telling me that the reason why we need to get rid of this case is because the amount of money it will cost us in litigation, I'm afraid of an attorney that would do that, because I heard that position. The other thing is that what I'm afraid about, because the bar pit next to my house, they've been there for 6 years, they got trees growing in it. And what I'm looking at is that 15 years from now, the roots from those trees coming on my property and unearthing what I'm having. So when we start not having backfill around the parish, where it sounds good, where we worried about whether kids gonna cross over the fence, hell, I ain't thinking about no kids crossing over the fence. I'm looking at the structure or the foundation of the community and the soil that people houses who are adjacent next to that. And I'm also concerned that most of all the time is around where poor people who can't defend themselves. So when rich companies in this parish who do business with politicians, They can come in and they know once they get them that we're going to take you to court, they're going to win all the time. And seem like to me that's where we at today with this issue, is that those who have money can win because they can take you to court, and the people that's supposed to represent you going to tell the council that we need to do it because we're looking at the money we're going to pay, but not looking at the future of what's going to happen to our community. And I'm telling you that these borrow pits, that if they're not filled up, and you can put the fence around you all you want, alligators coming in the one where I'm next to at now. They're all on Highway 15. That's a daily occurrence that's taking place. This is serious. We must backfill, and I think to backdoor this with a variance today would defeat the whole purpose that I thought our government body was about. They must backfill when you take that away. The other issue that came in, I knew the minute that they start putting levy as the issue. Now, who would be against levy protection? Come on. You know, but let's look at what you're doing to a community that is just like we're talking about the wall in Berkeley. You're going to have the levee there, but the foundation ain't going to be worth nothing, but you're going to have property cave in inside the levee. I hope that this council really takes serious the part of the backfilling. That is one of the most serious things. To let people go without backfilling is to, when you're gone, when you're no longer in place, but future generation will be hurt because you're going to find out that trees going to start growing in, the roots from the trees going to expand into people's property. Those of us, I'm 61, who can look back 40 years ago, 30 years of tree, and look how much of your property has taken over in a long period of time. We must consider that. You know, now that is not no rocket scientist stuff. You know, this is not coming from a professional and all those other kind of stuff, but it's a fact. And so I hope that this council really do not go back into reneging on backfilling where people remove dirt.
Eddie Derwin. I live at Home Place. This is from the Department of the Army, dated January 26, 2010. It says, reviewed the data submitted in the geotechnical report, borrow site investigation. Beware that some soil materials in your proposed pit may not be acceptable for use as levee fill. The soil conditions as shown by this report are generally non-uniform, consisting of clays, silts, some clays with sand, contents greater than 35%, and other material with organic contents above 9%. Borings B1 and B2 were not sampled as continuous borings and tested was not performed sufficiently as required. The no sample depths were marked as such. This dirt is not acceptable for levees.
It said some, did it not?
Yeah, it says some soil.
Some soil is not
So
suitable.
you want to take a chance on it? In other words, just let them just dig a big old pit? You want to take a chance on it?
Eddie, let me just say this. From what I understand, the way this is done, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, including yourself, with any of these pits, whether we like them or not, there is some soils and some substances, including tree stumps or pipe or whatever they dig up, that has to go back in that pit. It is not suitable. Now, some of the soil in this variance may be suitable for road. That's not true?
No, I don't think you're correct on that.
Huh?
That all soil. Now, if you add trees, and we're talking soil. We're not talking about vegetation. We're talking soil.
But there is some soils that are not suitable in some of the pits also, and we don't use that on the levees. The Corps will not accept that soil.
That's what they're telling you right here.
It said
That's what
some
they tell
soils. It said some, is what you just read.
They ain't saying tree stumps, anything like that. It says some soil. So some soil is going on a levee.
Correct. Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, Warren Lawrence. I'm just trying to get a clarification so I understand this variance. Is it a variance given to two pits? Because you're saying that the Plaquemines clay adjoins another pit. And I'm assuming that it joins a pit that has been permitted. Plaquemines clay does not have a permit.
Correct.
The pit next to it, whoever that owner is digging a pit and has a permit. So if you are granting a...
Woodland? Is that Woodland next to it? The permit, I believe the borrow pit operating next to it does have a permit, And he wants, I think they want to run the fence across the front contiguous
Right.
to the other bar pit owner. Yes, sir. Just, they're not going to separate the two pits with a fence.
Right, like, the Plaquemines Clay is an unpermitted
At this
existing.
time, yes, sir.
Next to it, let's call it Pit A is permitted. Pit A, you also given a variance that they don't have to put a fence down that side because they are next to a unpermitted pit.
No.
Because you said that the fence is not...
Fence will go along the front. The permit,
To go to the front, but you're given a variance to Pit A, who was under his permit, was required to put a fence on the east side and the west side, the highway side and the back levee side, which is...
I don't recall us giving a variance for that.
Well, I don't know. I'm just
I
saying.
don't think we have, sir, to be honest with you.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying, you are currently going to give Pit A variance that on the east side of his pit, he no longer has to put a fence. He doesn't have a fence yet. Will he have to put a fence?
Between the two pits?
Yes.
Yes.
With this variance, no.
But that's what I'm saying. So you're
Yes, sir.
not giving the variance only to Plaquemines Clay, you're giving it to Pit A. You now eliminated his requirement to put a fence on the east side of his property.
He does have to.
He does. Well, then he's putting a fence for Plaquemines Clay.
Wait. Let me just, if I may, I'm not sure I understood the question, but hopefully this will answer it. Let's go back to Pit A.
Okay.
Pit A does have to put up a fence next to Plaquemines Dirt and Clay's property.
All right.
Okay. Was that what you were asking?
But Plaquemines Clay is asking for a variance that there's no fence needed between him and Pit A.
No, that they don't have to put up another fence right next to it.
Oh, okay, so you're saying there is going to be a fence
Absolutely.
between Pit A?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We're not
Pit
putting
A
fence
and
to
Plaquemines
fence.
Dirt, there will be a single fence, but not a double fence.
And that Pit A also has to put a fence on the south side by the canal where Plaquemines Clay is asking, they don't want to put one on the south side.
But that's correct, but they are putting a gate that will close it towards, in other words, if there is any access to their property between that fence and the canal, they will put up a gate that will protect it from access.
So they're getting, Pit A has a requirement, he can't put the gate in and everything. He has to put a fence on four sides of his property, but you are now going to go to an unlicensed, unpermitted pit and give them variances? Doesn't make sense.
Well, that's true. That's all I can say. That is true.
Benny Roussel, 1012 Epsilon Street. I think that the situation that you're in now, trying to issue a variance to this particular pit, comes along after a long history of dealing with this particular pit. And I think you ought to step back, and before you step into something else, look at what was done previously when you had the opportunity to go before the Supreme Court to argue whether or not your original borough pit ordinance was indeed constitutional. And when that happened and this government decided not to go and argue their case before the Supreme Court 2 or 3 days before the hearing, it signaled to me that there's a serious issue here underlying this particular area of borough pits. And when you did that, you gave up your right at that time to decide or have the Supreme Court decide whether or not your ordinance was constitutional. Then you came back and you did a lot of work trying to get an ordinance in place to make it constitutional. And then when you did that, you still had people who didn't want to comply with the ordinance. And they went out and they sold dirt that did not comply with the ordinance, and they did all kinds of things to get by until today. And it seems to me today they're asking for a pass for past deeds of noncompliance, no permits, and to do that, questions in my mind, how does it jeopardize the litigation where you had pit owners who had agreed to backfill and now are in court and now say, we don't want to backfill, and you give the variance to this, and then they go to court next week and say, they've issued a variance to this group, so why do we have to do it? And just strengthen their case. I think it's serious business here, as you heard from the individual who has a burrow pit next to his house. To me, the fence issue in the middle of that cow pasture is of no importance to me. But the real issue is the policy that this government is setting and has let it evolve to the point now where you think you had something constitutional, the individuals knew what the law was, the individuals decided not to file, and now that we're at crunch time, they come in and they want to say, give us this variance. And the importance of this variance to me is the fact that it waives all of those issues that should have been complied with months ago. So before you make your decision, I think you need to look at it long and hard and see what the ramifications are. And I'd like a point of clarification as to what borough pit is being litigated in the federal court.
The Citrus Lands Borough Pit.
Now, when you say the Citrus Lands Borough Pit, which one is that?
It was it hasn't been dug yet. It has just been permitted recently. It was the property owned by Citrus Lands in front of Plaquemines Dirt and Clay.
Oh,
Well, that one is being dug as we speak.
Because it's been permitted.
Correct.
Right.
And it's also in litigation?
It's also in litigation, that's correct.
And that's because they don't want to comply with the ordinance that you're getting ready to waive?
They are in compliance with the ordinance pending the result of the litigation.
You see, that's the confusion that I'm having with this. If you're saying that the borough pit in front of Plaquemines Dirt and Clay is litigating, when they came in good faith and got a permit, what are they litigating?
They are litigating their need to have to backfill if they sell property, if they sell soils to someone other than the levy, the buffer requirements that are currently in the ordinance. There's a couple other issues they are litigating beyond that, but until that decision is made, they have agreed they will comply to the requirement of the ordinance until there's a decision otherwise.
So I think with those comments should tell you that no matter what you put on the books, they are going to make law by going to court and getting a judge to try to make law for you. So before you make any decisions on variances and so forth, I think you ought to hold the ground. And when we talk about $250,000 of litigation, we have spent over $1 million on the East Bank lawsuit fighting the people over there who flooded. We have spent millions of dollars in the past of litigation on many issues. And an issue of this importance, with a legal staff of 5 attorneys, 2 outside attorneys, I think you have the in-house attorneys, and if they don't have the expertise, get somebody that does, to stand up for this government and the people here who want these borough pits regulated. And without saying any more about that, I think to issue any more variances that are already being litigated is only to your detriment, because if they're litigating what you're getting ready to give away is a mistake. Thank you.
I think the litigation, the fact that we're under litigation would be enough cause for us to pause and wait.
Pause and wait for what, sir?
And not issue any variances to anyone else, including this one here that's being requested. We're under litigation right now. Let's wait on an answer to see where we stand.
But I believe I made note to Ms. Cooper that there is another variance that is being sought by the very people that are currently litigating. And the fact that we are litigating is simply because we have been sued. It isn't that we have made a determination, meaning the council hasn't made a determination to take this all the way to trial, because I've given my assessment about that as well. Now, Mr. Roussel has made reference to certain pieces of other litigation, whether it's on the East Bank or whatever, but I like to believe that the decision to litigate has something to do with what you feel like is your actual legal exposure, not a matter of saying, well, we're litigating over here, why aren't we litigating over there? It has to do with what is the likelihood of success with that litigation.
I'm following you. I'm following you in that. But that will, whatever, if we issue a variance in this case, I believe that will affect or can possibly affect the argument that we're going to be making in the case that's currently being litigated. There's no reason for us to make it more difficult for us to win the case that's already before us, and that's why I'm saying there should be a cause for pause. That's why I'm saying we shouldn't issue any new variances. We shouldn't change what we have, or let's do the moratorium, let's evaluate what we have, but don't issue anything new.
Okay, and Mr. Marinovich asked me not to pursue the issue of the moratorium right now, and we keep linking those together. I will address as much as you need me to, I promise.
Well, I'll let that go. But where I am with it is, I think because we have a litigation going on, that the way we handle this legislation could have some bearing on the court case. We might say no, but they're going to be grabbing for straws and whatever they can to build their case. And so for us to give a variance, any leniency or any leeway
and I certainly understand what you're saying, and your point's well taken under the right circumstances. In this particular case, the facts underlying Plaquemines Dirt and Clay versus the current litigation we have are different in that Plaquemines Dirt and Clay has been operating. Mr. Roussel has made note of that. I will just repeat what I've said before. There have been cases brought before the courts that have ruled prior ordinances passed by this, not this current council, but prior councils that were unconstitutional. I like to think that we currently have a constitutional ordinance. However, unfortunately, history comes back to visit us, and we have a situation where the facts of Plaquemines Dirt and Clay precede this current ordinance and go back to ordinances that in fact did have rulings of unconstitutionality. Now, we could have gone to the Supreme Court. At the time, it didn't seem advisable, I believe. I wasn't the counsel. I agree with the decision not to, but at the time, the decision was made not to go to the Supreme Court because we had gotten pretty well beaten with the unconstitutional ruling by the lower court.
Mr. Rathbone, I'm ready to call a question on this matter, to be honest with you. Machine's open for a vote. Dr. Cooley? And it passes 6-2 with a no vote from District 6 and a no vote from District 9. Okay. We'll go into permits.
Mr. Chairman, instead of going to permits, can we take care of the 600?
Who we have?
You just go into permits? The lady that we spoke about earlier, 600 St. Thomas Lane?
00?
Yes.
The specific permit, it's
Hang on a second. Let me see what we got, Mr. Tom. Give me a second.
4821, it's the last permit in your packet.
Huh?
You're talking about this specific permit?
Just give me 1 second. Let me just look at something Mr. Tom is asking me about. That doesn't apply to this. Let's go to building permits.
Yes. St. Thomas Lane?
What? All right. I got everybody want me to jump around at one time. No, but it's going to be in a big...
And Mr. Chairman, I'll be offering you...
Let's
I'll be offering you...
Let's do this finance stuff while Ms. Laurie's here.
Okay.
And we got some other things we need to go on to. Ms. Laurie, give me some letters. Get me some letters. Which ones? For you. Which ones? 6C? do one at a time. Okay, y'all. Sorry again, we're going to move to item 6C, which will be offered with changes. 1, 2, 3. Dr. Goey, I'm sorry. It's an ordinance to amend the 2013 five-year capital improvement plan for the Hurricane Isaac preparation and recovery efforts and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Show the changes we had there. We'll look at line 4. I'll read it in its entirety, 4, 5, and 6. Whereas ordinance number 13-33 dated 02/14/2013 appropriated $30 million to fund the Hurricane Isaac preparation and recovery efforts, $27 million from FEMA, and $3 million from the fund balance designated for emergencies. And I'll move to line 9. We reduced that amount from $45 million to $30 million. Line 10, the change is from $40,500,000 to $27 million. Line 11, from $4,500,000 to $1 million. And also the word "and" at the end of the sentence. Line 12, $2 million from the general fund unreserved undesignated fund balance. Line 16, we're going to change to an additional $45 million. $45 million has been scratched out. On line 17, we added the number $30 million. At the end of that sentence, we deleted the numbers $40,500,000. On line 18, we added the numbers $27 million. Also on line 18, we deleted $4,500,000, punched in the number $1 million. Moved to line 19, added and $2 million from general fund unreserved undesignated fund balance. With that, I'll offer, ask for a second. Second from Dr. Goey. We had some meetings with Ms. Myers this week. I don't know if we have any questions for her today with this one or not. But basically what I understood is we still have some numbers we're looking at. We're looking at a probable 90-10 split, Ms. Laurie. On worst case scenario, it would be 75-25. We're hoping that's probably not going to be the case. And we're also thinking this would be money to cover 2013 and 2014, if I'm not mistaken. And we might have some additional monies in 2015 that we discussed, but there's a good possibility that these numbers may come down from $90 million downward. We've been advised by Jens Nielsen that those numbers may come down because the numbers might not be as much as we originally had thought. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Everything you stated is correct. Bottom line is the parish needs an additional $3 million of funding from our share to get us through the end of 2014. And the changes that we made to the ordinance will take $1 million from designated for sewer and $2 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance.
And you went through a list with, I don't think Mr. Turner had the opportunity to speak. I think he was working. But you went through the list with most of us here. And some of these projects have been well started or have been completed. There are some projects that have been started but not completed, and some that we're still maybe arguing about, if you want to call it that, with FEMA, trying to see if they're going to deign these possible. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are several projects that are obligated, some that are in the process that have been requested, just not finalized, and also several version requests have been submitted. But the total estimated PW total is in the $98 million range.
Mr. Turner?
Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. The $98 million in disaster funding for Isaac, that's not what this is about, right? This is something new. Is that correct?
No, sir. This is the Hurricane Isaac disaster funding, the same issue. We've already appropriated $30 million towards this project, $30 million in total, $27 million from the federal government, $3 million from the parish. That was accomplished earlier this year by ordinance. We're asking, we now have new figures that are revised, and we need an additional $30 million to add to the original 30, which will bring us to 60, which should get us to the end of 2014. It only requires an additional $3 million of parish funding to get us through the end of 2014.
second again, Ms. Laura, you said we might have some adjustments. These numbers, you expect them to probably come down somewhat.
Oh, we do. We expect them to change.
And I believe most of the council members said on meetings this week, Ms. Lapine, Dr. Goey, Mr. Griffin.
So this $98 million, we know what those projects are?
Yes, sir.
It should be listed on the second page then, if you have a second page.
Yes, it was an attachment to the email that we sent. It was the second
Fort
page. of
Jackson
the-
should be toward the bottom, and there should be a list throughout on both sides of the river.
You know, if we're expecting any other funds?
To my knowledge, no, sir. If you have any detailed questions regarding the PWs, that'd be best asked of the consultant.
I'm sorry.
I said, as far as I know, this is their best guess as of right now. The numbers can change, as Mr. Marinovich pointed out. We do expect some
So I have
changes.
some questions about Fort Jackson, because I don't think there's going to be enough money. I'm going to be looking to see if we can try to get some additional monies. Now, some of these projects are not going to cost as much. I think one of them we talked about was probably cleanup, work on the
Debris,
levees.
correct.
And that number should move downward. And I don't, in the way you explained it to me, we cannot shift from levee cleanup to Fort Jackson, or if we were trying to do a pump station one place and move it to a school somewhere else, we can't move
No.
that money around like that.
No.
Are these PWs? Are all of these project worksheets?
Yes, sir. Everything on there that has a number on that left is a PW number.
Gotcha. Is Mr. Puckett in the house?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Puckett, this way. Mr. Puckett, question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen this list, PWs?
I can't tell what it
Okay.
is from here. I
So-
apologize.
I didn't provide it to Mr. Puckett, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine.
Okay.
Mr. Puckett, what's causing me to ask a few questions around it is, we're talking, this is for $30 million that we want to add, and I'm being told that these are specifically for PWs. So when we were talking about, the state talking about Isaac money, is this, I'm assuming then this is something different, do you know?
The PW money is totally different from grant money with respect to where it comes from. The
It's just
PW money
numbers
is
were
strictly
close.
from
Okay,
FEMA.
I'm good then. That's all I needed.
Yeah,
I'm good.
has nothing to do with the other.
Okay, I'm good.
Mr. Henry?
Yeah, could someone get a public a list of the spending? It's $98 million. What's the name of some of these projects? I mean, we don't know what they all are. How many projects are there? And could you tell me approximately how much we're spending on them?
Mr. Henry, I didn't have this earlier, and I'm told that they emailed it to us a few days ago, and I'm just getting it, and they did give us a list. I don't know, it looks like maybe about 50 various projects, and
Budget is close to $100 million.
right.
The public should know something.
I can take a minute and read a couple of them, just to give you a general idea. Animal carcass burning removal, that was $1 million. Emergency protective measures, human remains, $247,000. Debris removal, $33 million. I'll hit some of the big numbers. Back levee choke point removal, $18 million. Scarsdale Pump Station, permanent repairs, $2.8 million. And a lot of them are around $1 million, but they're saying it's coming up to,
The last column is $98,933,000. Purple column at the bottom, Mr. Turner.
okay, Ms. Myers, right next to the first column, I see the obligated amount.
Yes, sir.
And then the next column, obligation request.
That's correct.
So for the first few, let's say 10 or 15, has been no request for those?
No, sir. The blue column, the obligated, are already issued and completely approved by FEMA. The pink columns are the ones that are in process, that are awaiting final approval, and then the green ones are the ones that are version requests. The purple column is the total of what they anticipate that PW to be upon the finalization of it.
Okay.
So 98 million at the bottom of the purple column.
Thank you.
You know, if you're going to have projects like this, run by the federal government, I mean, it's not the parish money, still money paid by the taxpayers. Those projects should be read off to the people so they all will know exactly what, even what the federal government spending money on.
Attorney, you good?
Let me just ask, Mr. Costa, is there any way, that this list could be on the website so that the public would know what the hurricane cost is, what we're looking at? Is there any way we can make this public on the website? Thank you.
You good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? We'll call a question on this one. Machine's open. Yes, I should vote. I forgot. And the ordinance passes 8-0. Which one? Next one is E. Okay, next one I'm going to bring to is going to be 6E. Ms. Laura, okay. I'm going to offer for with changes. It's an ordinance to amend the general fund 2013 personal services budget, various departments, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I am not going to read all the changes because all it is was a fill in the blanks option. Huh?
Substitute? I think it's offered as a substitute.
Oh, yes, it is
Okay.
offered as a substitute. And what it is just basically we fill in the blanks is what it is. I had blank amounts in before we have the numbers punched in. I'm going to offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. Ms. Laura, if you would you explain to us what we're doing here?
Sure, I'll be glad to. This should look rather familiar to most of you. Usually around this time of the year, we come to the council after we've done a review of the manpower needs of the parish. We basically look at the positions that have been budgeted, the amount that's been spent in those positions, and we calculate what we need left for the remainder of the year. We have brought to you a reduction in the budget for those positions, mostly comprised of vacant positions that were not filled. This is money that we will not use between now and the end of the year. We have not removed the funding from any position between now and the end of the year. Any vacant position can still be filled. We have not changed the manpower table in any way, no positions. This is basically just reviewing the personal services budgets and returning to the council any funding that is not necessary at this point. But we have not removed any funding for any position between now and the end of the year. The bottom line is in the general fund, we will be reducing the expenditure budget by $1,385,200,
Thank you, Ms. Laurie.
which will increase your fund balance.
This is job positions that have been fulfilled through today.
Through the end of August,
Through
is
the
the
end of
last
August.
payroll in August.
Yeah, and I guess my issue is that I was adding it up about 1.1 million just as far as positions and personnel, and that's just up to this point.
Yes, sir.
In the year. And so if those positions don't get filled, that money is going to be even greater, yet at the same time, we're saying that we're still holding all of those positions. Now, what concerns me is that this was done last year. This was at the beginning of the year. As a matter of fact, November, December, when we did the budget. And so it has carried over all of this time, and so those positions still are not filled. That's why we're able to remove the funding to the tune of $1.1 million. at some point, we need to remove the funding if we're not going to fill these positions.
That's an issue that probably best be addressed on the budget hearings, Mr. Turner, maybe the 2014 hearings. That's something we can take a look at, how long some positions have been vacant, and perhaps that may be a move we can take.
I would agree on that.
We've had that discussion before, and we haven't acted on it, but it definitely needs to be addressed. We know the vacant positions, and some have been vacant for years. And so if those positions, and as a matter of fact, I brought it up because some of the positions weren't even advertised. So we're showing money in the budget for positions that we're not even advertising. And so all that does is it pads the budget. If we're not even going to advertise it, how can we say we need the positions? So that's a concern. We need to do a better job with the budget.
Anyone else? Hear nothing when the machine is open. And the ordinance passes 8-0. Laura, is that the only two that you had today? Does anyone else have anything, Ms. Myers? Which one, Ms. Marlin? H? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that, Ms. Cooper, if you want. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the parish coastal restoration plan project and otherwise provide respect thereto. Ms. Cooper, your offering. I'll second. Ms. Cooper, I think this one was basically what we had done was not, we'd issued the task orders the way it was explained to me this week, and that we did not actually budget or appropriate the monies. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, sir, that's basically, yes.
Ms. Cooper, I didn't catch
The ordinances that,
Laura will answer.
no?
Okay.
Me? No. The ordinances that were previously adopted regarding the coastal zone bond issue, the verbiage in those did not include to appropriate the funds. It authorized task orders. The language that we need to actually prepare a budget adjustment or move that money into a particular project requires to be appropriated to the project. So this is not really changing anything you've done before. It's just making the language be more directive to me to move it to a specific project that you've already named in your ordinance. Instead of having the whole amount in that one large project, it's going to take it out of the large one and put it to each specific project, just like we do with all other capital projects in the parish. So it's absolutely changing nothing that you've already thought was accomplished. It was a verbiage problem between the attorneys who actually prepared that legislation in my office, that's all.
Are we good? Call a question, Ms. Cooper? I'm sorry, Mr. Henry, come on.
Laurie, in a situation like that, since that was the bond issue, and the courthouse the bond issue, you have to do the same procedure?
Yes, sir. When you come up with a specific amount for a particular project out of that issue, we will come to the council with an ordinance and say, appropriate exactly how much money to a project. And what that does is it allows us to remove it and segregate it so it can't be spent on anything else.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the ball rolling so
No,
it won't
this
have
is
no
going to
delay
follow
on
the
it.
same process. You're correct, sir.
Any other comment or question? Hearing none, the machine's open. And the ordinance passes 8-0. Was there any more questions of Ms. Myers while she's here? What?
We have some residents from the East Bank here, so we can go to S&T. Get them out of here.
I'll take me to the next now. 6S, an ordinance to amend the five-year capital improvement plan by transferring, I'm not seeing this is with changes. From Mr. Griffin. $2,300,000 for the new courthouse project to the East Bank Library and Multipurpose Center project, authorizing Parish President William Billy Nungesser to hire a firm to engineer, design, and construct the East Bank Library project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Griffin, are you offering?
Yes, I offer with changes.
Which
one we on?
I think we had this already. I've got it already. Do we have a second? You second, Dr. Gouy? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Okay, on line 4, you're going to change the 2 million to 2.3 million. On line 5, after library, you're going to add the word "and multi-purpose center." On line 9, you're going to change it from 2 million to 2.3 million. On line 10, you're going to add the word "and multiple purpose center." On line 12, you're going to change it from scratch out 2 million. And on line 13, it's going to be 2.3 million. And add the word "and multiple purpose center." On line 22, scratch out 2 million and add 2.3 million. In line 23, add the words "and multiple purpose center." On line 29, we're going to add the words "and multiple purpose center." With that, Mr. Chairman, I offer.
It's already been seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Okay, what we're doing here today is, last couple of months ago, the council approved me $50,000 to do a feasibility, not a feasibility study, but go and get a conceptual blueprints done for library on the East Bank. It's been over 45 years since the East Bank residents have had the pleasure of having a public library on that side of the river. Last month, we approved $200,000 to go along with architecture, engineering, design fee. Just to give you an explanation, because we are talking about, I know the issue of the courthouse. Well, last year, we accumulated a $25 million bond to build a new courthouse, a new county seat. We had $3.7 million in that budget on the line items that stated new courthouse, which was the original courthouse building. The administration has decided to combine these two projects under that $25 million bond. So which means we have enough money in that bond to build a new courthouse, which is be approximately 40,000 square feet. And we also have enough money to do the renovation, stabilization, and demolition of the old courthouse to make it what the community in the East Bank or the residents want it to be. So that's going to be probably close to about $16 million coming out of that $25 million bond. That $3.6 million became available to utilize on any projects in this parish. Hopefully some project that was coming out of District 1 first. So I needed $2.9 million to build a library on the East Bank. The council members needed some money to do some structure back on that government complex with a council office in Belchase. I'm taking $2.3 million out of that money to finalize the construction costs for a library and multi-purpose center on the East Bank. And then I'll be transferring $1.3 million to the government parish council building that's going to be selected, if it hasn't been selected, back there on Air Boulevard. And that brings us up to where we are today, as far as why we've done what we're doing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll offer.
Mr. Griffin, I just have I'm not going to drag this out. I have a little issue with the fact that we bought this property across the river that was burned. I'm going to repeat myself and reiterate that again. I have an issue with that we bought the property, and even before the hurricane came and destroyed the property, there was nothing done to try to do anything with the properties other than just spend more money on them.
I don't know if the population justifies this, and I also have an issue with the fact that the courthouse has not even gotten started yet, and we're stripping money from it, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
Thank you.
Michael Rodriguez, 143 Reynolds Lane, East Bank, Point Lahatch. And I agree with you, Mr. Maranovich. Before we build any library, we need a courthouse first. Build the courthouse. If they got funds left, then let it go to the library. I think the courthouse is more important to the community. I know schools have libraries in them to a certain extent. And they have a bookmobile comes over. And I understand library is important, but the most important thing right now is our courthouse. And I don't think no funds from our courthouse should be put into this annex building in Bellchase until the courthouse is started and built. Then if you got extra funds and want to move them around, that's fine and dandy. But I'm going to tell you, them East Bank residents are in an uproar right now, Mr. Griffin. And you take money and put into that annex building before this courthouse gets started, woo, I wouldn't want to be answering your phone. That's all I have.
Mr. Rodriguez, I just like to clarify one thing, if I may. Even though I'm not in support of this, not trying to defend Mr. Griffin, I just would like to mention that there are two separate pools of money, and I want everybody in this room to understand that.
Okay.
There's a $25 million bond that we floated to build the courthouse, okay? Mr. Griffin's thoughts that may well be enough, and I'm hoping it's going to be enough. There's an additional pool of money of $3.6 million, and these two items that he has on the agenda today would deplete that $3.6 million pool for the projects he's proposing. So it is, I'm not saying we'll need that money or not. I'm not trying to go there. All I'm saying is that there's just two different things we're talking about. This is not going to be stripping money out of the bonded project. So I just want y'all to understand that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, just the money that you have in the bond program, the $25 million, depending on the contractor that you get or who y'all decide to get. I know we have other projects in Plaquemines Parish where the contractors had to go back and redo things. You know, so this might be more of a cost to us. And if I'm wrong, correct me. I know we had some projects in Port Sulphur.
No, sir, please don't get Ms. Cooper riled up into the table. She's got one that we've been chasing after, and that's a prime example. So you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Virgie Uncolad, 18309 Highway 15, East Bank residents. We ask you to have a meeting with the people of the in the East Bank community. Again, you refused. Don't you think that you should have taken time to really explain all of this to the people who supported you?
Let me explain something to you. I received a call on Monday asking me to have a community meeting on Tuesday, and I told them that would not take place. Number one, I didn't have all the facts to even talk to the people about what was transpiring. And when I got an email from Mr. Chadwick Engelard asking me to have a community meeting, my response was to him, I would meet with you and Mr. Tinson in my office and give you an explanation or a highlight of what's going on. Those two gentlemen came to my office on a Wednesday. I met with them for about an hour, and we discussed this situation. And as the facts got better to me, I had better understanding where we was going. They left out there with the understanding of what was happening, what was going on.
Correction.
Hold up. Before meeting with the community, I'm not going to have a community meeting unless I have all the facts to tell the people. Because I don't need you coming back to me and say, well, you didn't say this, you didn't say that. I can't tell you anything if I don't have all the facts. And my personal speaking, when I meet with you, I'm going to tell you exactly the way it is. And at that point, I could not tell you the way it was.
So we're just saying you do not have the facts.
At that point, I didn't have all of the facts. I didn't have to know what we was doing, where we was going, when the committee was going to be picked, when we were going to select the contractor. I didn't have those facts. I now have those facts.
So you have the facts now?
Right.
Which is now too late.
Beg your pardon?
I said, which is now too late.
I don't understand.
too late to really get across to the people what you have done?
Well, you know,
I think it's too late.
If my schedule will allow me to have a community meeting next week, we'll do that. But, you know, the thing is, in order for me to do anything, you had to go to that young lady right there, Miss Marlene Coney. She dictates to me. She keep my record. She know my appointment schedule. You know, I don't bog down myself in knowing everything that I have to know.
And if you check with your secretary, I called twice asking for a meeting.
If you call her and she like the schedule book,
And she specifically said that you said you would not meet with us.
the East Bay people will have a meeting if my schedule allow me to do it next week. You know, I have 101 things to do, sweetheart, and I mean, I'm not going to jump just because you say, have me that meeting. It don't work like that.
You don't have to jump for me,
Okay.
you don't have to jump for me. I'm talking about the people who elected you.
Well, just the people that elected me, I respond to them according to the schedule that I have. There's more issues on the East Bay than you want to shake a stick at.
You're right.
This is only one or two issues.
And you know, you're right, there's a lot of issues that need to be taken care of.
Mhm.
Like that, the Reverend Griffin Community Center, last week or a week before last, there was a 95-year-old person from the community that had to have his party under the center, and couldn't even go in. So that's an issue you could easily take care of.
Why is that, Ms. Virgin?
Yeah. 95-year-old, and you have to have a party under the center. You can't go in the center because you can't afford to pay for it.
Well, you know, that's something that we have tried to address, Mr. Byron William and I.
That would be one good issue that you could work on.
Understand what you're saying, and Mr. Byron William and I have both tried to address that problem with the people in the administration, and they're giving us some outrageous response, because the thing that we were trying to do was get special rates for senior citizens. They tell me we can't do that, so that's discrimination. Okay, so I can't tell you how we're going to address that issue as far as setting rates, special rates for senior citizens. That's still up to how the legal department is going to handle that. But like I said, there's issues that have to be addressed, and we're trying our best to address those issues.
If you really want to be truthful, now you know there's issues that's being done under the table. You know that. You know issues like that is being done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
From Evans, 112 Thomas Lane. Councilman Griffin, I just want to say to you is that I hope you really would reconsider this and allow your schedule to really have a meeting, you know, with the community, because this is a really very serious concern for these bank residents. I can't tell you the stuff I hear all day, and we had the conversation, because it's a very serious issue. I think also and one of the main concerns is that I've seen this council many, many, many years. I don't know of any time in the history of a council where I saw one council member give this much money out of his district when needed. Because one of the things that really came before the library, that's still a most important issue, was a medical center on the Giordano property. That was the main issue, this medical clinic. And the issue was that it got denied, and they're saying it take $1 million. So if there's going to be a church, even if there's going to be a building, I would say that a medical building is more important than a library. Two reasons. I can get on this iPad right now, and I get any book I want. Phoenix High School is building a state-of-the-art library at the school. So that's what. But my issue, I'll leave that part alone, the library, but I think to give up this money to Bell Chase for this code building.
Reverend, let me stop you 1 second. We're on S, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk about T afterwards. I'm just splitting.
Oh, okay, because my issue, because that's what he brought it up, both of them together.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand where you could have been.
All right, well, let me get back to T. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
That's
But
okay.
anyway, I just hope that you could really go back and revisit this piece, even on the library, and consider revisiting the clinic. Because if the money is there, the clinic was the first issue before the library. That's why we purchased Giordano property. That's why I came and solicited a vote for people and talked about how I understand to purchase up from Giordano, Hall, looking at it, say, but look what we're going to get. We're going to get a medical building. You know how much money it costs to get that structure? So I would hope that even at that, you would go back to the sentiment again, if you would have a community meeting. I'm telling you, I think that piece of part, because what people saying, if we're going to have stuff, then a library is more important than a medical center is more important. So I hope you even go back. But I think you should have a community. I cannot express to you the importance to that, because now that you have the facts, then I think you do it. So I would hope that you would reconsider this resolution altogether, hold it off until you have a meeting in your district.
Thank you, Reverend. Do any other comment or question?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
I'm sorry, Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Mr. Griffin, on this legislation for the library, I will support you on it, okay? But I have major concerns. I have some concerns, and I'll tell you what. And the concern is, if we'd be setting a precedent, because right behind S comes T, and that's the legislation. If we're going to begin pulling money from the courthouse, right, then we set a precedent. We send a statement that we have enough for the courthouse. So what we're saying is we have extra money. Right. And we really don't know if it's going to be extra money. So we're thinking that the $25 million is going to cover it. But we haven't even fully decided and agreed on what the center is going to look like. So that's the caution and concern that I have. We really don't know if it's going to be enough. And if we're assuming that it's going to be enough, and then I'm saying, okay, I support you on the library, but not knowing if it's going to be enough, only thinking it's going to be enough, I don't think you should move forward on it. But if you do, I'll support you on it, just for the record. Right. But I do have a problem on that next one, T, when we get to that. But again, to go there even with the library, I think wouldn't be setting a good precedent. And I'll just leave it at that.
I feel comfortable in what I'm doing, after talking to several architects and engineers for dollar-wise per square foot on that courthouse project, and I feel pretty comfortable that we do have enough money in that $25 million to build a substantial, nice building down in Point Lahash.
But I too would advise, as a friend, I would advise that you would give the community, being that they speaking so loudly, that you would honor their request to at least meet with them first, and again, it's your call. And like I said, if you push it, I'll support this one. I definitely want to do the next one.
I'm going to move forward on this project today because we've been waiting for about a year and a half, and I will have a community meeting as soon as we can set up something on the East Bank to discuss the issues. But the project itself, whether it's passed today or whether it's failed, is going to move forward.
But then what that's going to say is that we now have enough money for the courthouse, so then now this 1.6 that comes right behind it, we're saying, okay, that money can be moved. Then the question becomes, do we move it to the complex? One, I say no, especially when you wanted the medical center and this government said we don't have enough money. So now you have enough money and we're going to move it elsewhere. So if we freeze everything and don't move it, if we don't move anything, then you're safe. I think you'd be setting the wrong precedent if you move it. That's all I have. You know my position.
Right.
And I'm just saying if you move forward.
We're working on issues to satisfy the medical clinic. Unfortunately, we have come up against a whole bunch of stumbling blocks. The number one is to find out who's going to be the provider of the medical clinic. And I think, we have identified funds for that building. Reverend Edwards have came to me with suggesting the use of some portable buildings from Phoenix High School once that building is completed. But there's some of the same people who've gone before the hospital board and told the hospital board the East Bank don't need no clinic. I can't help it if we got those kind of narrow-minded people on the East Bank. The East Bank people has been deprived year in and year out. I don't care, you go back 30, 40 years, and they have still deprived the East Bank people of a lot of things. So, so we're trying to move forward with enhancing the quality of their life for the people on the East Bank.
Ms. Bergy,
beg your pardon?
Please let, Ms. Fargy, please, let him finish, and I'll
Well,
let you speak again
I'm
if
gonna
you
say
need
what I
to.
have to say. Now, let's move on, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Henry?
You know, man, I've been fighting for this courthouse deal for years. And I'm not from the other side of the river. I've been fighting for this courthouse deal for years. And to take money from this courthouse, I wish you guys, the Belchase guys, will look at this. I know you lost, but look at this. Don't take any money from this courthouse deal. I said earlier, we need a capital in Plaquemines. We don't have a capital in Plaquemines right now. And if we're going to build a courthouse, let's build state-of-the-art courthouse, not just for the East Bank. The courthouse got to serve the entire parish. It got to serve the entire parish. We don't know how much this is going to cost.
That's the concern.
We don't know how much this is going to cost, man. I'm not against the library, but I'm definitely against taking any money from this courthouse. Because look, this is for the future here. This is for the future here. $25 million may not expect that the much cost escalates every day, especially on construction projects. I really wish you guys would consider, man, don't take any money from the courthouse. Don't make this a little bitty small courthouse that's not going to be able to serve the entire parish. If you guys got any wisdom into the future, please, don't take any money from this courthouse. Don't let anyone take any money. Let's build the state-of-the-art courthouse here that is going to represent the entire parish, not just a few people in the parish. This is going to represent everybody in the parish. I know you guys made a deal, and I know the deal has been made, but reconsider this deal, man. Reconsider this deal. We need a state-of-the-art complex here. Let's have it. But hey, I'm going to fight for this courthouse, man. I don't think we should take any money away from this courthouse.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper, go ahead.
Make out what anybody's saying in here. But isn't the courthouse project fully bonded?
Well, we have, Ms. Cooper, just to reiterate, I have to agree with Mr. Henry, we don't know what the number's going to be. We don't know if it's going to be high or low, but I do want to reiterate this again for everybody to understand. We did go and we have a $25 million bond that we took out to get this courthouse built. This $3.6 million that Mr. Griffin has split into items S and T is a separate $3.6 million that y'all appropriated on the previous council, the previous members did, to put towards a courthouse fund. Whether we'll need those funds or not, I cannot tell you. I'm not an engineer or anything or an architect. But that's to be debated and thought about amongst ourselves.
But
we do have $25 million in one fund, and it's just $3.6 million that was previously dedicated before we came on the council.
So we do have bond money there.
Yes,
to
ma'am, we
get
have
this
25 million
project-
minus the interest.
To get the project started, engineering.
Incomplete.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Okay. It's not like as if we're stripping, if this passes, it's not like as if we're stripping the funding.
Right, even if I'm against this,
from the
we're not stripping
courthouse,
everything.
because there is bond money that we've got to build this project.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Mr. Griffin, Michael Rodriguez again. Mr. Griffin, I believe you owe a lot of people apologies on the East Bank for calling them narrow-minded. You know, you really upset Miss Virgie. She walked out of here, and I believe you owe her a personal apology too. But all I have to say, defer both of these today. Don't sleep with the devil. Defer them both until you have a meeting with us on the East Bank.
I'm sleeping with the devil.
Well, am I narrow-minded?
Mr. Chairman, let's move on.
Okay, you want to call a question? Okay, Ms. Audrey.
Ms. Cooper, your comment was about the $25 million bond money. As Mr. Marinovich alluded to earlier, there's nothing in stone yet. You don't know what the courthouse is going to cost. No one have an idea what the courthouse is going to cost. And for Mr. Griffin to sit in his arrogant position and to call the folks on the East Bank narrow-minded, and also for him to say to take...
Miss Audrey, Let me interject something, because I think there was a mistake, so, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. Let me just say something. What I caught, what Mr. Griffin was saying, wasn't referring to the people on the East Bank. Now, unless I misunderstood him, I thought he was referring to the hospital board. That's what I thought he was doing, the people making that decision. I didn't take it as though he was directing that towards the people in the audience. Just being honest with you, before we go down that trail, unless I missed
Okay,
it.
my apology.
Hold up, Reverend Evans, hold up, 1 second.
But still, my apology if I'm out of order. But the point of the matter is, I don't see any other council member here taking any money from their respective district, especially from the courthouse. For some reason or another, this courthouse is always being viewed as an East Bank thing. I'm a resident of this parish, and I feel that this is my courthouse also, that I voted on 4 consecutive times to go back to the east bank of the river. And I think it's an insult to the entire parish.
Thank you, Mr. Audrey. Mr. Lawrence, let Mr. Lawrence go first. Mr. Reverend.
Yeah, this is a carry-on to Mr. Griffin the last time when he said it was not just a library, it's also a multi-purpose center. My
Yes, sir.
question is, according to what I read this ordinance, this will completely hire a firm to engineer, design, and construct. How many square foot is this library and multi-purpose center going to be?
It's going to be 6,731 square feet.
6,700 square feet?
Right.
And what is the new courthouse square footage going to be?
Based on the information that I received from different people that are going to occupy that building, it'll be close to about 40,000 square feet. It'll be 3 times bigger than what the previous courthouse complex was.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm saying, it's that much money to construct, and I know you said because it's on the East Bank, and construction is a lot higher in cost on the East Bank.
Right.
The courthouse is on the East Bank.
Right.
The $3.9 million that they had put aside toward the courthouse, and you got a $25 million bond, I was looking at that as $29 million toward a courthouse. Anything you strip away, you stripping away from the courthouse. I was against the courthouse being put back there, but the vote was taken, let's go forward and build it. Leave the money alone, build a courthouse, if something's left, let's worry about medical centers and everything else after. Thank you.
Reverend, you have something else?
I just want to say, as it relates to Councilman Turner, I really, because my friend, got up and talked about it in Sleepless Devil, but I understood Councilman Griffin talking about other narrow-minded people on the East Bank, on the West Bank, not one. I don't think that he was actually saying that people on the East Bank were narrow-minded, so I have a disagreement with him on his position, but I don't think any way that he was referring to people on the East Bank as narrow-minded, and I just hope that he don't get that charge on it, because we get a lot of charges.
Reverend, I guess he was assuming, I'm assuming that he was talking about you and my mother on the hospital board, but I got out of the deal.
Well, no, I don't worry about that, because, we have our
I'll get my
disagreements,
mind on you
but
later,
it's not gonna-
Reverend.
It's not going to be antagonistic. We're not going to have antagonistic disagreement.
Well, it was, Rev, I could sit here and be trying to explain it, some people just didn't understand, but as you were saying to Mr. Turner, he picked it up too. It's certain individuals on that hospital board, they feel as though that you don't need a medical clinic, urgent care clinic on that East Bank. They feel as though you put a...
But let me just say this.
What I'm saying. If
I have to
they
totally
put a Band-Aid
disagree.
stand on that, they'll be satisfied with that.
I would have to totally disagree with you on that issue, because from the time that I got on the board, we talked about having a clinic, and they're moving towards making sure that happened. It was just the timing of it, because it was building a new medical facility that is up there, which is the same issue where we had $25 million, but we found out once you got into the project with all the change orders and all kind of stuff, we found out that we was having all kind of problems because contractors come in, bad weather and all that, and then you're looking at $1 million here and $1 million stuff happen. So to Ms. Cooper, that's what I'm saying. So why? And I haven't seen anything yet on no plan that's been presented to what the courthouse is going to look like. So I was saying that would be a problem. But I just wanted to say that as far as the medical board, and I really missed, that's what y'all was saying when you were saying his mother and I. But no, the medical staff board members are totally supporting having a facility on East Bank. The question was, is that when it's going to be built, how it's going to be built, and where the money going to come at based on the amount of people that we have on the East Bank. That was the main issue. So I was just saying that they are fully supported, so it's not just your mother and I, but everyone want to see that on it. And I know everybody knows that I've been fighting for a clinic since 1981 before Dr. Gould came on the council.
Mr. Griffin, again, I said I'll support you on the library piece. I won't on the other one. And the reason I'll support you on the library piece, which I don't think you should go there, and I don't think you should go there before meeting with the people. But one reason I'm going to support you on the library piece is because it's still in your district. It's still a project that you have control over, and you can pull the money back from it.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn this over to anyone else, such as the government complex, then that's a giveaway. That's a giveaway. And so, I'm really hesitant, but I will, in supporting the library piece. And I've explained to you why, because as was stated, we don't know what the total cost is going to be. They just talked about overruns on the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we shouldn't touch it.
Mr. Michelle, you have something for us?
I wanted a clarification. How many square feet will this multipurpose building be?
6,731.
6,731.
Yeah.
And this ordinance is to appropriate $2.3 million to hire a firm to engineer, design, and construct, correct?
Yeah.
So
If you want, I'll send you the proposal so you can look at all the figures and you can see all the stuff in the book.
Right, so you already
I may
have-
not be giving you all the square footage based on each floor and then the space under the bottom. So I can send you a proposal and you can see exactly.
And I've got the
what it's all
documents from me, Mr. Russell, if you want to look through them
Yeah,
later.
awesome.
I just was curious, who is the engineering firm that you hired already?
Is it NY Associates?
NY?
I believe I seen NY Associates on here.
Thank you.
Okay, you ready to call a question?
Yes, sir.
Machine is open.
Turn this off.
Ms. Cooper? Mr. Turner?
Hey, man, I'm pressing.
Wait 1 second, Leslie.
Oh, it went dead.
Point it here and try it there. I don't know which one's working. Margot, it went on.
It's coming back.
We good. Okay, and it passes 7-1 with a 1 no vote from District 8.
Thank you all.
Okay, while we on it, let's
We're going to
finish-
defer a T.
Huh?
We're going to defer a T.
You gonna defer 6T? Okay. Six T has been deferred. 6 pass. What's good? Let's go to permits. Huh? You ready? We're going to go to 4A1 now. Applicant Henry Brown, 760 Martin Lane, Port Sulphur, install boathouse. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. I've seen pretty much everything in here. It looks like a 36 by 48 boathouse. Mr. Edgecombe, I'm assuming you're going to be present and not voting? Mr. Edgecombe? Maybe I should just go home. It was a dog to me today. Are y'all mad at me? Mr. Edgecombe, you be present and not voting on this one? Do we have any comment or question about this permit?
Got a question. Mr. Metcalf, is everything on this permit in order?
It's ready for your approval.
I've got, is this work already completed?
Is the project completed?
Yes.
The project is in place, that's correct.
Say again?
Project is
This
in
is on the
place.
Henry Brown 4A1. That one's been done?
Yes.
Work's been completed.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Edgecombe
I
saying
lost
yes.
something in the, yes,
Mr.
sir.
Edgecombe is
The
not.
agenda item we on,
Could you re-ask your question?
4A1,
4A1, that's correct.
has this project already been completed?
Yes, it has.
And who's the contractor? Does it state?
Edgecombe Construction.
That's correct.
Ms. Cooper?
Looked over. And does this permit, let's see, what should I write in my notes? Okay, I see that they had a coastal use permit, everything like that, but is there supposed to be an architectural stamp, an engineer stamp on the designs on this project?
For the structural aspects of the projects,
For the one Henry Brown, 760 Martin Lane installed boathouse?
not for this permit, no.
Okay, not for this permit.
Right, this
And
permit
let-
is not a structural permit, so we
Okay.
would not require that.
And let me make a comment, and I'm not going to go in detail, I just would like to make this comment, that many times in the past, a few times in the past, and it seems like it's coming more now, permits or projects that have been completed before the permit actually comes to this council. On the council ordinances with permits, when you construct or build a building in this parish, you get a card that says you're the permit holder, the number of the permit. This permit is supposed to be stamped to wherever you're doing the project, to let the parish and the public know that you do have a permit.
That's correct.
So, and I think that it is not only the responsibility of the contractor that's doing the permit, but he's the contractor. The person that takes out this permit, the permittee, is the one that is responsible for this permit. He's the one that should be getting the permits in the mail.
Correct.
And I'm going to use an example. I built a room on my house a few months ago. I took out a permit. I had to give an architectural stamp because I was adding it to a mobile home. It cost me almost $500 to bring my plans that the carpenter had drawn really nice, but that's following rules and regulations, to have this. I could have started my project, but I waited until my permit was mailed to me in the mail. I attached it to my porch, so anybody, any parish official, any residents that came by my neighborhood knew I was permitted for that project. So in the future, I'm going to ask any and all construction people that are required, or property owners that built something in this parish, please go by our rules. We have an ordinance that says if you construct something without a parish permit from the permit office, you're fined $25. Well, guess what? Big deal. $25 is a drop in the bucket for everybody. We're going to try to change that up that penalty. Because people nowadays, I hear carpenters say, I did a permit, I did a job, I didn't have any permit. They didn't know I did it. I do it all the time. But I think that if we have more stricter rules on this permitting, people are going to wake up and hopefully follow the rules.
Mr. I'll wait.
I'll wait. You had something else?
No, I'm good, I'll wait.
Mr. Darwin, you have something for us?
Small comment I want to make about permits.
Go ahead.
Ms. Cooper?
Eddie, just give us your name and address for the record real quick,
Eddie
please.
Derwin, 30028 Highway 23, home place.
Okay, go ahead.
$25 is really, like you said, a drop in the bucket. But because when I built my house after Katrina, I didn't have my placard posted, the two inspectors wanted to shut me down, cut my power off, not the $25, because I didn't have my permit posted, okay? That's nitpicking. I applied for my permit, everything was approved, but because I didn't put it out in view where somebody could see it, they wanted to shut me down. So when did we start operating when you can build something or be in business 5 years, a year, without a permit? And then all of a sudden, when things get hot, you want to get a permit. It didn't work like that for me, and probably most everybody else in this parish that built. It's a slap in the face for the residents because they got to follow the rules, but certain people don't have to follow the rules. It needs to be corrected. So if somebody can show me an ordinance, a code of law, or a revised statute that says that you can do that and then get a permit later, I'd just like to see it.
Now, I will say this, Eddie, I agree with both y'all that the permit should have been, maybe Mr. Edgecombe probably should have studied them before and made sure they were in place, and also the property owners, because we have another we're going to take up after this one. But I will take note of the fact also, as you'll notice when we do the other permits here in a few minutes, we do have after-the-fact permits. Some of them was sheer stupidity, like on my part, I had to do one after the fact. When I put my sign up, I thought with the restaurant, that was covered under the building. I had to come back in and pay $40 or whatever and get a permit. That was just stupidity on my part. But there are times, too, that we do, there are emergency repairs done, for instance. We have one today that's going to come before us. It's going to be an after-the-fact permit, which just doesn't necessarily fall under the same classification. But we do after-the-fact permits from time to time, but mostly all field work you'll find out from a busted flow line or somewhere. They go ahead and make the repair. And, you know, and you worked for Chevron with me for a long time. You know, sometimes these things were done. I'm not saying this falls under the same classification, but it does happen from time to time also.
In 2009, I put up a metal building. It had an engineer stamp on it, okay? I got my permit for it, and I got the booklet that shows the requirements for building in a hurricane zone and all that other stuff. I completed my building, and come to find out, I needed to have these vents because I was 6 inches below the base flood elevation, but it was not a livable building. I had no plumbing to it. It was a storage building. But I had to go buy these vents that cost about $200.
Vents? You're saying vents?
Vent, okay? And you had to put them below where the water was. The building was not engineered for those vents because in the documentation that you get from the permit office at the time, it didn't say anything about a vent. So I had to spend more money, like Mr. Cooper had to do, $500 to get it re-engineered because they had to add framing in it to support the holes in the wall that State Farm didn't want to insure because I messed up the integrity of the wall. So the communication between the people and the permit department and the council really needs to come together because a lot of the stuff is out of hand. It's just out of hand. You know?
I'm going to be honest with you. When I first got on the council, Mr. Metcalf well remembers, we sat down with Mr. Edgecombe and Mr. Nungasser, and we had some issues with some permits, and I've actually felt they've gotten somewhat better with the permitting process. Do we have some things that we do need to change or tighten up on? Yes, I agree. And I think we're working on some of those right now. Mr. Metcalf?
If I could, I would just like to bring something to everyone's attention here. What we are talking about here that's before you today is a construction permit. It is not a building permit. A building permit and a construction permit are entirely different permits. A construction permit, by and large, is not a structural permit. Number one. Number two, a construction permit is not approved by the permits department. It's approved by this council. When we're talking about construction permits, which are sometimes referred to as offshore oil and gas permits, the permits department is simply the facilitator, the gatherer of the information that is necessary to get the permit before the council for approval. That's not the case with building permits. What we're talking about here with Ms. Cooper and the gentleman is a building permit, is an entirely different process, an entirely different inspections process. And when FEMA requirements come into play, like the vents, the holes in the wall, you're talking about things that never come into play with construction permits. So I just need everybody to understand the difference here. Construction permits and building permits are entirely different permits, inherently, from the get-go.
Do you have to have a building permit? Do you have to have a permit for construction, and do you have to have a permit for building?
Do you have to have a permit for a building?
But either one is what he's asking.
Either one. Do you have to have a permit?
Absolutely.
That's all I need to say.
Yeah. but you don't need a building permit. You need it for the building, but you don't need a permit for the bulk of what you see here before you. We're talking bulkheads, we're talking wellheads, we're talking wheel wash, we're talking wharfs. These items do not fall under what is required for a building permit under the Louisiana State Uniform Construction Code, which is state law, which is what building permits, not construction permits, are inspected for. So I just want to make that clear.
Ms. Cooper?
And I think that we understand that there's different requirements on these construction permits when you're like installing a boathouse or putting down pylons. There are other permits you have to get. You have to get a Corps of Engineer permit, a coastal, I've had everything written down.
Coastal use permit.
Coastal use permit, environmental permit. Even our coastal zone office makes a recommendation to us, I believe, before we vote on it. And we're voted. But they do receive a card in the mail, correct, when their permit
That's
is approved.
absolutely correct.
So
Like
if
a building permit, they do receive a placard.
So if a person did not receive it in the mail, they should know you don't have a permit. You don't build in Plaquemines Parish without a permit.
That part of the process is the same, you're correct.
Mr. Chairman, I had a,
Mr. Attorney had something, are you good?
yes, no, I have something. I had a meeting with Mr. Escombe this morning about a different permit, and on the way to the meeting, I obtained some other information concerning this permit here. And I just want to comment on what you were referring to earlier as far as an after-the-fact permit, someone making a mistake. You know, you thought the sign was included in the building, and you're coming back after the fact. What concerns me is, in this case here, this permit, it doesn't seem as though there was a mistake. It was just, you know, in my conversation with Mr. Escombe earlier, he was saying, okay, there was a mistake. I'm saying, okay, and he's saying, you can believe me? I'm saying, okay, fine, that was a mistake. But in this, what I've received here, in this permit, going ahead and building without a permit, you know, there was a little confusion before when he applied for 2 and only received 1, thinking he got both. But in this case here, it was 1. And moving forward without a permit and now coming back seeking a permit, I think that's a major issue. So some questions I would have, and the contract that's listed is Edgecombe Construction, which is Mr. Edgecombe. Mr. Metcalf, at what point does, when you're driving pylons, does that require a coastal use permit that impacts his water bottom? Not just out in the middle of the community in New Orleans, but if it impacts water bottom, does it require a coastal use permit?
Every permit, including a coastal use permit that is required for a particular project, is required before the project starts. If that's your question.
No, my question is, a coastal use permit, not every time you drive pylons requires a coastal use permit. It depends on the distance you are from the coast. In Plaquemines Parish, if you're 1,500 feet, you got to get permission from the Corps, right?
Correct.
If you're going to affect the water bottom, you have to get permission from the Corps.
Correct.
And so, I'm reading in this application, it says, Plaquemines Parish Governor Coastal Zone Management. And the last line in the first paragraph, I've determined that your project will have no direct and significant impact on the Louisiana coastal zone, and therefore a coastal use permit is not required.
Okay.
And so my question is, you know, was all of the information given because this was going into a waterway, just for a boathouse? I don't see how a coastal use permit was not required.
For this particular project, and each one is different, that was the determination for this project by the appropriate department that would make that determination. That's correct. In this case, I think that was Ms. Kimball, Land.
And I guess Mr. Edgecombe, do you have an occupational license? And to run a business, okay, so you have the occupational license. Well, then the only concern I have, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that, you know, the work was completed, not just started, but completed. And now, let me see what's the application date on this. Mr. Metcalf, you see an application date? You have, we're looking at 4A1. Is there an application date? In the date, I'm seeing just the number 9.
Okay, what's the question? I'm sorry, Councilman Turner.
What's the application date? The date that this application was applied for?
Right here. This is when they went, I guess it went out to the
It was 2011. Looks like 9 of 2011. September 2011, and you are referring to 41A, right? I mean 4A1, right?
Which document? Hold it up so I can see which, because I'm looking at application for construction permit. Is that the one you're looking at?
That's correct.
About where on the page? I'm trying to find the date. You're saying it's on the page.
Permit, at the top of the page,
looking at the
the
application.
permit number tells you the year. It was 2011. It was 855th permit issued in 2011, which is what that number indicates. And the approval solicitations to the department indicate that the application date was 9/13/2011.
Okay. Again, I have a concern with the fact that it's an after-the-fact permit.
It is an after
But
the
it doesn't
fact.
seem like it was a slip on this one as compared to the one that Mr. Edgecombe was telling me about earlier. I could see where he's saying, okay, he applied for 2, thought he received both of them, and it ended up being only 1. But if this is the only one that's applied for, I don't see the same argument. And so that concerns me.
Speak up just a bit, Councilman Turner. I didn't hear your last point.
No question for you. I was just saying what concerned me was that
Just for information purposes too, it is sometimes for our office, it's much easier to complete a construction permit after the fact than it is a building permit, simply because what we need is simply departmental approvals, whereas with a building permit, we may be looking at closed walls, we may be looking at poured concrete, things that we can't see to move the permit forward. So whatever that is.
But here's the issue, and here's the problem. We're talking about an elected official, right? We're talking about an elected official that sits on the zoning board, so these permits go through that board. We're talking about the elected official, the one being listed as the contractor, doing the work. And so there's a higher standard there than, just Joe Blow off the street. And that's what's causing the concern here.
I'm sorry.
No, never mind, I found it. I found what I was looking for.
Anthony, you have something?
I hope this is not a crazy question, but in looking at the paperwork that you just referred to, the application, it says permit number 2011, which in my mind would indicate that a permit was issued. So was a permit issued in 2011?
No, it's the date the application was taken out. It's not the date it was issued. That was the date the application was taken out.
But it's still got that permit number. The permit number is 2011-855.
Right.
So that
Well, it's
technically
assigned-
is
it's
that
a-
technically is the application number.
Yes. Well, but it's assigned a number, and that same number is used on the permit that will eventually be approved.
All right, thank you.
It's for computer purposes.
Mr. Colligan?
Barry Colligan, 31975 Highway 23 in Narren. Mr. Burghardt, in those permits, does it say anywhere in there that pilings were driven in either one of those permits for those projects?
What are you asking, Mr. Colligan, again?
Were any pilings listed on the permits to be driven in the construction of the boathouses or whatever they are?
Before the permit was issued, is that
Right.
stated in here? No, sir, it is not.
Well, then if pilings aren't listed, then the Corps, going before the Corps, then they wouldn't say that it requires a coastal zone permit. It would be, then you could understand why they're saying that there's no objection from the Corps, because they didn't list the facts of.
Would that be a true statement, Mr. Metcalf?
Does it show driving pilings?
The coastal use permit actually is dated for 2012. I got it in front of me on this particular project.
No, but the coastal use,
Let me finish.
which one you looking at, so I can look at
I'm
the
looking
same?
at coastal use permit. The coastal use permit, you're looking toward the back of the little stack you got right there. It's the second to last page. I'm looking at CZM number dash 2012-22. I did wrong the other side of that again. Basically, what it says here is that the coastal use permit is not required, is what it's saying here. Now, when I go to Department of the Army, permit for boat sheds, this one is actually dated March the 6th of 2013. So this one is, the time limit, and that's what is listed, this is from 2013, this is in March. So both of those were done beforehand. The only issue at hand right now, I believe, is the permit itself from the parish. That's what we're discussing today. But these were already done. One was not required, and the other one that was required from ACE is actually been done.
And the one from the parish that's saying that it's not required,
The CZM board.
the CZM board,
Yes, sir.
which Mr. Edgecombe is on the CZM board, so that creates a conflict there. And then if you're driving pilings on the water bottom, and Mr. Metcalf, maybe you can give me the answer to that, because I'm not sure of the answer, is a permit used, do you have to, if I'm going to go and do something in Grand Bayou, driving pilings, do I have to have a coastal use permit? And would that be the same, because I want to make sure we're doing apples to apples, would that be the same if I'm doing a boathouse on a canal?
And I don't want to say categorically yes, Councilman Turner, given the varying situations where this work may be done. There's certain things that I think you could say across the board that you would need in all situations, Army Corps, local approvals, but I wouldn't want to make that statement in all situations without knowing the particular project and the particular location and knowing the particular requirements.
Ms. Cooper?
If this application isn't correct and it doesn't state that pilings would be driven, I think we need to go back to square one and do the proper application for a permit.
Ms. Bant, I'm sorry.
If the scope of work in here just says install boathouse and nowhere's in here does it say that somebody's gonna put pilings down or bulkheads down.
Well, but it actually does.
Yeah.
Ms. Cooper. A full description of the project is in the
I don't know how to read
drawings,
this
including the class and depth of piles that will
No,
be
I-
approved by the Army Corps in the drawings. So the pilings are in there. I'm looking at them right now.
I'm going to read it real quick so everybody can understand. It says here, I'm looking at the coastal zone, this is from CZM Board. Plaquemines Parish Local Coastal Zone Management Program is in receipt of your application for a blanket permit for construction and maintenance of waterfront structures, boat sheds, wharves, bulkheads, piers, camps, etc. on Martin Lane and Port Saukville. After careful review, I've determined your project will have no direct and significant impact on Louisiana's coastal zone, and therefore a coastal use permit is not required.
Correct.
Excuse me.
On this
Also,
particular...
on the Army permit here, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Excuse me, Mr. Marinovich?
I'm sorry, Mr.
That-
Collins, go ahead.
That may be because pilings weren't listed on there, that they were to be driven. Is why they came to that conclusion.
On the CZM, when it mentions pilings here. It does mention, it says bulkheads, piers, camps, wharves, boat sheds.
Pier is not the same thing as a piling, I don't believe.
That's correct. Not only the pilings, but the class, the depth, the size, the whole thing. And that's correct. And those drawings are submitted for approval to the Army Corps.
To maybe clarify my mind, Mr. Colligans, were these drawings sent in with the CZM permit and the Army permit? They were or not?
That's
It's all went in
correct.
at one time?
That's correct. That is part of the package that's submitted for all approvals.
Okay. Mr. Collins?
The drawings submitted, any inspector been out there to look at the project finished? Do they conform with what was given to the Corps in the drawings?
And once again, that process, when we're talking about construction permits, is inherently different than building permits. Sometimes there are on-land structures, buildings, connected to building permits or construction permits that need to be inspected. Sometimes there's not. Now, this has been inspected and looked at as part of the process in the effort to get this before the council for approval.
It has been inspected?
Yes, it has. The chief building inspector has looked at it, and one of his guys, so.
Do they look,
The project down until,
That's correct. That is correct.
But if the project was shut down, then how did it get completed?
Okay,
That was-
okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I apologize. Okay.
It was very, very, very close at that point, so.
Okay, Ms. Lapine?
Mr. Metcalf, in the history of issuing permits, have we ever issued a after-the-fact permit after something was built or constructed?
In the area of all permits, or?
A construction permit?
Oh, I would say definitely.
Yes, we
I would
have.
definitely say this is not the first, no.
Got one sitting in
And
front of us today after this.
after-the-fact permits are not all that uncommon in building permits and construction permits in general. We often have to issue after the fact.
Thank you.
one last question.
Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
Contractors require some kind of licensing from the state, correct?
That's correct. Well, in some cases, a contractor's license, in other cases, registration, just depending on what dollar level they're.
And what is the dollar amount?
On this permit? The dollar
No,
amount?
In general,
for-
he's wanting to know
for
what
a
the-
state
what is the level?
contractor.
What is the
Right.
number?
Well, the threshold for commercial registration, I think, is between $7,500 and $50,000 for commercial work. For residential work, the upper threshold ends at $75,000.
I'm strictly concerned about construction, building. Commercial is $10,000, I believe.
But it was $7,500.
Well, I read
I
in
may
the
be
revised
wrong.
statutes, it says 10,000. It also says for
Not for commercial,
contractors,
it was 75, but I could be wrong.
contractor's license is 50,000.
Pardon?
The threshold is 50,000.
It's 50,000.
50,000
For
and
commercial.
above.
75 for residential.
No, I'm not talking about residential
Well,
at
I'm
all.
just saying, it varies. For commercial, it's 50,000.
But I believe if you go to the revised statute, you'll see it's $50,000 for what, in the line of work that Mr. Edgecombe is doing. On a project, he has
Yeah,
to
let me ask
exceed
you this.
$50,000.
What is the number in construction, what you're asking about? Because I got a little confused here with all this going back and forth. What is the number you're telling me? I want to hear what you had to say.
50,000,
So 50,000, so these would fall under that number, correct?
as it stands,
But if it goes over 50,000, now we're talking a whole different ball of wax, correct?
possibly.
Goes over 50, you need a state contractor's license. Under 50, you need to register with the state. It's a little different. a little different, and it's all state compliance with the Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors is the governing body there.
Mr. Edgecombe, have you been contacted by the state contracting authority at all, anybody? You have? And what did they tell you? For residential? Okay.
With residential, like Ms. Cooper was talking about, when you're doing work on your house, you're adding on to your house, it's totally different ballgame than for a permit.
Have to be permanent before you start the operation. It all boils down to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Anyone else? I think if we beleaguered this enough, I'm gonna go ahead and call a vote on, where'd he go? Give us a second, y'all.
Huh?
You would make a suggestion for something random.
Right, right.
Okay, we're off in second. We're calling the question on 4A1. Mr. Edgecombe, you be present and not voting, sir? And the permit is granted, 6-1 with a no vote from District 6.
That's A.
Let's go to 4A2. Kent Frelish, Empire Boat Harbor, slip 22, install slip boathouse and walkway with deck. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burris. Do we have any comment or question about this one?
Which one are we on?
4A2.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Turner.
In looking at the diagram, this was for one slip, is that? It says slip 22,
Sir?
slip 22, right? This is for one slip?
Yes, sir, that's what they're showing here. Empire Boat Harbor, slip 22.
It says both slip 22. Is that what he's asking? Oh, 22 and 22A?
I do, Mr. Chairman, I do. I was handed, I'm looking for it, a picture of the project, and it appears as though more work was done than what the permit was for. And maybe that can be cleared up. The picture that I'm looking at, the audience wouldn't be able to make it out, but it appears the application is for one slip, but it seems as though the work that was done covers several slips. And if that's in fact the case, then if the cost for one slip is $35,000, I think the estimated cost in there, then if you're doing three, then that would put the gentleman over the threshold requiring a contractor's license. Now understand that this is the same issue of doing the work without a permit, but in this case, I had a conversation with Mr. Edgecombe this morning, and he explained the situation to me, and what he said happened was, he's saying, Mr. Turner, it was an honest mistake in that I applied for 2 permits at the same time. When the packet came in, it only had 1 approval in there, and he said he thought it was 2. Okay, fine. But the work was for 1 slip, And the work that was done, pass that down, Mr. Beers, unless I'm missing it. You're saying slip 21 and 22.
Okay.
And the permit was for one slip. And the cost of one slip, unless I'm, the cost shown was $35,000. And so that's what, again, let's say honest mistake on, on the permit, but that's for one slip. But work was done on two slips. Two slips were built. That's a problem.
I think I got that in here, somebody sent me.
Or was it three? Just slip 21 and 22. My concern is whether or not we as a council would be complicit in approving this permit. That's what my concern is. Nothing against Mr. Edgecombe. The information is what it is. And I accept what Mr. Edgecombe said. He thought he had a permit for this one. Okay? But that's one slip. So, as a council, I think we have a problem. If we approve this, then we're complicit. And that's the problem.
I just have one statement. In the Articles of Plaquemines Parish Boat Harbors, Section 6-51 says, erection or altercation of signs, sheds, structures, or docks or adjacent grounds. No person shall place, erect, or construct any signs or structures of any kind, or make any alterations or repairs to or on any dock, wharf, building, bulkhead, green space, or pier in the parish boat harbors, unless application therefore has been made in writing, in form sufficient to furnish all details to, and written permission therefore has been given by the parish council, pursuant to and in conference with all federal state laws. And the way I take this is that not only does it have to be permitted, but the person that is seeking the permit has to contact this council for special permission to build something at one of the parish boat harbors. So in the future, I ask that all rules are followed, not only through our permit office, but through our boat harbors or whatever division of this parish that it's being built in.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
I hear you, Ms. Cooper, in saying that in the future, you would hope that all rules would be followed, but we have a problem in approving this, being that it involves a council member, and there's a conflict issue, and then we become complicit in covering it up. This is an issue. I do not know how to resolve it, but I do know for us to approve it, I think that's a problem.
Mr. Turner, and I agree that we have a problem here, but in the future, we've passed permits that have already been built. And I'm going to say this before, when people came to this council with accusations of people in this government or people on this council, we're not the judge and the jury. If somebody thinks that someone is doing it illegal, something illegal, please take it to the proper authorities. I don't think it's for me to sit here or you to sit here to say this man's guilty of that. If Joe Blow and his brother is doing something illegal, go to the proper authorities. We have a job to sit on this council and make sure that our rules and regulations are followed, but that's why we have our courts and our police system. They have to carry out the rules and regulations and ordinances that we make in this parish.
Thank you, Ms. Marlowe.
I agree we do have a judge and the judicial system, but we're responsible for our actions.
Yes.
And all I'm saying is, for us to approve it, knowing the nature, would make us complicit. Now, those are my thoughts on it, and because of that, that's why I'm going to object to it. I understand the first part that Mr. Edgecombe stated that he shared with me this morning. I would accept that. He said it was a mistake because he thought he had the permits. But it wasn't a mistake to do another slip without a permit because he didn't apply for 2 slips. He applied for 1. And we held to, if we didn't know, it would be different. But now that we know, I feel that we are held accountable for what we know. Mr. Edgecombe shared with me that it was an honest mistake. Okay, I can accept that part on not having the permit, but it wasn't a mistake in not having not even applying for the permit for the second slip. If it's just a mistake, we all live in a glass house, and we all, you know, we all vulnerable here. But this is different.
Any suggestion, Mr. Turner?
I suggest that we don't approve it and let Mr. Edgecombe get some clarification from the state to make sure that nothing is illegal, because I think it's a legal issue. And as Ms. Cooper said, we're not the judge.
First off, just for whatever it's worth, the state contractor law is between the state and the contractor. If the contractor's in violation, he directly is in violation of state law. Secondly, Mr. Edgecombe has met with compliance officers with the state.
I understand that.
And discussed this matter. They came in and discussed it with me, and it's my understanding now that they're all on the same page. So, going forward. So I think it's, for whatever it's worth, to my experience, writing building permits which have the same governing state compliance issues for licensing.
Right.
The guidelines that are spelled out for state contractor licensing are between the individual and the state.
Mr. Metcalf, a permit has not even been applied for the work, is what I'm contending. The first part, a permit was applied for 1 slip. That's what I'm contending. So, and if we say, okay, a mistake was done, didn't realize, didn't have the permit. Now, but you got work that was done on another slip where nothing was applied for.
Mr. Metcalf, would you suggest that he apply for another permit after-the-fact permit for the second slip? I mean, that would be the solution. I see rather than us be legal and it's fact all day long.
I think that, and Mr. Edgecombe can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in his talks with the state compliance officers, they agreed that that would be an acceptable.
Doing the work without a permit?
No.
Because when you say he's
That's
talking
not,
to the
that wasn't
state-
my point. I mean, of course it's not acceptable to do work without a permit. That's
Okay,
not-
so what part does the state have the whole story? Because I'm looking at pictures and he's admitted that it's more than 1 slip. So what part does the state have?
But
My question was,
I'm sorry.
go back to what you were saying, is that there was a second slip rather than 2 because it's listed as slip 22.
Right.
And you brought up the point that there was an additional slip that work was done on. So I'm just asking simply the question that, does he need to go back and ask for another after-the-fact permit for the secondary slip was my question. To address what you were concerned about.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
You can answer that either. That's what I was asking Mr. Metcalf.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, neither one of us know. I don't know either.
I think we have a dilemma here, and that we know that this is improper. The fact, and let's say we say the first part was a mistake, but the second slip, we know that that's improper. So what do? I say we leave it alone and let someone from the state tell us, from the ethics board tell us that this is okay, because we shouldn't put our blessings on it. It's simple. He can go to the ethics board and say,
You haven't want that attached to
and if they give us a write-off saying that it's okay, so now we got the full permit, I don't think we should touch it.
Like I told you earlier, 1 word.
Nothing, let's not make it personal to Mr. Edgecombe. I don't think we should touch it because we know that there's a conflict. And it might be okay, but somebody needs to tell us before we say it's okay. And that's all I'm saying.
Point taken. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Anyone else?
It's appear here and appear here.
I'm going to call a question on it. Mr. Burris?
Oh, the slips are this big?
Sheen's open,
Oh,
folks.
that's what it looks like. That's
Mr. Edgecombe, you'll be present and not voting, sir? And the permit is granted 6-1 with a no vote from District 6. try to do a few of these in Globo. 483 Crimson Gulf LLC near North Pass area, wheel wash for barge access. 484 Tennessee Gas Pipeline, Quattro Bayou Pass, install concrete mats and existing 24-inch TGP line number 500-1. 485 Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, proposed airboat temporary workspace and 4-inch flow line. Hellas 486 Hellas Oil and Gas Company LLC, East Black Bay Field and Black Bay Field, emergency repairs and existing 4-inch line. This is an after-the-fact application we spoke of earlier. 487 LLOG Exploration Company LLC, East Black Bay Field, install power clusters, drill the LLOG East Black Bay Prospect A and install wellhead protector. 488 Swift Energy Operating LLC, Lake Washington Field, install 6-inch pipeline. 489 Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, maintenance dredge existing slip work over well and the subsequent maintenance wheel washing events over the next 5 years following the initial maintenance dredging. 4810 Lobo Operating Incorporated, East Black Bay Field, install power clusters, drill the East Black Bay Prospect B and install wellhead protector. 4A11 LLOG Exploration Company LLC, East Black Bay Field, install power clusters and drill the East Black Bay Prospect C and install wellhead protector. 4A12 Lobo Operating Incorporated, East Black Bay Field, install power clusters, drill the East Black Bay Prospect D and install wellhead protector. 4A13 4A13 Noel Marks, FPHIS Incorporated, 121 Pintail Lane, Myrtle Grove, install covered boat slip with deck on top. 4A17 Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, maintenance wheel wash, existing slip and work over well, subsequent maintenance wheel washing events over the next 5 years following initial maintenance dredging.
This one don't have any permits, 4A13. They don't have a coastal use, they don't have a Corps engineer.
4A19 International Marine Terminals, 18559 Highway.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to defer 19 and 20, IMT.
19 and 20?
Wait, I'm asking. I'm sure they gotta get it, cover those.
Okay, I'm going to offer these in Globo. 4A3, 4A4, 4A5, 4A6, 4A7, 4A8, 4A9, 4A10, 4A11, 4A12, 4A13, and 4A17. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Griffin. Do you have any comment or question about these? Ms. Cooper?
Cleared it up for me, I believe. On 4A13, on install the boat slip at the Myrtle Grove, they working under blanket permits. Is it what Mr. Edgecombe said, Mike? On 121 Pine Tail Lane, Myrtle Grove, to install covered boat slip with deck on top. They don't have to get their own Corps of Engineer permits or anything because there's no permits attached. There's not like coastal use or Corps of Engineer permit attached to this.
If I might add, it might clear up a lot of future references. Myrtle Grove Estates has a blanket permit that covers the core for any boathouse, bulkhead, construction done in that area. Also, the new area on Happy Jack Lane, Martin Lane, when you drive in on the right-hand side, the new area for Equinland P-Watches, they also have a blanket permit, but everything still has to come in front of the council. And also, Myrtle Grove Estates, it has to go in front of the homeowners association before it comes to the council, and the same thing with Martin Lane, it has to go through P-Watch Real Estate, and they approve it, then it goes to the permit office, then it comes to the table here.
Many times, I'm sorry, I'm still struggling to hear y'all with the acoustics, but many times, Councilman Cooper, Councilmember Cooper, when we have this particular type of boat slip, it's considered structurally part of the building permit. So are you saying, because there's also a building permit issue there too for the main structure. So if you're saying that we should attach that also, was that your?
Well, no, I was just asking about the permits. I didn't know that they work under blanket permit.
Oh, okay.
And so it is all in order then?
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
right. Good to go. Thank you.
Any other comment or question? Machine's open on these items. And these permits are granted 8-0. Mr. Attorney, you asked me to defer 4A19 and 4A20, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll defer
Yes,
those
sir.
two items. I am going to defer 4A18, 4A14, 4A15, and 4A16. I have some questions about some of the marsh buggies running across the marsh. We're going to try to get those answered. And finally, we have our final permit is 4A21, Plaquemines Dirt and Clay Company, LLC, 222 Highway 23 Point Celeste, excavate non-permitted borrow pit, 570-plus acres, in accordance with Exhibit A made a port hereof. I'm going to offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Dr. Gui. Do we have any comment or questions about this one? We
Yes, I
discussed this in length about the original resolution that we had done, the original legislation we had done.
Yes, I do. Mr. Metcalf, looks like the permit fee, is that $1,000? It's very faded and difficult to read.
Sorry about that. It did come out light, but it looks like $1,000.
What determines the permit fee? Is that a flat fee? How do we determine the permit fee?
The purpose of the
How do we determine the fee?
fee by table, we have a fee table that it goes by.
And I'm going to be honest with you.
The ordinance has created a fee table for all permits, and it
I'm going
goes
to be
off
honest
a
with
fee
you. I've
table.
looked at these feet, this table, and I think it goes to $1,200, and that's it. And honestly, it's something I think we probably need to address in the future,
Yeah.
big time, because, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
looking at things where me and you might build a barn.
Absolutely.
And they want $1,200 per permit.
Yeah.
And just to give you an example, a high example, this ConocoPhillips plant just did a nitrous oxide plant, which was ammonia, basically ammonia plant, which was over $100 million, and the fee for that was $1,200.
And we
There's
seriously,
not much of a sliding scale there, so I do think we need to probably look at the figures again and revisit them.
May I interject something for just a moment?
Sure.
Councilman Turner, with regards to, though, and actually I see counsel for Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, but as part of the variance that we are talking about, the moment that they step outside of the current footprint, what I call the current footprint, they don't actually agree with that terminology, but what I call what is currently dug, the moment that they go outside of it, not deeper, but outside of it horizontally, then they are did somebody say something? I'm sorry. They are subject to the same application fee amounts as are required pursuant to the current ordinance. Okay, there are certain, in our borrow pit ordinance, there are certain permitting fees, but they are not outside, they are not operating, and that's what we're going to get confirmed within the next few weeks, that they have done a survey on what they have dug, and there's going to be some sworn affidavit that they haven't dug outside of that. I have no proof that they have. But the moment that they do, then they are subject to all the ordinance fees that we require in the current borrow pit application fees. I just wanted to add that for clarity.
Mr. Metcalf, what caught my attention, and I don't have the other permit in front of me, I might have it in one of the folders below, but this permit fee is $1,000, and I believe the permit fee for the citrus land permit was $10,000.
okay.
And that's why I asked, what determined, I've never seen the chart that Mr. Marinovich is referring to. Is there a flat fee? What determines why one is $10,000 and then this borrow pit is $1,000? Help me understand.
May I offer something?
Yeah,
Yes.
we discussed that.
Okay.
If you can,
Okay, did you want to say something, Mr. Metcalf?
pardon?
Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I just was
Okay.
going to say that you and I had discussed that, and you have an
I'm back to-
explanation.
So you're aware that there was a big difference in the price? It's not just me catching it?
Well, I was, the fee,
Well-
the cost caught my eye, and
Okay.
Mr. Rathburn gave me an explanation.
That is, and if you make reference to the resolution that was passed, the agreement, and the permit application, it makes clear why there is that difference. They will be paying that 10 times amount as soon as they step outside of their current footprint. And they obviously plan to do so because they've got a lot of footprint left to do that with.
The current footprint is not 570 acres.
No.
It's what's
No,
been
that's the
dug
entirety,
as of today.
that's the entirety of what they will, or I believe, and again, I hate to speak for Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, but it is the entirety of what was approved by the Corps for having to be dug, but it hasn't been.
Once they move past what they're dug now, though, they'll be subject to any additional permitting fees.
Absolutely.
Is that the
So
question?
are you saying that the permitting fee before the legislation was $1,000? How do we arrive at $1,000 compared to the 10? Just saying that it's different, how do we arrive at the 1,000? Somebody. How do we justify charging them 1,000, the other guy 10? Help me understand that. If it's based on a chart, say so. What is that based on? If not, change the number to 10,000.
Councilman Turner, again, that's why we had the resolution come before the permit.
Okay.
The resolution was passed to allow for certain things to happen, an agreement that's attached to the resolution. And it wasn't the permitting department. If the resolution had failed, the permit application wouldn't have even been coming before the
That's
council right now.
Woodland Borough Pit, just for the record. The
I'm
difference-
sorry?
Just for clarification, I said Citrus Land, but it was Woodland Borough Pit.
It is now. It's been acquired by, Citrus Land filed the suit. Okay, Citrus Land filed the suit, and subsequent to filing the suit against Plaquemines Parish, it sold it to Woodlands. So the caption of the matter is still Citrus Lands. But you are correct that Woodlands currently owns it, but not when they filed the suit. It was Citrus Lands. That was the name of it. CLL Limited Partnership, I believe.
So are you saying that in the resolution that was passed earlier, that we had stipulated in there that the cost for a permit is $1,000?
No, actually, we didn't stipulate.
Well, then what are we basing,
Wait.
my question remains the same, what are we basing the $1,000 on?
Okay. And what I would tell you is this, and again, what I can tell you is we did agree that they wouldn't be subject to the current fees under the ordinance until they stepped outside of the current hole that they've dug.
So was the old fee $1,000? What are we basing it on, Mr. Metcalf? How did you arrive at $1,000? Or who came up with the $1,000?
Let me just say, as this came to us, Mr. Rathburn, being the most learned person that I know with the ball pit ordinance, I was seeking direction as well. And Mr. Rathburn guided us through this, told us how to get it before the council. That's where I am. I didn't arrive at the $1,000.
Okay. Was it a rate fee? Still.
And
how did we arrive at $1,000? Did we charge anybody else $1,000? Is it based on it? And it's not included in the resolution. And so if our rate is $10,000,
Well, actually, in the resolution as it currently stands, an argument could be made that there is no additional fee because they're digging in the hole that they're in, Councilman Turner. I mean, that's the fact. So you are correct in your observation that it isn't in the resolution that they would pay $1,000. I believe it was just thought it was best that they pay something while they get there for the processing fee, the processing fee for the permit.
so if we didn't have a number before, just to give them a cut rate is not appropriate. Now, when you go to the gas pump, you know what the rate is. And when you go to the store, there's a price tag. Whatever the rate is, there's a rate. in this case here, what I'm hearing from the permit office, there was no rate, and so we said $1,000 seemed fair. Now, again, if I'm incorrect, because I'm making that part of the story up. So if I'm incorrect, tell me.
Well, you're incorrect in the sense that you're saying we're giving them a cut rate deal, because the resolution allows for them not being charged and being subject to the ordinance fees until they go outside of the hole. So, yeah, but that's beyond the permit right now. That's already been passed.
Is there something that prohibits us from charging them the standard fee of $10,000? The standard fee today is $10,000.
There's not anything that currently would, other than it would be outside of the agreement, because...
But we haven't made an agreement. It's not in the resolution. We haven't made an agreement.
The resolution, it has the agreement attached to it.
And does it say $1,000 for the permit?
No, it doesn't have any fee for that.
Right. So because there's no fee attached, there's nothing that would cause us to charge anything other than our rate sheet.
You certainly can make the effort. I don't disagree. Now, by doing so, though, their position might be, well, I'll let them speak for themselves.
I'm saying this is arbitrary then, just to say we're gonna pick a number and say $1,000, even if, and I'm saying maybe with good intentions for whatever reason. But if we know our rate is $10,000, how can we say, let's just charge them $1,000 because we're giving them a variance, and the new rules doesn't apply, but our rate, the only rate we have is $10,000. So if the only rate we have is $10,000, how do we charge them $1,000?
Because
I think there's an error. This needs to be $10,000.
Okay.
Would we be wrong in charging $10,000 like we charge everyone else? Is there anything that prohibits us?
Other than they might find it violative of the agreement.
But it's not in the agreement.
The agreement says that they won't be subject to the ordinance fees until they step outside of the currently dug hole. Okay. So yes, it doesn't address it like you want it to be.
Wait, we have no fee then. What you're telling me is
That's right.
We have no fee. You're saying we have no fee, and we know we're going to charge.
And it also says they won't be subject to the ordinance, but they won't be subject to the ordinance fees. And that's what you want, if I hear you correctly, that's what you would like to charge them, the ordinance fee, right now. That's what I hear.
Would it be different if I said I want to charge them $9.99? Because
it's in the council's wisdom.
I want to charge them what we know to be our standard rate. Other than that, how do we justify, again, we charge the whole world $10,000 and we're going to charge this gentleman $1,000.
Mr. Turner, can I weigh in here just 1 second?
This needs to
Mr.
be
Rathbone,
changed.
I got a quick question. I think it falls to the same thing Mr. Turner's asking. Mr. Edgecombe mentioned something, reminding me that we actually charge the permit fee on the amount of yardage removed, correct? Well, estimated, but the amount actually removed. Now, I'm not saying grandfathering, I don't want to use a word, but we're allowing this existing footprint, and we've allowed it to go on for whatever reasons. I'm not going to get into that, unpermitted or grandfathered or whatever. We're starting a new day. The company's agreed to come in and fall under our permitting procedures. Once they go over this footprint, wouldn't they be subject to additional permitting fees at that point?
They will be subject to all ordinance fees once they go outside.
And it would be in excess of $1,000. It might be $10,000 then.
Whatever it is, whatever that amount is, if it's $10,000 or whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Mr. Metcalf, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Metcalf, do we have a flat, according to the new ordinance, is there a flat rate for this type of permit?
The rates for ball pits are according to the new ordinance.
I don't, and I got to admit to you right now,
how did we
Mr.
determine
Turner, I don't
10,000?
have that number right now in front of me, the flat rate. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Peabody, name and address for the record, sir.
George Peabody, 8311 Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana. I represent Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, and part of the negotiations for the variance in the permit with the council attorney and the parish attorney related to the permitting process that you're talking about right now. It was our understanding that the sliding scale maximum for the construction permit was $1,000, and that's how we arrived at $1,000. As said by Mr. Rathbone, the $10,000 fee would come into play once Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, under the approved resolution and the permit, would extend beyond the surface of the existing borrow pits as it relates to the
It stands
grandfathering
today.
clause. So the initial amount would be the $1,000, which is, I understand, which is the maximum construction permit cost. And once Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, pursuant to the agreement and the ordinance, pursuant to the agreement of the resolution and the permit before this council, when it expands beyond that, would be obligated to pay the balance of the fee, which would be the $9,000, and then comply with the new ordinance as has been negotiated with the council attorney and had been explained previously with the resolution.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, Mr. Turner.
I understand about the expansion. I missed the part. It was a little difficult to hear. How was the $1,000 determined?
It's my understanding that's the maximum amount charged for a regular construction permit.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That's something Mr. Metcalf would
A
know.
normal construction permit is based upon the amount of the construction, the amount of the cost of the project, and I believe the maximum is $1,000. At least that was my understanding when I was negotiating with the council attorney.
This man's 16 years' experience. Tell me if that's correct, Mr. Metcalf.
And that very well could be what the $1,000 is based on.
The filing of a borrow pit.
He's asking about a
application.
construction permit. And I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. The biggest one I've ever seen, the largest fee charge, has been $1,200.
For this type of permit, I don't know, you call it a construction permit, I would call it one for a borrow pit. How do we determine 10,000? How do we determine 1,000? If all we know is 10,000, then to arbitrarily agree on 1,000, I'm saying that's not sufficient. I'm saying this number needs to be changed to 10,000. Now, if it's based on a previous rate, who negotiated this? And the negotiation still has to come before this council. And then we have, right, and so we have to
Sit
agree.
before us now.
Wait, it's before the council right now. And so as a council body, I'm saying that we should not accept $1,000. We should make it $10,000. If we're charging everybody else 10, let's not charge, we're talking about a project that's making millions of dollars, right? And so we're not going to break the bank here. Someone else negotiated that, no problem, no hard feelings. It comes before the council, we have the final say. And we should say no to 1,000. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to amend this. I'd like to offer an amendment to the rate fee of this permit, and that it be $10,000.
Making
I
a
will
motion.
decide
Do you have
one
a
way or the
second?
other. I didn't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm asking, do we have a second for your motion? I'm going to ask again, do we have a second for the motion? Motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I guess my question would be to Plaquemines Dirt and Clay. What's the actual boundary today? And what's the amount of dirt that you can excavate under the current, if we approve this permit?
Pursuant to the negotiated agreement, Councilman Turner, as indicated by your attorney, Plaquemines Dirt and Clay will hire a civil engineer to go in and do the exact measurements as to the surface area that is as we've been termed, grandfathered in, and the amount of clay that can be excavated from that. And the certification will be provided to the parish government by Plaquemines Dirt and Clay and the civil engineer. All pursuant to the resolution and variance that has been passed earlier by this council.
Have we agreed on what that footprint is?
The footprint is set forth in the permit, which shows the entire area that has been approved by the Corps of Engineers.
Mr. Rathburn, are you in agreement with that? I asked Mr. Peabody. what's the footprint. He said it's in agreement with what's already been settled. Do we have a settlement? Do we know what the footprint is?
The question...
Because I thought there was a disagreement on the footprint.
For clarification purposes, there's a definition of footprint in the ordinance that was passed by the council. When you referred to footprint, I took in terms of the general footprint of the entire borrow pit area, which has been approved by the Corps of Engineers some years ago.
But as you know, we're talking about, that's not the same that we're talking about.
That's right.
So
And
let's be clear.
Okay, that's right. And that is, you're correct. Our legal position is that it is the area that has been dug. And for purposes of the resolution that was passed with the agreement, that is the footprint we are talking about, the one that has been dug thus far, and that the remaining amount to be dug, and we're getting a survey done, an independent survey done to estimate the amount of clay that's available to come out of the existing hole right now.
I'm hearing it. That's our position, right? As a council, that's our position. But the party on the other side is saying that, according to the definition, the footprint is something different. It's the entire property. So it tells me that the agreement is still fuzzy. And as long as the agreement is still fuzzy, let's not approve it. Let him clear it up. Yes or no? Is it what's already been dug, or is it the entire property? If we can't get a specific answer, why do we feel compelled to approve something that we don't have all the information on?
There is no misunderstanding, Councilman Turner.
I didn't want to ask you the specific question. You said that it was a different definition than what we're talking about. You said the footprint is the entire, unless you were just trying to be evasive.
No, I'm not.
If you knew what I was talking about.
Mr. Turner, I'm not trying to be evasive. The use of the term footprint, there's a specific definition of that word in the ordinance. When I referred to a footprint, I was referring to it generically, which I explained a few minutes previously to this council and the council attorney. There's no misunderstanding between the parties as what was agreed to, as was reflected in the agreement.
So, if there's no misunderstanding, then based on the agreement, are we talking about the same footprint now?
The footprint, as referred to by Mr. Rathbone, refers to the area that has already been dug prior to the enactment of the ordinance. That's what you referred to when you referred to the footprint under the ordinance. It's the area that's already been dug.
I understand that, but my question is then, and you understand that, so which footprint are we referring to? Are we referring to the entire property? Are we referring to the one Mr. Rathbone talking about, just the area that you've already dug?
It depends on the question that's being asked.
Let me ask you the question then. The question, the boundary line of what's already been dug, how much dirt are you able to pull from that footprint? And do you know what that footprint is?
That's pursuant to the resolution passed earlier and the variance agreement. As I indicated earlier, a licensed survey will be retained and hired to make those exact calculations and then presented to the parish government.
But do you have the boundaries? Do you know what that footprint is?
That's what the civil engineer will provide. A third party, an independent third party.
Okay.
Do we have any comment or question about this one? As Miss Audrey. Miss Audrey, would you ask Mr. Lapine to step in, please? Right there by the door. Mr. Lapine, we're going to call a question on 4821 on the permit. Motion is seconded, correct?
Will Coy come? You know, sitting back there and listening to all of this, Mr. Rathbone, I got great respect for you, sir. Always will. But man, the people getting shafted, and I'm sorry to say this, but guys, I don't understand what you guys are doing. You're supposed to be representing the people here, and we're not getting any money. We're not getting any money. We're making these soft deals, not benefiting the people at all, man. We got to stop this. If you're going to represent the people, represent the people all the way. Man, come on. Mr. Turner, you were right. It should have been charged $10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. I'm gonna call a question now, 4821. Machine's open. Mr. Turner? Try over here, Burgo, and see if it does it. Congratulations. You got it. The permit is granted 6-1 and 1. We have a no vote from District 6 and an abstention from District 9. I'm sorry, I can't see y'all. Thank you very much for y'all's patience. Okay, who was she? Miss Janice. Miss Janice. Gina's number. 6A1 is going to be deferred, Dr. Gouy? Okay, so we're going to get that one out the way. The number is what again, Ms. Chief? 6H or J? J. Six J, in order to amend the Public Health Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, ambulance department, line item vehicles, major repairs, and otherwise provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Griffin. Ms. Miles, if you come to the podium, please. Just name and address for the record. Or title, name and title for the record.
Gina Meyer, Superintendent of EMS.
Ms. Gina, what is this thing to do? We're doing repairs on the ambulances?
Actually, we want to remount and refurbish two of the older ambulances. They take the module off, we buy new cab chassis. They strip the module down to bare metal, do any required upgrades that needs to be done, and then put it on the new cab chassis and connect everything.
Okay, do we know who's doing the work for us?
Since we are remounting, the original bodies, ambulances are purchased from Osage Ambulance Company.
Okay.
They'll go back to Osage so we can protect our warranty on the modules.
Okay. And you feel both of these, this is something that absolutely we need to be done?
Yes, sir. We're in a habit of buying an ambulance every year, which keeps our fleet current. And with budget constraints over the last few years, we've not asked for any ambulances. And we're at the point where we have to replace two of them. The two we're looking to replace right now, Port Sulphur unit has 140,000 miles on it. That one we're looking to replace. Move that one to spare status, take one of the older ones, get it remounted, make it the new Port Sulphur unit. And the same thing with the Buras ambulance. That's the two we're looking to swap out to new ones.
Okay. Anybody have any comments or questions about this one? Mr. Lapine?
Gina, how old are our ambulance?
How old are the ambulances? We have one that's a 2002, we have three that's a 2003, one that's a 2005, two that are 2008s, one 2009, one 2010, and two 2011s.
And and I guess a ballpark figure, what would a brand new one cost?
A brand new one in the specifications we have them built is about $160,000.
About $150,000.
Yeah, we're looking to save about $40,000 using our old module and putting them on new cab chassis. And this project may even come in a little less than what we're requesting, but there are new updates that we've not had to have done the last round of remounts, and we're not sure until they take these units apart and see what has to be done.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have
How many ambulances you said we have?
We actually have 11 vehicles. We use 6 every day.
That doesn't seem excessive. 11 ambulances?
It may be on a good day, but they can't do their job without an ambulance, and there are days when there may be 4 of the on-duty units that are pulled down from maintenance or repairs, where we're down to one spare and no spare.
Any other comment or question? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6J. And the ordinance is passed 8-0. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Meyer, for
very
your time.
much.
Sorry to make you wait. Let's move to, I got people waiting on all kind of stuff, dude. There ain't no breaks. Okay, we're gonna
Mr.
move.
Marinovich, can we go to 600? I thought the young lady left, she's still waiting.
Mr. Turner, I hate to bother you, but I've got people waiting on a bunch of different things. If y'all can help me out with this, I'm trying to move through these as fast as I can. I've
You
got
make the
several people
call.
waiting on
I
several
just
things.
made the request, I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to move to 6P, an ordinance to amend and as amended, readopt ordinance number 13-52 to add the West Bay Marsh Creation Project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, you're offering 6P. 6P, Ms. Cooper. And I'm going to second. Mr. Edgecombe, if I understand, this was basically one that was omitted from the original language, and we're just correcting the language. Is that correct? Mr. Gust?
Yeah, so ordinances P and Q essentially are rewordings to correct, to identify properly align with the design agreements that the Corps is going to enter with the parish pending the Corps' approval of those
Same
agreements.
kind of thing, Anthony, or what? Let's do this. Let's also, let's just go ahead and do this one. Let's stay on him. Let's don't get confused. Okay, so we just adding the language on this one, correct? Any other comment or question about this one? What? No. Okay, because that's okay. 6P. No comment, Mr. Turner?
Question on it, when I looked at this legislation, and somebody help me out, when we passed the legislation, the previous legislation concerning partnering with the Corps and us having a 35% piece in there, you're saying that the West Bay Marsh project was not included in that?
They were. It's just a wording. So both of the projects, West Bay and Tiger Pass, are essentially right next to each other. And the request for the authorization was to enter into an agreement for those projects. And the money that you appropriated, which I believe is where the clarification would be on item Q, would also be the same thing as well, just to reflect the projects next to each other. So the authorization and the appropriation that you already approved actually covers both of those projects. It's just a cleanup in the language.
Let me ask you this. How will this affect, if we use that for the diversion? We currently have a diversion at West Bay, is that right?
That's correct.
Basically, what this is, Mr. Gus, we understand that the intent, and it says here on line 12, it was the intent of the CZM department to have another project, the West Bay Marsh Creation Project, listed. It wasn't listed, so that's what we're doing today, is just listing it. That's simply all we're doing, correct?
That is correct.
Do we have any comment or question about this? Hearing none, the machine's open on this item, 6P. The ordinance passes 8-0. Let me get the 6Q real quick. I got three of them. Yeah. We're going to go to 6Q, an ordinance to amend and as amended, readopt ordinance number 13-66 to include the West Bay Marsh Creation Project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I'll offer and ask, Mr. Edgecombe, you offering this one? Yes. I will second. And basically, this is the same thing for record-keeping purposes, am I correct?
That is correct.
Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open. I already know. And the ordinance passes 8-0. We'll now move to item 6MM. An ordinance amending the 5-year capital improvements plan to appropriate $1 million to the Reach A Vegetated Ridge and Marsh Creation Project, which include the Reach A4 Oakville La Rosette, Reach A5 La Rosette to Myrtle Grove, and Reach A6 Myrtle Grove to St. Jude Vegetated Ridge and Marsh Creation Projects. Authorizing the parish president to continue the implementation of the Plaquemines Parish Coastal Plan using funds from the Coastal Bonding Initiative and granting permission to perform the initial necessary tasks related to permitting, surveying, geotechnical, and engineering activities for subdivision of the Reach A Vegetated Ridge and Marsh Creation Project, which include the Reach A4 Oakville La Rosette, Reach A5 La Rosette to Myrtle Grove, and Reach A6 Myrtle Grove to St. Jude Vegetated Ridge and Marsh Creation Projects. Mr. Beers, your offering.
Offers read.
And I'll second. Mr. Beers?
I think it's fairly self-explanatory in that it is just an extension of the coastal protection plan that goes from St. Jude up until Jesuit Bend. Mr. Gus is here to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6MM. This one passes 8-0. Mr. Turner, I think you asked us to go to 600.
Thank you very much.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the improvement St. Thomas Lane project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Turner, you're offering.
Mr. Chairman, I offer with changes, and that is the changes on line 21, correction line 20, in the blank, 250,000.
Wait. I'm sorry, Mr. Turner.
Line
Give me a
20.
second. We're on line 20 first, correct?
Yes, sir.
250,000.
In line 21, sewer fund balance from the sewer.
Sewer fund? Okay. Mr. Turner, I'll second your motion.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, as the young lady, mentioned earlier, it's work that was never completed, and now it's becoming a hazard for, because you don't have the road going all the way down the property, the grass isn't being maintained. You've got a fire hydrant that you're not able to see, and it's just difficult to get to. The project needs to be completed. So would appreciate your support. Also, that's the same street, because someone asked earlier if it was private. It's not private, in that if it would be private, somebody would be going to jail, because we paved it and we put in a water line.
Mr. Turner, this is one quick question for you. The money amount, do you think that's enough, or do we move more? Is it too much? Where'd you arrive with it?
I don't know. And our engineering, they're going to have to take a look at it. And if it's not enough, I'll come back before the council. If it's too much, then it won't get spent, no foul. And I look at what we have. We've got $1.8 million. After we pass, if all of the legislation passed from the sewer fund, we're still looking at $1.8 million. And so the $250,000, that wouldn't hurt the budget.
Mr. Lepine?
Mr. Turner, why
Yes, sir.
wasn't the road ever finished? It's a parish road?
Yes, it's a parish road. Parish did the work. And I think if you look at the neighborhood where it was, I think that might have been part of the reason. And the neighborhood, the location where it is, I think that had a play in it. And so they did the bare minimum. Now, this was before my time, before your time. And so today we can right or wrong. We can do the entire lane.
Do we have a good bit of residents on this lane, Mr. Turner?
Yes, the entire. As a matter of fact, even across from Miss Phyllis.
Across from the old church, where the church used to be?
Right, that lane where the church.
I'm good.
Where the church
I'm good.
was.
I'm good. Does anybody have any comment or question? Machine's open. And 600 passes, 8-0.
Appreciate your patience, Ms. Phyllis.
What? Okay. 682, Mr. Edgecombe, you ready? An ordinance to amend Chapter 15, Section 15-4, speed limits to include provisions to change the speed limit on Highway 11 from its beginning and home place to Oak Lane and Empire, Louisiana, from 35 miles per hour to 45 miles per hour, to establish a penalty for the violation thereof and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Are you offering, Mr. Edgecombe? I will second. Mr. Edgecombe, we had some conversation, I think, just recently, and you said you talked to everybody. I know I talked to the sheriff, and you've also talked to many of the deputies and constituents. Did you have any negative feedback on this issue at all?
Actually, no, I didn't. We did come up to the understanding with a couple of constituents in the district that we would go from highway, there will be a change, I'm sorry. Let's make a change from, remove your second.
You want to change something? I
Yes,
need
sir.
to remove my second. Okay, what do you want to change now?
From beginning of Highway 11 home place to Olivia Lane.
What lane?
Olivia Lane.
Olivia Lane?
Yes, sir. In
So
Empire.
we're going to change line 2 from Oak to Olivia,
Olivia Lane, that's line 12.
and that's your only change?
Yes, sir, unless it's stated someplace else.
I'm sorry, wait up.
That's it.
Dr. Gui pointed out on line 12, we're going to change Oak to Olivia on that line too, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And with that, you're offering?
Yes, sir.
I will second.
Thank you.
So we also
it's-
discussed maybe raising some speed limits on other sections of the highway that we felt weren't
Right.
going to endanger, motorists or something like that.
That's correct, sir.
Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open on 682. And it passes 8-0.
Thank you all.
Don't worry about it. Withdraw it. What do you want to do, withdraw it? 683 will be withdrawn. 684, Ms. Griffin. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of lots 16C, 16D, 16F, and C, Fannie Bel Air, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into lots 16J, 16K, Fannie Bel Air, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, shown on the plans and plat of survey by Dufran Surveying and Engineering Incorporated, dated May 8, 2013. The owner having fulfilled all of the requirements of subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Griffin, are you offering?
I offer.
I will second. Mr. Griffin?
Okay, what is, this gentleman had 4 lots on this piece of property, and he want to convert 4 lots into 2 lots to be more stabilized, more presentable what he want to do with his property. So we are offered on that basis. Everything has been up and approved by the different departments throughout the parish, and everything was accumulated for his cost. This guy generated his own cost. He took care of his own cost. There's no cost to the parish.
Have you had any negative feedback from any neighbors, anything, any constituents?
None.
Do you have any comments or questions about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open on 684. The ordinance is granted 8-0. Let's do something real quick. Let's go to 686. An ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as on behalf of Bureau's Levy District to appropriate fee title, perpetual flood wall levy easements, perpetual road easements, and temporary work area easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct the New Orleans to Venice West Bank Hurricane Protection Levy, NOV 07B, Empire to Fort Jackson, Sunrise, and Grand Liard pump stations, fronting protection in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, for levee, drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Gui. And this is basically some are perpetual for the flood wall levy easements for the 2 pump stations. I talked to Blair Ritten about this morning. And some of this will be temporary areas of easements for the actual construction work itself. And I didn't see any problem with it whatsoever. So we're going to get these projects going. Do you have any comment or question about this? Hearing none, the machine's open on 686. This item passes 8-0. 6A7, an ordinance to authorize, approve, and renew a pipeline right-of-way agreement with Marks Operating LLC to operate one 4-inch diameter pipeline in two segments, 487 feet in length, containing a total of 29.52 rods across property owned by Plaquemines Parish government as the Grand Prairie Levy District in Section 22, Township 19 South, Region 18 East, Cook Hill Bayfield, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to authorize the parish president to execute the agreement and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Griffin. Do we have any comment or question about this one? It's a renewal of an agreement we have already with this company. Hearing none, the machine's open on 6A7. It passes 8-0. 6A8, an ordinance to accept the bid of McGinty Durham Incorporated for mineral lease purposes covering Parish Tract 13-7 on property located in Section 19, Township 17 South, R14E, Point Hatchfield, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, estimated containing a total of 3.86 acres, more or less, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Mr. Griffin. This is simple mineral lease as shown of a cash payment of $2,802.36 and an annual rental of $1,401.18 and a 25% royalty fee. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6A8. And this one passes 8-0. This is like similar legislation. Okay, this is going to be a different tract. I'm sorry, y'all. An ordinance to accept the bid of McGinty Durham Incorporated for mineral lease purposes covering Parish Tract 13-8 on property located in Section 19, Township 17 South, R14 East, Point Hatchfield, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, estimated containing a total of 6.84 acres or more or less, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Mr. Griffin. This is basically the same thing. It's showing a cash payment of $4,965.84, an annual rental of $2,482.92, and again a 25% royalty fee. Do you have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6A9. This one passes 8-0. Mr. Turner, 6A10, you okay with this one? This is the same, you know? Okay. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of Lot A, Potash subdivision, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to lots A1, A2, and A3, Potash subdivision, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plans and plat of survey by Dufran Surveying and Engineering Incorporated, dated March 28, 2013, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance to the parish, without cost to the parish or the parish government or parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Turner, you're offering? I will second. Mr. Turner, you okay with this one? Okay.
This is the same location that we just discussed concerning the extension on the road. This is the front part of the property where the church was, and properties behind it, and the gentleman would like to subdivide it.
And no complaints from the neighbors, anything like that type of thing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turner. Do you have any comment or question about this one? Machine is open on 6A10. And it passes 8-0. This time I'll withdraw 6A5. 6B will be deferred. 6C we did already, correct? 6D, Mr. Griffin. An ordinance to appropriate funding for street and highway lighting and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Griffin, you offer. I will second. Go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Okay, this is the order that we did 2 weeks ago. And what it is several areas in Plaquemines Parish on the east bank and the west bank where we don't have any lighting completely, and it becomes to be noticed as a hazard. some of these areas you have deer crossings and whatnot, and people can't see what's going on. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Williams, and he can explain to you what we've done so far, and then we ask for a vote.
At the last council meeting, Council Chair, you requested that we check with RPC, check with Mr. Jeffrey Razel, who is the Deputy Director. He indicated there is no funding available for said project, that the parish must inject these fundings in place for the professional service. But as we get a project together, we can always go back to RPC once we have a fully scoped project. And they will look at that. But at this time, RPC has no funds to inject into this project.
Because it would basically, this is going to be for, this funding is going to be no construction work. This is going to be engineering or basically trying to find out where we're going to place it.
Permits, sorry about that. This will be for permits only. The permit process through DOTD has changed. Any state highway, Highway 39, Highway 23, we're requesting to put street lights. We're going to have to go through the permitting process.
So that's what this is.
Yes, sir. But if it's a parish highway, Highway 11, the River Road, Highway 15, we go through the normal acts just through Entergy without the permitting
So
process.
this is not paying some money for an engineering study. This is permitting fees we'd have to incur before we put any lights up at all, correct?
And that's on state highways only.
Okay, I understand. I'm good with it, Mr. Griffin. Anybody else have any comment or question about this one?
BJ, it's about parish highways. Is there an ordinance in place where light in the neighborhood is supposed to be every 400 feet?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's an ordinance in the parish where lights on the street should be every 400 feet?
Not to my knowledge.
I think they had one, but I can remember way back in the 80s, that was the ordinance.
I'm not sure. I'll look that up. But one good thing is, Mr. Henry, normal rule of thumb on I won't say a subdivision, let's say a parish highway. When someone asks for street lights, we do the normal acts. We go through Entergy, we submit that request, and they'll charge us like, say, $12.50 a month for the Cobra arm because that's the standard rate.
Because some neighborhoods, I don't see
If it's in a subdivision,
no, just old neighborhoods, I don't see 400. In the subdivision, I see the 400 feet deal. In the old neighborhood, I don't see it. It's like 1,000 feet apart.
If you, you can tell me those locations exactly, I'll look at them.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Anyone else have any comment or question about this matter? Machine's open on 6D. Any orders were passed 8-0. 6E we did already, correct? Actually, Mr. Griffin had listed something last time, appropriated from a line replacement to Braithwaite. Braithwaite to Phoenix, I'm sorry. 6E we did already, correct? 6E's been done. 6F, a resolution establishing the membership of Plaquemines Parish Tourist Commission Board, appointing the initial members to the board, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, your offering. Do we have a second? Second by Dr. Gouy. Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes, sir, I have a list of names here. If I'm going to name them off, and y'all can write them down if you don't mind, of ones that were suggested. Ms. Jones-Strohmeyer? Kelly Marinovich? Kelly Marinovich? Chad Breland? Shane Mayfield? Sal St. Philip? Foster Capel? Sorry. And also Mike Van Hammerback. Mike Van Hammerback? Y'all got it, or need me to repeat it? Y'all got it, or need me to repeat it? Not good? And as far as the blanks on the bottom line, 25. Of course, that'd be a 3-year term if these are approved.
Let me stop you 1 second, Mr. Edgecombe. I'd like to go ahead and ask you to move your second for 1 minute. Okay. On line 25, we have the year 2012. We're going to need to change that to 2013. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to need to put some dates in here. We're going to change 2015 to 2016. Okay, in 2015 it'll be to 2016. And we're going to show some dates on there. You want to show,
9/15?
what is today?
Today's
October.
9/12.
You want to show October the 1st? Dr. Would it be easier? Said October the 1st?
That's fine, sir.
And then we'll show it again in October the 1st on the secondary. Would you do the same thing? Okay. Okay, we're good on that. Dr. Good, you want a second again? Okay. Mr. Edgecombe?
Officer, with those names.
Do we have any comment or question about this one? Ms. Cooper?
On the ordinance that we had before of any board or committee or anything, would they had to be Plaquemines Parish residents? Would that pertain to these people on here?
Yes, ma'am. And reading this and going through it, and I'm going to be present, not voting, okay? But from what I've read, I mean, I'm still going to tell you here that I've gone through the list, and to the best of my knowledge, it says here there's a couple of things. It requires a parish council. This is state law. Legislature allowed us to make up this board, for starters, okay, to address that issue. And the other issues you're bringing up that we've discussed in the past has been all these people are parish residents, and to the best of my knowledge, all of these people are now living in the parish. You know, Ms. Jones was, specifically say, was one that we're concerned about in the past, because she had resigned from one of the boards, I think Economic Development, but she is now living in the parish. And as far as I know, the rest of the persons on this list are parish residents.
Mr. Chairman, how long have you had this list?
Sir?
How long have you had this list?
How long have I had this list? About 3 days.
Who compiled this list?
Stan Mathis with Economic Development. No, I'm not going to vote. I'm not voting no.
Where does Mike Van Hammerback live?
He lives in Belchase. He's the manager, operator of the Mike Hotel, Burgard.
Where does Joan Strohmeyer live? Chad Breland, where does he live?
Taco Bell.
Shane Mayfield?
Eve Street, I'm sorry.
South St. Phillips?
That's own Salvos.
Right.
I think that the more important question is who made recommendation? Did Mr. Mathis come up with these
Mr. Mathis came up with the
on
name.
his own? He didn't accept recommendations, or council didn't have any involvement with this?
If somebody wants to change something, or they have an objection to something,
Not
they can please do
necessarily
so.
change, but perhaps make a recommendation or add someone to the list.
Once we pass it, we won't be able to change it. It's for 3 years. Then, if we pass it, then we'll have to get rid of the individual with cause. I ran into that with the hospital. I didn't know who we... did you know that Stan Mathis was the one who was compiling the list? I didn't know that.
I did know that. As a matter of fact, this has actually been a list, a blank list, with no names on it for quite some time, because I think we had to reintroduce it, as a matter of fact, at one time.
Right, but and I guess, I don't know if it was... I never did know who was putting the list together. Did you know, Mr. Griffin? Did you know Mr. Lapine? Did you know, Mr. Lapine, were you aware who was compiling the list?
No, I have no knowledge of any of those folks that's being appointed to this committee.
Mr. Lapine, were you aware who was compiling this list?
Mm-mm.
And what I'm getting at, Mr. Marinovich, even if we had somebody in mind, it never reached the level, the level of attention where it was even said, if you have somebody in mind, here's who you submit it to.
It's being submitted today. Do you have an objection to any of the names on the list?
I'd like an opportunity to review them. I ask that we defer it so that I would have an opportunity to make a recommendation to Mr. Matthews now that I know today who is receiving the recommendation. So I ask that we defer this.
This is entirely up to you, Mr. Edgecombe.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Are any of these folks from the East Bank? Are any of these people from the East Bank?
No, sir, not that I know of.
Is anyone from the East Bank?
I think what they try to do is pick up some of the restaurant owners, hotel owners, fishing guys, people who are involved in the actual tourism business. And, you know, one of the reasons, I mean, if somebody's going to say something, my wife's name is on here. I am not going to vote. But, you know, none of these people are being paid. And she was a little hesitant at first. We wanted to check and make sure there was nothing illegal, immoral, or unethical about it. And I'm going to flat out say I didn't see it they were. We were a little bit concerned with it at first. This is nothing to try to do anything personal for ourselves or to get some kind of profitable gain. These people are doing this out of their own time at no reimbursement whatsoever. But if Mr. Turner wants to defer this to in a couple of weeks, we can defer it so we can review and make sure address any other concerns you might have.
I will say it is a pretty good selection.
And so this goes to Mr. Metcalf, right? I mean, I'm sorry,
Mr. Mathis.
Mr. Mathis. Okay, now we know. Thank you.
Mr. Edgecombe, we deferring? Okay, with that, 6F will be deferred. 6G, Mr. Edgecombe? An ordinance to amend the five-year capital improvements plan for the Overlay Empire Boat Harbor project and otherwise provide respect thereto. Are you offering, sir? I'll second. Please go ahead.
Basically what this is, I forget which one it was. One of the directors needed some money for another project, and which they used it and then just get the money back out. That's all it amounts to. I think Mr. Burris did the same thing a while back.
Yeah, I think we Walker Road. or
Couple
something
projects,
was working
right.
on.
There's actually, well, yeah, that's what it was for.
And I guess, do we know specifically what the project is? And the reason I'm saying that, if we don't know what the project is, then maybe the project needs to fall off. Because here's what ends up happening, right? We'll put a project, this is for equipment.
It says Overlay Empire Boat Harbor project.
I know, but we took the money out of that project.
And so we're putting it back?
Put it, yeah.
I'm good.
Put it in for equipment. Right.
I'm good.
Yeah, this has been on the table for
I'm good.
Any other comment or
3,
question about this
6
one?
months.
I'm good.
Machine's open on 6G.
Just get my money back.
And it passes 8-0. Let's do it. 6J will be withdrawn. Huh? I'm sorry, y'all. 6I will be withdrawn. We did H already, didn't we? We did H already. 6K, a resolution authorizing the parish president to establish a checking account at the Regions Bank for the Plaquemines Parish Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Ms. Lapine. It basically says here that the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program guidelines require all matching funds collected from homeowners be accounted for in a separate bank account. Ms. Angel, do you know anything about this? Is this something y'all would normally address? Mr. Puckett? Step forward for just a minute, please. Is this Isaac, Katrina, Gustav, Ike, Umberto? Which storm is this?
Benny Puckett, Grant Administrator for Plaquemines Parish. This has to do with Gustav Ike. It's not into Isaac yet, But on the elevations program, the homeowners who are eligible and are participating in the program are required to pay the 25% match that comes with the program. And in order to make sure that the parish government is not put at risk for that, they are required to escrow that up front. And so what we are asking for is a way to receive and pay the invoices from that escrowed account. We need that account in order to put their money in it.
Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Puckett.
Yes.
What is this from? Which fund? I thought I heard you say Gustav Ike. Is that correct?
I believe, yes.
That's
I
what he
believe
just
so,
said.
yes. I have a lot of them working, but I believe this one is Gustav Ike. It's one of the HMGP funds. And it's the housing, the elevation program, the elevation and reconstruction program.
I know we've got Katrina, and the council passed that already. And I know there's been some talk about Isaac, but I've never heard of anything Gustav Ike. And I'm just want to make, it just didn't sound right.
Well, the Katrina money was 100%. People didn't have to come up with a match.
So is this some new funding, and what's the estimated
No, this
amount?
is funding that the council passed some time ago. The projects were housing, and I'm sorry, I'm
That
not
was
looking at
Katrina
them right
Rita,
now.
the
It was
31, almost
31,
32 million.
almost 32 million.
And we came back and we designated 14 million for housing.
That's correct.
Is
And that's
this,
what this is involved with.
okay, so that was the Katrina Rita.
Okay. Anyway, the 20%, the 25% match is required in advance from the participants so that the parish doesn't be put in any kind of a at-risk position. And we need a way to accept their money.
I'm just concerned about the source. So there's the Katrina Rita.
Katrina Rita, you're probably right on that. I've got
That's
Katrina
what I'm
Rita,
understanding,
Isaac,
Mr.
and
Puckett.
Gustav Ike all working with different
I've got a note
things.
here too, Mr. Turner, I just want to add, the grant requires the funds, as we checked in this week, Ms. Leslie was gracious enough to do that for me. The grant requires the funds to be put in a separate account, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
And when project is complete, all funds go back into the general fund. Finance is already received, and I talked to Ms. Laura Myers about this, 2 payments already.
Yes.
Again, I just want to understand the fund that it's coming from, because, you know,
It's
Mr.
funds
Puckett
coming
said,
from the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness and from FEMA.
no, that's the agency that's giving it to us, but the fund is Katrina Rita.
Katrina
You had
Rita.
said Gustav Ike, and it just didn't register. I want to make sure I'm clear on the funds.
Gustav Ike.
Is it Gustav Ike? No.
No.
Right.
No,
That's-
you're right. It's Katrina, this is Katrina Rita.
So
He is
that's-
correct.
So
Which one is it?
This is Katrina Rita.
Katrina Rita, okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear. Okay.
I got you.
All right, sir, thank you.
We're on the same page now? Any other questions for Mr. Puckett?
I just got a misunderstanding. I understand the money get received, but who distributes the money once it's set in the account? Who do the distributing? Once the money is put in the account, or once the money is received to the bank, who do the distributing of the money?
Who is what, distributing the money?
Yes.
Finance Department
The parish government. That originally, if I understand, Mr. Puckett, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe, let's say Mr. Henry and I both applied for this, and they told me no, and they told him yes. So he's eligible for the program, okay? At that point, the state puts a certain amount of money up. He has to match, I think, 25%, if I'm not mistaken. And if he's the only one applied, let's say there's 30 other people, and the 31 of them that are allowed, they're going to give us a certain amount of money from the state and from FEMA that goes into an account, and all we're looking to do here is take that money and put it into our parish account. So when Mr. Henry and the other 31 people do their homes, that money's available to them. Is that correct?
The grant money typically is always reimbursable money, but the cost of each individual project, and I'm calling each home that is elevated or reconstructed, is an individual project. The cost of each individual project that is over and above the grant amount that is allowed for that then winds up having to be escrowed by the homeowner to the parish in order to make sure that the parish is not put at risk.
Mr. Henry's to participate, I mean, he gets a certain amount of money.
That's
and
correct.
anything above and beyond that,
He has to pay,
not ours.
and he pays that up front. So the parish, whenever it comes time, the job is not finished and somebody owes money and the parish winds up being at risk for that money. Anyway, that keeps the parish from being at risk. And this bank account is something that finance needs in order to do that.
Okay, I understand.
And for this money, who does the approval of the applications?
That's done on a federal and state level, I would think.
Who approves the applications?
Who
approves the applications?
The state does that. We don't do that. But all we do is we gather the information from the people who want to participate, and we've done that. And we push that information up to the state, and the state goes through a whole ranking criteria, and that's been done as well. And now we're to the point where we are beginning to the construction portion of this project. And whenever we get to that point, when we have the cost and we get notice to proceed, then the homeowner, in order to move forward, is required to escrow their part of the dollars. And that's the place where we are now on this particular event.
Good, Mr. Henry?
Mr. Puckett, do you have a list of the selection so the people have already been identified?
I do have a list, not with me, but I do have a list. It's fairly significant, but we had 300 and something people that applied. We don't have enough money for that, but...
But you have the list of those who have been approved?
I have a list to date of those who have been approved. I have a list of everyone, but to
Would you
date...
forward that to me?
Sure, it's no
Okay.
problem.
You good, Mr. Thomas? I'm good. Okay. Any other comment or question? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6K. And the ordinance is passed. Resolution, I'm sorry, is passed 8-0. 6L, a resolution approving acceptance of a Capital Outlay Act appropriation by the state of Louisiana for the emergency evacuation complex planning and construction, FP&C project number 50-J38-12-02 in the amount of $500,000, and authorizing Parish President William Billy Nungasser to sign all documents and act on behalf of Plaquemines Parish in all matters pertaining to this project and otherwise provide respect thereto. I'm offering Globo also a resolution authorizing the Parish President William Billy Nungasser to act on behalf of Plaquemines Parish government in all matters pertaining to the to the emergency evacuation complex. Same project number 50-J38-12-02, State of Louisiana Division of Administration, Facility Planning and Control, and otherwise provide respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Dr. Gouy. I spoke to Mr. Lagus from EOC, and Mr. Puckett can reaffirm this for me. This is a $500,000 grant from the state to start working on this project. From what I understand, talking to him, it's not mentioned in here, but I will mention to y'all that there's another $750,000 to probably complete the project. But I was told that y'all seem very, very confident that that's going to also be approved by the feds also in the state, correct?
We believe it is. Total, I think we're going to get $2.5 million out of the whole project.
It'll be more than one quarter.
The $750,000 is actually at the end of, if we go through the whole project, as we go through the whole project, again, the parish is required to put up 25% match.
Okay.
And that's where the $750,000 number comes in for the whole $2.5 million. What Mr. Lagus mentioned to you is I had told him we can find other money through CDBG to put up
Cover that $750,000
our
also?
$750,000. But the most that it would ever cost the parish for the whole $2.5 million
If that fell through.
would be, if everything fell through, would be the $750,000. But I don't expect anything. And in fact, I know it won't. But
And I believe
because I already have the money
I
identified.
think we talked about This would cover approximately 250 residents that might have stayed behind before the hurricanes or something.
Yeah, it's an evacuation center, so it would be an approved evacuation center.
And where is this center located, or where will it be
At Heaven
located?
Bear.
It would be located in the state school property somewhere.
And is it one of the buildings that currently exist, or will this be a new building?
No, it'll have to be a new building, and the reason it'll have to be a new building because the
Elevated.
existing buildings are too low
It's
for
elevated.
for that purpose I'm talking about.
So is this would also be considered part of the government complex?
I'm assuming it would be. I mean, it'd be on that property. I don't have, I don't make that decision, so I don't know that.
I heard Mr. Vera say yes.
Do we have any comment or question about this one?
The only other comment that I would say is 6L and 6M are exactly the same thing.
That's why I'm offering in Globo.
We don't need but one of them. I'm just saying they're just exactly the same thing. You can pass them both if you want, but it won't hurt anything.
They're not the same. And we're going to go ahead and offer
The
in
language
Globo.
is not the same, but that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we need an ordinance on this one?
Mr. Puckett?
Okay.
Who said that?
Mr. Puckett, I'm seeing it reads, there's a project number 50-J38-12-02. Has anyone on the council received any documentation, any description of this project? We're approving money, and being that there's a project number, it seems as though there'd be a scope or there are plans.
Actually, Mr. Turner, when I was invited this week by Mr. Costa and Ms. Myers to come in and look at the other things that we were all asked to come and see this week, I took the time to go with Mr. Laggers and look at the property. So there's some undesignated buildings that they're not using for any other projects right now. There's 3 of them, I believe, in the central part of the complex. I think it's more like Zone 5 or something. And those are the buildings they're targeting to use and to add on to. So there are some plans.
Can we get a copy of those plans? If there are any plans for the government complex,
I don't have that, but...
well, I'm making a request to the administration. This council would like, send it to Kim, and we'd like a copy of the plans for the government complex. Whatever plans we have, we'd like a copy of it to go to each council member. So now we know that there are plans to whatever level they complete, we'd like to see the copy.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I'm good with them.
As far as the project number, that's not assigned by us. It's
Any other comment or question? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6L and 6M. And these 2 resolutions passed 8-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Biersch, you had a question. The number was LL, sir? Mr. Biersch's request will move to 6LL, an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Peters Road Extension Bypass Project and otherwise provide respect thereto. You're offering, Mr. Biersch?
Office read and ask for a second.
I'll second. Mr. Biersch?
The state awarded another $700,000 for this project. It needs to be put into capital outlay.
This is at no cost to the parish. This is money from the state, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6LL. Griffin? TV. And it passes 8-0. Joe, you call it. Mr. Edgecombe, 6N, you want to defer? An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the repairs of sewer lift station number 24 project and otherwise provide respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, you're offering? I'll second. Mr. Edgecombe, please go ahead.
What this is the lift station number 24, which is the one in Empire where the old ECO building used to be. It needs to be repaired, reworked, redone. And this will cover the engineering and also the cost of the construction of it, as per Mr. Gene Fox. It's desperately needed. I would ask for your support, please.
Sorry, Mr. Edgecombe, I was actually being rude and talking to Mr. Turner at the same time. This is money was removed from the project and we're returning the money, is that what we're doing? And you feel this is needed? Okay. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Machine's open on 6N. 6-0, oh, I'm sorry. With 7-0, that item passes. Mr. Edgecombe, what did you want to do with 6-0? Defer 6-0. Mr. Griffin, 6R. Huh? Okay. We're going to defer 6R. You want to defer 6U also, correct? Mr. Griffin, 6V, you want to move forward on that one? Computer hardware. No, it's V. V. I deferred you because you didn't do the... Go to V. Computer, right. An ordinance to amend the general fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, sales tax department, various line items and otherwise provide respect thereto. Mr. Griffin, are you offering, sir? I'll second. Mr. Griffin, go ahead.
Yeah, what it is, sales tax department, and I should pass this on to somebody else, but they in need of $25,000 to get a computer for the department. Now,
Do we have any comment or question for Mr. Griffin? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6V. And the item passes 7-0. An ordinance to authorize the parish president to enter into and execute a contract with the attorneys Cormouge Associates LLC, Connick & Connick LLC, Costas Summers Porciola and Taylor LLC, and Burglass and Tankersley LLC for professional legal services for the investigation, preparation, filing, and handling of such injunctive, declaratory, or other actions as are necessary to ensure compliance with coastal zone laws, statutes, and regulations, and otherwise provide respect thereto. Dr. Gouy, you're offering this legislation for Mr. Hinckley?
Yes, Mr. Hinckley asked me to handle this for him. I'll offer.
And I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Rathburn, would you go through the process that we went through to get here?
Yes, sir. This ordinance, as most of you may have been aware, there's been a somewhat similar but actually distinct type of suit that was filed on behalf of another levy board. It made a lot of news with Governor Jindal, et cetera. Actually, the basis for the suit that we would bring, and we have spoken to and reviewed the statute on this, is actually a stronger suit, we believe, than the one that was filed by the other levy board. What this would provide is a couple of things. One, this is not a contingency fee contract, so they're not going to get a fee that's a percentage of any recovery that is owed to the parish. Their fee will be determined by the court separate and apart from a recovery that the parish would obtain. The basis of the suit is that there is a statute, an enabling statute, which in general provides that historically there have been oil companies, as everyone knows, have come through, cut pipelines, and basically caused quite a bit of erosion and loss of marshes in not only Plaquemines Parish, but many of the coastal parishes. there was a set of statutes passed which allowed either the state and/or the local governing authority to bring a suit to hold these oil companies accountable for past damages that were that occurred in each one of their parishes. And that's what this is. This is an opportunity for the parish to file suit, bring these and bring these various oil companies into answering for any past damages that they have done to Plaquemines Parish alone. This group of attorneys has done similar type of work in the past. They're very qualified. We have met with them. They met with a couple of council members, and they, at least in my opinion, are the best qualified to bring this type of action.
Thank you, Mr. Rathburn. Any questions? No comments? Nope. Hey, don't step up.
Benny Roussel, 1012 Epsilon Street. Is this similar to the lawsuit that the New Orleans Sleffer East Levy Board has filed?
Mr. Rathburn?
Yes, sir. That is what I was making reference to earlier that's right. It's similar, but there are some factual and we believe stronger facts in favor of Plaquemines Parish bringing this act.
So this would be for the damage in the canals and coastal erosion and those things?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you mentioned that wasn't going to be a contingency fee. We got to put upfront money then? Do the parish have to put up upfront money for the attorneys?
Do we have to
Or
put
they're
up
doing this strictly for the court?
There is zero money that the parish is putting into this. If that was the question,
Right.
I apologize. The acoustics have my one
That's the
good ear
point.
kind of messed up. But there is no money that is being asked of the parish. The law firms will, in fact, incur the out-of-pocket costs, like the filing of the suit and everything. They will seek that recovery, but from the defendants. But the parish is not having to put up a dime.
Have a dollar amount been put on the suit?
Sir?
Have a dollar amount been put on the suit?
We don't have that right now. I mean, we don't. They've got to do a lot of discovery and a lot of forensics. I mean, there's literally going to be things like aerial photographs that are compared with old photographs of the parish, say 40 years ago, and that they're going to go back and then overlay that leases that were given to various. I mean, there's a lot of technical work, and these law firms are going to incur a lot of costs in doing their historical analysis, but they are very confident that there is going to be a pretty good recovery in this matter, or they wouldn't incur the cost. If they lose, they lose all that out-of-pocket expense.
Mr. Rathbone, can I weigh in here just a second? This is similar to what I think they've done, the East Side Levy Board done, and we're not actually looking for monetary damages for ourselves. The lawyers naturally are always looking for money. That's what they do. But what we're actually looking to do is that when they finish everything after 1980, I think under RCRA, they're supposed to have what they call P&A, or plug and abandon everything. So if you had an oil field, Henry Oil came in, you're supposed to move all the pilings, compressor stations, and everything. But also, one of the other things that we have to look at is the fact that that canal was 37 foot wide when you came there. Now it's 183 foot wide or an open bay. So we want that corrected on our end. What we're looking for is actually the coastal restoration work.
I think it's a good deal. I think it's a good deal.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Anyone else? Call a question, 6W. Machine's open. Mr. Griffin? PD? And this ordinance passes 7-0. 6X will be deferred. 6Y will be deferred. 6Z, Mr. Lapine. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the generator sewer lift station number 7 project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Lapine, your offering, sir?
Yeah, office read.
I will second. Mr. Lapine, go ahead.
I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Williams. I think this is just a transfer.
That is correct, sir. It's a transfer from lift station 4, 7, and 8 in District 3. We're looking to transfer those funds into lift station 7 for a generator once that project is over, so we don't have the sewer overflow in the Belle Chase area. So it's a transfer from District 3 funds, 4, 7, and 8, into the lift station 7 project, which is in District 3 as well.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a comment or question on this matter? Hearing none, machines open on 6C. And it's passed 7-0. 6AA, will it be deferred? 6BB. Yes. Yes, sir. In ordinance to amend the 5-year, this is 6BB, y'all. In ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the hazard mitigation grant program and authorize the parish president to enter into and sign any and all required documents and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Dr. Gouy, your offering, sir?
I'll offer and ask for a second.
Second. Dr. Gouy?
Mr. Puckett, this is the HMGP on Isaac.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Is it working? If it is working,
Yeah.
that is.
Go ahead.
You want me to elaborate?
Yeah, go ahead and give an explanation.
A quick one, if you could, please.
I'm sorry?
You're being a little beleaguered.
I apologize. I was just answering the
That's not
question.
all on you, that's on us. A quick synopsis would be nice, though.
The state has done what's called an unmet needs assessment for Plaquemines Parish, and there are 2 pots of money that are coming our way. This one, President Nungesser told the council about a month or so ago, I believe it was, and this is the hazard mitigation grant program money that's coming, is coming our way, and it is $12.1 million. Now, because it's not Katrina Rita, in this case, there is a 25% match in order to accept it. One of the things that we had to deal with when the state notified us of this, they gave us 8 days, actually, 8 days to make decisions. And I had to make some decisions on, number one, can we accept the $12.1 million, because it's going to cost us a little over $4 million to accept it. Not wanting to turn down any money, of course, because it helps the parish. I went to the state and asked them what was our options and opportunities for that additional $4 million. And they said, well, we've got a pot of CDBG, a Community Development Block Grant money coming, and you can use a portion of that, if you'd like, for your match money. And so that's what you see in front of you here today. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, of course, is a program that was developed by Plaquemines Parish through a grant a number of years ago. And the money is necessarily used to mitigate damages caused by a named storm. It's very limited in what you can actually use it for. We put together, because we had almost no time, it seemed like, on this one, we put together a list of projects that as comprehensive as we could, and we fired all those up to the state because they have to vet them and they have to tell us yes or no. And we came up with 2 projects that they finally told us out of our list that yes, we think these will work, and mainly because they're in the affected areas. One, of course, is a pump station that the Corps of Engineers will not do, nor will GOSEP. So we're doing that, and this appropriates the money to move the projects forward.
Thank you, Mr.
And let me
Buckner.
say, the total is 16,158.
Total is
Yeah.
16,158 with 4,039,000 coming from the
That's correct.
CDBG.
That's correct.
Thank you. Dr. Gui, you have any further comment on this one? Any comment or question? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6BV.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You said that list has already gone to the state and been approved for this money right here?
I apologize. Say it one more time.
Did you
please.
say that the project or projects for this money has already gone up to the state and has already been approved?
They have not been approved yet. We have sent a list up to the state.
We have to send a list?
We
or-
already did. We had to.
It hasn't been approved
Okay.
yet.
We had to. They gave us no time.
Okay.
They were under a gun of some sort from HUD, I guess, or wherever
Would you-
this comes from,
Would
however
you
it comes
forward me a
through.
copy of that list? I'd like to know what we're at least looking to use the money for, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comment or question about this one? Machine is open. It is passed 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Buckner.
Thank you.
6CC will be withdrawn. 6DD, an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Extension District 7 project and otherwise provide respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, are you offering, sir?
Yes, sir.
I will second. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. This is pretty much what we did a while ago. One of the directors asked for some funding. A lot of them using about the sewage extension project. I'm just getting it back.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6DD. This item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
6EE, Mr. Rathburn will be withdrawn. 6FF will be deferred. Six GG, an ordinance to amend the general fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, public awareness department, various line items, and otherwise provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. Can somebody tell me this was for, ladies and gentlemen? Move $500 from maintenance vehicles light, $1,000 from postage to office computer hardware. Janice?
Yes, she's just moving from operating to capital funds within her own budget. She needs a new computer. This is for public awareness. Caitlin Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any comment or question about this one? Hearing no comment, machine's open on 6GG. And it's passed 7-0. 6HH, an ordinance to amend, and that is amended, readopt Plaquemines Parish Code of Ordinances, Section 217, Rules for Transaction of Business Before Council, Chapter 2, Rule 19A, and otherwise provide respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Lapine. Basically what this does is I think we've had a couple of changes I'm noticing on here. We struck out the time for executive session, and we've removed proclamations and put in construction permits. It's basically just a little readjustment of the order or menu in which we take our agenda. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6HH. It's passed 7-0. Okay. So these two we're going to withdraw, right? 6II and 6JJ will be withdrawn. A resolution appointing Cornell Battle as a Council District 6 representative to the Plaquemines Parish Economic Development Board and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Mr. Attorney, you're offering?
I offer.
I will second. Mr. Attorney, I just have one question before we get started. There's another person mentioned in here. That person resigned or was never nominated, or I want to make sure we don't have two people on the same slide. That's the only reason I'm asking.
No, what happened was, we put the person on that board when we really wanted her to serve on a different board. She's now on the zoning board.
She is not on this board right now?
No.
So there is an open slot. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Does anybody have any questions or comments, Mr. Turner? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6NN. And the resolution passes 7-0. 6PP will be deferred. I would now revert to something we should have did 5 hours ago, and that would be introductions. Mr. Griffin?
I have two.
Go ahead, sir.
An ordinance to amend the General Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, Maintenance Department, line item, Maintenance Building and Ground, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance appropriating the sum of $50,000 to grant to the police fishing refuge, and $50,000 for professional service security, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I have a few.
Thank you, brother.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for the annual maintenance project and water sewage fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, operations department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing and directing the parish president, William Billy Nungesser, to prepare and advertise a request for qualifications for professional service to scan, create a computerized database, and maintain a backed up storage of all parish council legislation and files in the council secretary's office, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital plan for the resurface of Abear Boulevard project, otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing the parish president, William Billy Nungesser, to enter into and execute a cooperative endeavor agreement between the Plaquemines Parish government and the state of Louisiana Office of Facility Planning and Control to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for Belle Chase Parks and planning construction project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and that's it.
That's all, Ms. Lapine? Dr. Good, please go ahead, sir.
Resolution appointing Christopher Holder as a member of the Plaquemines Parish Firefighter Civil Service Commission to fill the unexpired term of Joseph Peterson, who resigned, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution appointing Melvin Kiff as a member of the Plaquemines Parish Firefighter Civil Service Commission, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution of reappointing Alan Hero as a member of the Plaquemines Parish Firefighter Civil Service Commission, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution requesting the Plaquemines Parish Civil Service Commission to select and hire a consultant to perform a compensation study, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing Plaquemines Parish President Billy Nungesser to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement for 20-yard parish dumpster and 10 parish trash cans for the Toys for Tots function to be held on December 12, 2013, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to enact the provisions and recommendations of the Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Master Plan, which was adopted by the Plaquemines Parish Planning Board at its regular meeting on September 3, 2013, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the LA 23 widening project, Jefferson Plaquemines Parish line to Engineers Road in Plaquemines Parish, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Okay, I have one from Mr. Hinckley, an ordinance repealing and rescinding ordinance number 13-93, and authorizing the parish president to issue and have advertised in an appropriate legal news journal a request for proposals for garbage, trash, and debris contract services for the purpose of providing solid waste transportation and disposal of all solid waste for Plaquemines Parish, to select the best proposals pursuant to the laws of the state of Louisiana, negotiate the most favorable contract terms with the selected proposers, and once again, once the contracts are negotiated, to submit for approval by the parish council negotiated contracts noted herein, and to execute the contracts approved by the council and otherwise provide respect thereto. I have a couple for Mr. Burris, an ordinance appropriating some $100,000 to grant to CDM Smith to assist Plaquemines government in completing agency technical review with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the Baptiste Colette Navigational Channel Section 203 study and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing the parish president to continue implementation of the Plaquemines Parish Coastal Plan using funds from the Coastal Bond Initiative and granting permission to create a Plaquemines Parish Government Marsh in Lieu Fee Program to create marsh mitigation in Plaquemines Parish that will serve as a master document to offset wetlands impacts associated with the Reach A4 Oakville La Receipt, Reach A5 La Receipt to Myrtle Grove, Reach A6 Myrtle Grove to St. Jude, Vegetated Ridge, and marsh creation projects and other future projects. These are mine, a resolution authorizing Plaquemines Parish government to settle and compromise Morris and Clyde's workers' compensation claim number 01D44C033883 and otherwise to provide respect thereto. In order to amend the General Fund 2013 operating expenditures budget, legal judgments department, line item judgments and damages, Morris and Clyde, CCMSI, workers' comp claim number 01D44C033883, final settlement and compromise and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing William H. Billy Nungesser, Parish President, on behalf of Beers Levy District, to accept an active donation of 25,656 square feet of land from CLL Limited Partnership located in Myrtle Grove Marina Estates, Phase 1 for use by the Beers Levy District for levee drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing William H. Billy Nungesser, Parish President, to accept an act of donation of a perpetual servitude over, under, and across 1.392 acres of land from Hero Lands Company located in Section 9, Township 14 South, Range 25 East, in Belchase, and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the General Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance to approve the amended pay plan and classification schedule adopted by the Civil Service Commission on August 20, 2013 to create the new classification of insurance specialist and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance to approve the amended pay plan and classification schedule adopted by the Civil Service Commission on August 20, 2013 to create the new classifications of comptroller,
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Do it this way?
Yeah, right.
okay, I can keep going.
That's when it was done.
Okay. Adopted by the Civil Service Commission August 20, 2013 to create the new classifications of comptroller and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing William H. Billy Nungesser. An ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council on and behalf of the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority of Louisiana, the West Bank Levy District, Plaquemines Parish, and Plaquemines Parish Government to appropriate perpetual flood protection levy and flood wall easements and temporary work area easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish to construct the West Bank and vicinity West Mississippi River Levee, Mississippi River and Tributaries Project, Hurricane and Storm Damage Risk Reduction System, Resilient Features, Augusta to Oakville, WBV-MRL 1.2A baseline stations, 556 plus 90 to 611 plus 00, Plaquemines Parish, project for Mississippi River Levee, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise provide respect thereto. A resolution authorizing special counsel Dwight Cameron Suffern through J. Kendall Rathburn on behalf of Plaquemines Parish government to settle a matter entitled CLL Limited Partnership Limited versus the Plaquemines Parish government 25th JDC, which has now been removed to the United States District Court of Louisiana Eastern District, and otherwise provide respect thereto. In order to establish a moratorium prohibiting the receipt of any permit application and or the issuance of any permit from any new borrow pit operator for the construction of any borrow pit or any other pits or the extraction of dirt, soil, clay, sand, gravel, or earth within the boundaries of the parish of Plaquemines and otherwise provide respect thereto. I have a couple for Mr. Edgecombe. Excuse me, I'm sorry. An ordinance to amend the Boat Harbors and Shipyards Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget and manpower structure, Boat Harbors General Department, Personal Services line items for a superintendent position, and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing William Nungasser Parish President to execute an agreement for releasing of Lot BB of the Duluth-Morovich Canal Subdivision, Empire, Louisiana, to Quality Dockside LLC, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I believe that's all I had. Mr. Tony, you have any for us, sir?
It's the same one you've introduced.
The moratorium? Yes, I got that one. Yes, that's the only one you had? Ms. Ashcombe did yours. Ms. Cooper? Ms. Cooper, you had something?
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for the remediation, repairs, Boothville Village Community Center project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the parish coastal restoration plan project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Ms. Cooper, are you done, ma'am?
I think you already have them.
Huh?
Are you done, ma'am?
I'm done.
Okay. There you go. Bear with us. We're almost done, I think. Mr. Turner, Ken. I'm sorry, y'all. Do we have any comments for Hurricane Isaac?
No, sir.
Okay. We did your update presentation, I think, already with District 6. We covered that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to use this opportunity. I thought Ms. Pete had already, I lost her in the audience, and someone, when I spoke to her earlier, my understanding someone was going to do a suspension, but I'd like to give her an opportunity at this time doing a District 6 update instead of doing a suspension. She's the one who gave us the information on the Happy program, had all of the flyers and everything. I thought she had left.
No, I was sitting back there listening, and I want to thank you for letting me enjoy my day with you. We got a lot of work done, I tell you that. I thought I'd work hard, but boy. Anyway, if it's okay with you guys, I just want to say good evening. I was hoping to say good afternoon, but now it's good evening. I did bring you a handful of information. My name is Paula Pete. I'm Director of Housing at Family Resources. They already have. New Orleans. We are located at 1112 Engineers Road, Suite number 9, in a workforce development building. We have been in the parish for 3 years. We are working with the United Way. We're also working with CPR on increasing home ownership for the parish. The parish now has its own home ownership program, and you have copies of leaflets that I provided you with that you could share with your constituents. I also gave you information on the median income because a lot of people want to know how much money do they need to make so they can qualify by just looking at this and the number of people in their households. And I also gave you a schedule of events that we will be having around the parish, starting with Port Sulphur. We've had a lot of housing fairs in Plaquemines Parish. We had one in 2009 when the money was committed and the people were promised that they would get housing. And so the committee, the Plaquemines Parish Committee, and myself and a lot of the other groups stayed on the case, made sure the money in Baton Rouge didn't get shifted to somebody else, guided, and made sure that the families in Plaquemines had an opportunity to become a homeowner. Now, this program will give them free money if they stay in their homes for 10 years. They can get up to $65,000 for a home already built, $60,000 for a home already built, with $10,000 of down payment and closing cost assistance. And they can also get up to $100,000 if they should buy a home or have a home constructed. So that's the amount of money that's available. There's a total of about $6 million. And from what I heard today, there may be more, but we really need to get families involved. We have families going through now. We have a lot of families in Port Sulphur that's interested. We have families getting ready to close in Belle Chase. So, you know, it's happening, and I just want you to know that it's on the parish website. My name is on this leaflet. You can give people my number. I will talk to them directly or someone from the staff. Or you could just send them to 1112 Engineers Road on Monday through Thursday from 11 until 5. And someone is there to help them complete a pre-application. Once they complete the pre-application, we pull a credit report. We look at to see if they're qualified. If they're not qualified, we counsel them. We help them increase their credit scores, and we help them become homeowners. So it's not just for people who already have it together, but it's really for working families, your emergency preparedness teams, your school teachers, your CNAs, your RNs, just your sheriff department. It's just for working people in the parish. You can also qualify with Social Security income, but that's another means of getting families who have income qualified or retirement income. So please let your constituents know about the program. I really would like to have 30 people by December, and I think we're going to do about 50 to 80 families. So that's a lot. But we do need levies because everybody in Braithwaite is afraid to go back. They go into St. Bernard. We recruit them, but they say, no, I don't want to stay. We want to keep them because that is the tax base of the parish, home ownership. So I hope at some point you make home ownership a priority for the parish because you really need the tax base. You have a great school district. You have low crime. You have a beautiful parish. And I just hope that you take that into consideration, that home ownership should be an opportunity in this parish. And I thank you for inviting me here today. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate
Are there
your
any
time.
questions? I just wanted to ask if there were any specific questions. I know y'all tired. Y'all can always call me later tonight. My number's on the paper.
You may
Thank
want
you
to
for
give
coming.
the
Thank you for-
dates.
Yes.
You want to give the dates? of
The dates are already on there. That
Yeah, you have them?
yeah, they're on there.
Okay. You might want to say them publicly for the, say them publicly for the, yeah.
Do that.
I can read them out for you if you want. Well, you can read them if you want. Dragons been going, ain't you?
I want to thank Benny Puckett and Angel because we all been sitting at the table for the last 3 years. And the councilman, he's been really an advocate, making sure that housing is, gets completed in the parish. On September the 19th, which is a Thursday, we're going to be meeting at Port Sulphur Baptist Church with an outreach meeting, letting families know about the program. And then October 12th, we're going to be going to the Belle Chase Library. On November 1st, we're going to be at homecoming for South Plaquemines High School. We'll be out there leafleting and doing what we need to do. And then in December, we'll be at the Orange Festival on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All of these are confirmed dates. So we're out in the community trying to reach as many people as we can. We've done a lot of leafleting all up and down the road, in the library, at the bank, wherever we can put leaflets. We have them. And then they're on the East Bank as well, trying to recruit families. So I just want to say we're out there, and we need y'all to be PR as well, because when you do that, people will vote for you because you're trying to help them, become a homeowner, and they're going to remember that. So thanks a lot.
Thank you for your time, man. Appreciate you showing up and appreciate you waiting on us. Okay, I've been informed by Councilmembers Gooey and Mr. Turner that we're going to defer the other items on the list under 7.
I would, just to put this to rest, I want to just distribute item 7D.
You have a distribution for us, sir?
Yeah, I have a distribution. As you look through this, I've highlighted some of the areas that are self-explanatory. The first is from the YMCA regarding the legacy money that was raised, and I asked them specifically, was any money allocated from parish government, and the answer was no. The next is a letter from the YMCA explaining some of the funding because there was some confusion. In fact, the United Way legacy funding that was collected in the previously mentioned email was called a Cross Impact Grant, and that went to all of the YMCA centers, the 4 YMCAs down the road. The YMCA, United Way YMCA Legacy Fund was used to build signs in all of the YMCAs in the region, including Belle Chase. And then following that is the information that was received from Finance to show the appropriations that were made by this council for the 4 operating YMCA centers down the road. So just for your information, and I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Gouy. Okay, we're showing a public hearing concerning provisions and recommendations of Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Master Plan, which was adopted by the Plaquemines Parish Planning Board at its regular meeting on September 3rd, 2013, recommended to the Plaquemines Parish Council for adoption. Do we have anybody here who wants to discuss this? If we get comments on ourselves, we can say that when we vote on it, correct? Okay. All right, we'll move to item 8, approval of August 22nd, 2013 minutes. I'll make a motion. Seconded by Mr. Griffin, I'm sorry, at the end. We're not going to. Okay, and the machine's open on the minutes if nobody has any comments.
Motion to adjourn.
The minutes are approved, 7-0.
Motion to adjourn.
Dr. Goui's made a motion to adjourn. Mr. Griffin? Huh? No. And Mr. Griffin is seconded. Machine is open on the adjournment. And we are adjourned at 10 minutes after 7 o'clock at night.